Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
Is it too much to ask to be left alone? Grace 10, helping out those in need, old habits die hard. Well, what do we have here? Jumping in fright, Bell spins around with sword and shield in hand as he looks around to find the source of the voice, all the while ignoring the pain racking his body. It didn't help that he still had a few arrows stuck in him, one in his right shoulder and the other in his gut. If it weren't for the fact that he was an undead, as well as the boon that was the Estus flask, he'd been long dead, again, by now. Is it not so that thou art new? Thou fared well to find me. After looking around frantically, he finally found the source of the voice coming from above and looked up. A cat. It was a cat. A cat about the size of those armored boars he ran into not too long ago. And it was talking. But cometh thee not for the grave of Sir Artorius? My advice true, forget this. The legend of Artorius art none but a fabrication. Traversing the dark? 'Tis but a fairy tale. Have thine own respect, go not yonder knocking for nothing, I say. The cat spoke, its voice like an elderly woman. She spoke as if knowing why Bell was here, though. Hi! Was how Bell responded, having no idea what the talking cat was, talking about. He was still stunned at the fact that the cat was talking. Well now, thou art a strange one. The cat said, looking surprised. Have thee not come to pillage the grave of Sir Artorius? And no. I would never do anything like that. Bell exclaimed, still a bit jumpy as he had been trying to get away from some crazy people talking about how he was an intruder to this forest. I mean, sure he may have taken some stuff off of dead corpses, but they were corpses. It's not like the dead can complain when they're, dead. He felt bad about doing it, but when almost everything in this land was trying to kill him, he couldn't afford to be picky if he wanted to survive and not wake up at a bonfire constantly. So you claim, yet thou art quite heavily equipped. The cat said, pointing out the sword and shield in the undead's possession as well as the mace and throwing knives hanging by his waist. I swear, I didn't come here with bad intentions. Bell said, pushing up the visor of his knight helmet and trying to appear as non-threatening as possible, sheathing his sword and holding his hands up. He then said, I don't even know who this Artorius is. Bell didn't see it due to where he was, but what seemed like a flash of recognition appeared in the cat's eyes before it disappeared as fast as it came. Thou know not whom Sir Artorius is? No. I've never even heard of him. Bell said, speaking truthfully. The only mention of this Artorius he's heard of was from that crest he bought from Andre earlier. Besides that, he knew next to nothing about who this Artorius character was. Phew, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the cat bursts into laughter, further confusing the undead as to what was so amusing. Well indeed, thou art a strange one. Nevertheless, I feel some liking for thee. Say to me, what is thy name? Bell Cranel, ma'am. Bell politely introduced himself to the cat while still a bit confused. I'm Alvina of the Darkroot Wood, the cat finally introduced herself, smiling to herself as she looks down at the armored undead. I command a clan of hunters who track down defilers of the forest graves. Wait, you mean? Bell puts two and two together, pointing outside into the forest. Yes, those were indeed mine hunters thou ran into, Alvina said, taking notice of the arrows poking out of Bell. Doth forgive em. They are a passionate group whom take their job seriously. Oh, it's fine, I guess. Bell said unsurely. He had experienced an earlier death when one of those hunters had shot an arrow through his head. It's the reason why he had the visor of his helmet down now despite barely being able to see through the slit. But if these hunters were just doing their job then he could let bygones be bygones. It helped that he didn't lose his collection of souls in the process. So, what dost thou say? Wilt thou not join us? Alvina said, asking Bell to suddenly join her covenant. Huh? Me. Bell pointed to himself, surprised by the sudden offer. Oh yes, Alvina smiles mischievously. I believe we would suit thee well. And so, after slaying the Taurus demon blocking his way, avoiding the Hellkite wyvern, running away from Black Knights, and meeting Andre the blacksmith, this was how Bell came to join his very first covenant. Thwack 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 thwack. The sound of a hammer slamming a nail into wood echoed inside the abandoned church that was the home of the Hestia familia. Hestia had woken to this sound and, after cleaning herself up, found Bel up on the roof fixing any holes he could find. Apparently, he had been at this all night and was nearly done by now. If it wasn't for the fact that her child didn't require sleep, she would have berated the undead for ignoring rest. But because of the fact that Bel didn't need to sleep and rest, Hestia understood that being the only one awake at night could be quite boring if not maddening, so there was a need to keep oneself busy. For Bel, this either took on the form of wood-carving figurines, which were now displayed on a newly built bookshelf, and setting up defenses around the building, something Hestia thought wasn't needed but Bel insisted. She didn't know when Bel had gone and bought wood to fix the holes in the roof, but she tuned out the sounds of Bel working and focused her attention on her current guest, the supporter that's been working alongside Bel for the past couple of weeks now. Liliruka Arde. That's your name, right? Hestia asked, narrowing her eyes on the Palom girl sitting down on one of the few church seats that were still in good condition. Hestia herself was standing in front of the altar looking down on the said Palom. Why yes. Lily responded a bit nervously, head lowered a little as to avoid the goddess glare. To say Hestia was upset with the girl would have been an understatement. She had heard what had happened a few days ago from Bel and she was not pleased. To know that the Palom in front of her had tried to lead her Bel into a trap greatly displeased the goddess. What displeased the goddess, even more, was hearing the fact that Bel had actually killed people. If it weren't for the stories Bel was telling her, she would have blamed the Palom in front of her for forcing Bel's hand. Really, she was more bothered by the fact that Bel could so easily take a life without hesitating. Though, considering the stories of his experience he's been telling her for the past few days, she really shouldn't be that surprised that Bel was able to kill so easily. It was disheartening to know that that pure, innocent boy she had met in that alleyway that night months ago was possibly gone now. Sighing to herself, Hestia puts aside such thoughts in order to focus back on the topic at hand, what to do with the Palom before her. I'll be honest with you, I don't like you. I don't want you near anywhere, my child, Hestia bluntly said, making no attempt to hide her dislike for the girl in front of her. After what Bel told me, I'm appalled that you still have the nerve to sponge off of him. Just what are your intentions, you thieving cat? I answer frankly, Hestia said, reminding the girl that despite appearances, she was still a goddess and would know if the Palom was lying or not. Isn't self-interest still driving you? No, Lily said, taking a moment to gather her nerves back before addressing the goddess, who was only a foot taller than her, staring her down. It's true that Lily tried to lure Master Bel into a trap that put him and Miss Sif in danger. Lily still regrets going through with the act. By all rights, Master Bel had every right to punish Lily, but he didn't. His kindness touched Lily. That's why she won't do something as lowly as betrayal anymore. Humph. Hestia detected no lies in Lily's words, but that still didn't appease the goddess one bit. That's all pretty easy to say, but you've been looking depressed all this time. You say you'll change your ways, but aren't you just feeling troubled because Bel has been too kind to you? Lily flinches at the goddess's words, showing that there was truth to what Hestia had said. Listen here, if you ever try to attempt what you did last time again and endanger Bel, I will never forgive you. Lily swears. Lily grits her teeth, gathering up her resolve as she stands up to face the goddess. To Master Bel and to Lady Hestia, that she will never betray them, most of all Master Bel who he placed his trust in. Above all, Lily swears to herself. Hestia looks at the Palom all over, detecting not a single lie from the small girl. Somewhat satisfied, Hestia relaxes a little, but still keeps a stern look on her face. Okay, if you're so willing, then allow me to judge you. You have no right to object. Take it like divine judgment, look after Bel for me. Hi. Lily blinked, surprised at the sudden request. Bel is strong, as I'm sure you're well aware by now. He can take care of himself just fine, Hestia said, glancing upward to where Bel was still hammering away at any holes he could find. But, he wasn't always like this. I'm afraid his strength will start to attract some unwanted attention. The incident a few days ago just proves this. So I want you to keep an eye on him, make sure he doesn't get involved in any unsavory sorts of trouble. Lady Hestia. Understand? I'm placing a lot of trust in you by telling you this. Reluctant as I may be, I don't have a lot of options, Hestia said, sighing as the palom in front of her was the only person Belle brought with him to the dungeon and out questing, not counting Sif since she was a monster and all. Perhaps she should redouble her efforts in trying to find more people to recruit into her familia. If you still feel indebted, then do this for me. Prove with your actions that you really have changed. Lady Hestia. Lily appeared stunned at the goddess's request before she smiles brightly and nods. Understood. Lily will do her best to keep an eye on Master Bell and make sure he doesn't get into any trouble. Good, Hestia nodded her head in satisfaction before offering the palom a handshake which she takes. You two seem to be getting along, the two females jumped before turning to see Bell entering through the door of the church, carrying a toolbox in hand as Sif, who had been outside washing up, walked by his side as always. They didn't even hear him coming in, which was in a way amazing considering he was in full armor and all. Well, I guess you can say that, Hestia said, trying to appear as if she and Lily hadn't discussed the latter taking on the job of looking after the armored undead. Ka. Bell. Yes. Why is there a crow on your shoulder? Just as the goddess had said, there was indeed a crow standing on Bell's right shoulder, minding its own business as Bell made no attempt to get rid of it. I found it when I was fixing the holes in the roof, Bell said, pointing upward. There was a nest hidden in the corner. Raising an eyebrow, Hestia looks up and follows Bell's finger. It took a while, but Hestia was able to find the nest her child had been talking about, located in the corner of the roof and hidden quite well in the shadows. Okay. Turning back to Bell and looking at the crow on his shoulder, Hestia grew noticeably anxious. Can you, get rid of it? Tilting his head to express his confusion, Bell nonetheless complied with his goddess and turns to the black-feathered bird who, in turn, turns to him. Reaching into one of his pouches, Bell takes out a magic stone the size of his thumb and gives it to the crow. Caw! Letting out a cry, the crow grabs the item with its beak and flies off to who knows where, leaving everyone but Bell to stare at the undead, confused by his actions. Master Bell, why did you give that bird a magic stone? Lily asked the undead whose only response was to shrug his shoulders. Wish I had some rubbish on me. Bell mutters to himself, further confusing the two females while Sif just minds her own business as she heads downstairs to gather her and Bell's equipment for today. And so began another day for Bell Cranel and the Hestia Familia +1. Blue Pharmacy. In a calm manner, the god in charge of the shop scribbled down on the paper in front of him. Eyes scanning the numbers in front of him, he added and subtracted, taking days and other factors into account before totaling up the results. A frown appeared on Maeka's face as he looked down at the numbers in front of him. No good. Naza, who had been standing right next to the god, asked with a worried expression. Maeka's response was to sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration before saying a simple, no. How bad is it? It's not too bad, but... With the way things were going, they weren't going to be able to make the deadline, even with a week left. It'll be fine, Maek reassured his only child, seeing the worried expression on the Chianthrope's face. We still have a week left. I'll think of something, don't worry. But... Ring. Before Naza could say any more, the ringing of the doorbell alerted the two of a customer. Quickly rushing to put away the papers and writing utensils scattered all over the counter, Naza was the first to greet the customer while Maek was busy stashing away the rest of his mess. Welcome. Oh. Hello, Bell. Having gathered and readjusted the papers in his hands, Maek pauses for a bit and turns to see that it was indeed the child of his friend, Hestia, standing by the door and decked out in that armor of his. Peeking behind him was that wolf that followed him, Sif if he remembered correctly, waiting patiently outside the store. The armored adventurer nodded at the two before walking up to the counter and handed over a bag to the Chianthrope. Blue Papilio wings, as requested, Bell said, his voice the only thing that told Maek and Naza who he really is, even with the said voice slightly echoing under his helmet. Looking inside the bag, Naza nodded as it was indeed the drop items of a blue Papilio, a monster found on the 7th floor of the dungeon. I meant to deliver this yesterday, but I returned from the dungeon late last night and thought it better to come by morning, Bell said. That's fine. You did great, better in fact, Naza praised the knight honestly as blue Papilios were rare monsters and thus were very hard to encounter in the dungeon. Just wait a sec, I'll get your reward, Naza said as she tied the bag closed before heading to the back to grab Bell's reward. Now alone, Maek turned to the child of his friend and spoke. Did Naza give you another quest? Maik asked as he didn't remember issuing any quests to the guild, which could only mean that his child must have given the knight a quest behind his back. She called me to an alleyway and handed me the quest yesterday, Bell said. While suspicious, he was getting potions as a reward, so he saw no reason not to do it. That girl. Maik sighed, shaking his head at the actions of his only blessed child. Seconds later, the Chianthrope herself returned with a wooden carrier carrying 12 potions in hand. Here you go, Naza said as she handed the knight his reward. I threw in a bit extra as a sign of thanks. Thank you, Bell said as he took the offered potions for himself, grabbing them and stashing them away in the many pouches that lined up wrapped around the knight's waist. Are you having trouble? Hi. Both god and child blinked in surprise at the knight's sudden question. In response, said knight gestured with his head over to the papers Maik had yet to put away, displaying the massive amounts of scribbles and numbers on them. Oh. This. Maik quickly grabbed the papers and tried to play it off. This is nothing, just a side project is all, yet. Is that so? Whether the knight brought what the god had said or not was unclear due to the tone Bell spoke and the helmet hiding his face. Turning back to Naza, he then asked, do you have any more quests you want to be done? I'm heading out of the city again, so if there's anything you want, I can get it for you if the chance comes by. Bell. Maik began as if he could hardly believe his ears. Eggs of a Bloodsaurus, Naza spoke up, much to Maika's surprise. If you happen to find any of those, please bring them to us. Naza. Do you realize what you're saying? Maik exclaimed. Is something the matter? Bell asked, not knowing why the god was so distressed. Bell, please forget what Naza just said, Maik said to the knight before turning back to the Chianthrope. Naza, how could you suggest such a thing? I'm not asking him to go to the deep floors, Naza said. I'm talking about the ones in the Ciala forest. It's still too dangerous for someone like Bell, Maik argued. I know things seem desperate, but to send Hestia's child on such a quest is too risky. I could go with him for support, Naza suggested, but the god still refused. Not happening, not with your condition, Maik said in a stern tone which soon softened when he saw the Chianthrope's downcast look. Naza, please. I just don't want anyone getting hurt, most of all you. Understand? Yes, Naza muttered with a small blush on her face. Maik smiled at this and turned back to Bell. I'm sorry you had to see Tha. However, when he turned, the knight was no longer standing there, much to the surprise of the god and Chianthrope as neither of them heard the armored adventurer leaving the store. Bell. Maik looked around to see if the knight was just looking around, but still, there was no sign of the knight, for he had indeed taken his leave. Guild. A Bloodsaurus. Yes, Bell nodded at his advisor. What can you tell me about them? Ina raised an eyebrow at the knight before telling him all she knew. Well, they're dinosaur-like monsters found on the 30th floor, near the deep floors of the dungeon. A dinosaur. The knight repeats to himself before he tilts his head, expressing his confusion. Is that a type of dragon? I guess. The half-elf said, unsure. Technically, both species were both lizards, it's just the one had wings and could breathe fire while the other didn't have such things, at least to her knowledge. She wouldn't be surprised if there was a fire-breathing dinosaur somewhere down in the dungeon. Why are you asking about this? You're nowhere near strong enough to take on one, much less venture down deep enough to find them. I heard about them from someone and was simply curious, Bell said, his tone betraying no lies. By the way, do you know where the Ciala forest is located? The Ciala forest. Ina repeated in confusion at the change of topic before humming to herself. If I recall correctly, Ciala forest is located near the Alp Mountains east of Orario. East, hi. Bell said, seemingly lost in thought. Ina wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she thought there was a slight hint of anger in the knight's tone when mentioning the east. Bell. Hearing his name snapped Bell out of whatever thoughts were brewing in his head. Sorry, the knight apologized before asking, are there any quests from that direction? As a matter of fact. Ina began as she dug into her drawer and pulled out a roll of paper which she soon handed to Bell, who unrolled it to look at its contents. We received this yesterday. A mother and her child are planning on returning to their village located in the east and requested the guild to have guards protect them on their journey. We usually request the Ganesha Familia for requests like these, however, most of their members seemed to be preoccupied with something as of late, so I thought you'd be the next best thing. I see. Bell said as he read off the quest paper before nodding to himself and rolled it up. I'll take it. Good. The family is leaving around 11, so I suggest you make your preparations before leaving, Ina suggested. Nodding in agreement, Bell motioned for Sif, who had been keeping herself busy by glaring at passing by adventurers much to their discomfort, to follow him as the two left the building. Soon after, Ina's co-worker, Miss Flot, walked over to the half-elf while watching the strange pair leave. Should I be worried that I'm starting to get used to seeing that thing around here? Miss asked, referring to Sif. She has a name, you know, Ina said, frowning at the pinkette. Sorry, Miss apologized, throwing her hands up in surrender before looking back where Bell and Sif had left. Think he'll be all right? I heard him talking about blood sorouses and stuff. I'm sure he'll be fine, Ina said, a bit unsure but was still confident in Bell. While his talk of a blood source concerned her, with the way her charge has been acting for the past few weeks, she was sure the knight wouldn't go looking for trouble. Later. It sure was nice of that mother to give us these, Lily commented as held in her hands a basket of fruits and veggies. Yes, it was, Bell said, taking out a tomato from the basket and inspecting it. As a former farm boy, he could tell from a glance how ripe the red vegetable was. The girl looked a bit sad to leave, Lily commented again, referring to the daughter they had parted with not too long ago. I think she liked you, Master Bell. Maybe it was the armor, Sam, the one driving the cart they were in, and someone who Bell has gotten to know recently, added in his own comment with a laugh. That's probably it, Lily said, smiling a little. Bell himself didn't say anything as he put the tomato in his hand back in the basket before taking out an apple and giving it to Sif, who was resting her head on his lap as usual. So, Bell, Sam spoke up while keeping his eyes on the road. Where to next? Or is that all for today? I don't know about you, but I got a big day tomorrow, so I need to head back to Orario to restock. I have business at the Ciala forest, Bell replied while feeding Sif her apple. Roger. With the crack of the reins, Sam directed the horses pulling the cart to take a right. The Ciala forest. Lily looked at the armored adventurer, wondering what business did Bell have there. It's a minor quest. Nothing to worry about, Bell assured the Palom as he fished out another apple and offered it to Sif, who finished it in 3 bites. The rest of the ride was quiet for the most part, as a few hours later, they had arrived at their destination. This is the place, Sam said. What now? Wait here. We won't be long, Bell told the merchant as the party all got off the cart and entered the forest. Almost immediately, their surroundings grew dark. The trees of the forest seemed to stretch several meters into the air, and the leaves were grouped together so much that they blocked out the skies, covering almost everything in total darkness, with only small beams of sunlight making its way through small gaps, making it somewhat bearable to navigate, but still difficult. Yet, even with the low visibility, Bell was not in the least bothered, far from it. His time and training as a forest hunter had kicked in, allowing Bell to navigate the dark forest almost perfectly. Just by walking, he could tell the ground was covered in vibrant-colored wildflowers and dark moss. Really, the knight would have been hard-pressed if he had chosen to come here at night. Lily, are you still there? Bell spoke up, making sure the Palom was still with him, or at least near. Lily is here, the Palom responded as a hand grabbed Bell's arm. Sif. A bark and something brushing the knight's boots told Bell that Sif was still with them, probably the only one besides Bell who could navigate through this forest without trouble. It's so dark, Lily can hardly see anything, Lily commented as she stuck close to Bell as to not get separated, while also noticing that despite the darkness, Bell did not seem bothered one bit, something Lily chose to point out. Master Bell seems to be doing fine. Can you see in the dark or something? Of course not, the knight replied. He was an undead, not a vampire if such things existed. Then how come you seem fine despite there being little lighting? Lily asked. I've had practice, Bell replied after a small moment of silence. Practice? The Palom raised an eyebrow at that, though it was hard to see due to the darkness. I used to be a part of a covenant, a group called the Forest Hunters, Bell said, unknowingly getting Lily's full attention, as this was the first time the undead has ever talked about himself to someone other than Hestia. As a forest hunter, I along with others were tasked with protecting graves hidden within a forest, known as the Darkroot Woods, from bandits and grave robbers alike. During the night, the forest grew really dark to the point that all I could see was black. However, over time and with training from my seniors, I was able to navigate such dark areas with some ease. You could say I'm used to places such as this. Wow, that's neat, Lily said, finding Belle's history to be somewhat interesting. I was only a part of that group for a year, but my experience there still serves me to this day, Belle said as he stopped walking, prompting Lily and Sif to do the same as the knight looked down. Such as when I'm trying to track down a certain something. Confused by Belle's words, Lily followed Belle's gaze and looked down to see an indentation in the ground. It was a footprint and a rather big one at that. Master Belle. Lily spoke up, her tone nervous as the armored adventurer knelt down to inspect the footprint. Just why exactly did you want to come here? I'm looking for a bloodsaurus. Lily took a moment to herself to process what Belle had said before she screamed, a bloodsaurus. Specifically, its eggs, Belle added in, not in the least bothered by Lily screaming so close to him. That doesn't make it any better. Lily exclaimed. Why in the world are you looking for a bloodsaurus eggs? An acquiescence of mine asked me to find them. They mentioned that I could find them here in this forest, Belle explained before motioning Sif to come closer and gestured down to the footprint. Can you track its scent? Sif didn't answer right away as she lowered her nose to the footprint in the ground. After giving it a few sniffs, the wolf raised her head and sniffed the air. After a few seconds, she baked and gestured with her head towards a direction. Lead the way, Belle said after giving his companion a pat on the head. Now hold on a second. Lily exclaimed again, stopping the two from continuing on. Master Belle, do you not know what a bloodsaurus is? I do not, Belle bluntly admitted. They're monsters found on the 30th floor. Yes. My advisor told me about that earlier. If you know, then why are you trying to look for one? I am trying to find its eggs, Belle specified. That doesn't change the fact that you're messing with a monster found near the deep floors. Lily exclaims, almost out of breath from her constant near shouting. But this is the surface, where monsters born up here are much weaker than those found in the dungeon, Belle pointed out. I do not see what the problem is. I am just trying to obtain its eggs, not fight it. To survive in Lordran, Belle had to know when to pick his fights. Of course, as he progressed through his journey to link the flame, such choices were diminished, but nevertheless, the undead knew when to fight and when to run from a fight. Seeing that the knight was so adamant about this, Lily sighed before she gave up and followed the knight and wolf with the latter leading the way. After about half an hour of walking, Belle told the group to stop and quickly hide behind some bushes. Lily quickly understood why as up ahead were the very monsters they had been talking about. As the name suggested, bloodsaurauses were dinosaur-like monsters. Counting 3 of them, their blood-red skin matched their names as they all stood 5 meters tall and on 2 legs with 3 jagged toes with 2 stubby little arms with 2 clawed fingers for hands. Massive sharp teeth poked out of the monster's mouth, showing that the creatures were indeed carnivores. So those are bloodsaurus. Belle muttered to himself, seeing all 3 monsters standing guard over a nest of eggs, counting about a dozen or so of them. They look like wingless dragons, the voice in Belle's head commented, which Belle, as usual, ignored but still agreed with as faint memories slowly returned to the undead, recalling seeing drawings similar to a bloodsaurus. Ah, so that's what a dinosaur is. Belle thought, vaguely remembering his grandfather, whose face he still couldn't remember, talking about such creatures to him when he was still a boy. There's more than one. Lily exclaimed quietly, looking fearfully at the blood-red monsters before turning to Belle and asked, What do we do, Master Belle? Belle doesn't reply back as he instead reaches into one of his pouches and takes out a bundle of cloth and unwraps it, causing a foul odor to seep out, causing Lily to gag and Sif to flinch a little as the former recognized the thing in the knight's hands. Master Belle, is that? In Belle's hands was what can only be described as a clump of meat, the same clump of meat the now deceased Canoe and his group used to attract monsters in their trap on Belle a few days back. Almost immediately, the bloodsaurus smelled the monster-attracting item and were drawn to it. Seeing this, Belle, while still making sure he was hidden, threw the lump of meat away where it landed quite a distance away from the group. Immediately, the blood-red monsters turned and followed after the monster-attracting item. Making sure they were a good distance away from them, Belle motioned the group to follow him as they all stealthily moved over to the next containing the eggs, all of which were the size of a full-grown cat. Lily's never seen eggs as big as these, Lily commented, a bit amazed at the size of the eggs in front of them. Belle was slightly impressed as well but was more concerned about how much they could carry. However, before the knight could ask how many eggs could Lily fit in her bag, Belle felt Sif scratching his greaves in order to get his attention. Looking down to the wolf, she gestured with her head to look behind him and he did to find that the blood sorrows were no longer distracted by the item and had set their angry eyes at them. Wah! Lily let out a cry of surprise before screaming when she saw all three blood sorrows charging at them. Master Bell! They're coming this way. What do we dash? Fwoosh! Lily didn't get to finish speaking as Bell had conjured up his flame and threw towards the charging monsters a great fireball which obliterated all three of them upon contact, reducing them to nothing but ashes. I expected more from them, but they were only about as strong as orcs, the voice in Bell's head noted. Bell merely shrugged his shoulders, not caring if the monsters were strong or not. Anything that was a threat to him would be killed. If they were weaker than expected, then it was a good thing. Master Bell! What have you done? Lily practically screamed at the knight who tilted his head in confusion, wondering what the Palam was so upset about. Seeing the knight's confusion, Lily pointed to some of the trees which had caught on fire due to Bell's fireball. Bell still didn't see what was wrong, until he noticed that the flames were rapidly spreading. Oops! Oops! That's all you have to say? Lily exclaimed in both anger and panic. Can't you, stop it or something? Of course not, Bell said like it was the most obvious thing in the world, much to the Palam's horror and disbelief. Pyromancy was the art of conjuring fire. Fire, by its very nature, was wild and free. No matter how strong a pyromancer can be, no one could truly ever tame fire. To try and do so was madness and would only incite misfortune and doom upon them. One only had to look at the fates that befell the Witch of Azalith and her children, the Witches of Chaos, to see what he meant. Pyromancy is the art of invoking and manipulating fire. But remember one thing. Always fear the flame, lest you be devoured by it, and lose yourself. I would hate to see that happen again. The words of his second pyromancer teacher rang in the head of the undead as he stared at the flames, rapidly spreading at an alarming rate. He had thought the trees around them were strong enough to tank his flames, but he had mistaken the area as the dark-root woods where the trees were much larger, stood much taller, and were more sturdier than the ones of the Ciala forest. Hey, at least it's not so dark anymore, the voice in Bell's head pointed out, trying to find a silver lining to the situation, but said lining was very, very thin. What do we do now? Lily asked, coughing a little as smoke was starting to form around them. Seriously, how strong were those flames? Grab as many eggs as you can, Bell said as he grabbed an armful of eggs from the next while Sif grabbed as many as she could with her mouth. Be careful not to crush them. But what about the fire? Lily exclaimed, pointing over at the beginnings of a forest fire. Lily, from under Bell's helmet, a glowing red eye could be seen through the slit as he stared hard at the Palam and said, we were never here. Lily could only look at the knight in disbelief as he went and dumped the eggs in his arms into her bag before grabbing some more and repeating the process 2 more times. After grabbing what remained, the knight let out a let's go. And the group was running through the forest, escaping the flames that would soon spread throughout the forest, killing whatever life that resided here. I'm starting to see what Lady Hestia was so worried about, Lily thought to herself as she tried her best to keep up with the knight. She was starting to have second thoughts about agreeing to look after her employer. That day, as the sun began to set, almost the entirety of the Ciala forest had been burned down. The fire would have continued to spread if it were for a sudden rainstorm appearing that night, putting out the flames. No one knew what had caused the fire, and for a certain group, they made sure it stayed that way. The next day, morning. Both Maik and Naza could only blink and stare at what was in front of them. When they had both woken up this morning to start the day, they had not expected to see Bell waiting in front of the store with Sif by his side, as usual, and a dozen eggs with him. Eggs, mind you, that were the size of cats and told the two just what exactly these eggs were. Bell, you. Maik could barely form words as he looked at the armored adventurer in disbelief. Maik, Miss Naza, good morning, Bell greeted the two before gesturing to the eggs sitting in the bag next to him and Sif. I have brought you your eggs. Are these really? Naza went over and grabbed an egg, inspecting it to make sure that these were indeed eggs of a blood saurus. As a potion maker with a good couple of years under her belt, the eggs were indeed the ones she had requested. Belle, how did you get these? Mike asked as he picked up an egg to inspect it. He detected no lies form the night, but he still wanted to be sure. I got them from the Ciala forest, Belle answered, getting a surprised look from the two. You? Naza looked at the knight in surprise again, realizing that he had been listening to what they had been saying yesterday. Belle, you didn't have to go out of your way to do this, Mike said, thinking about what kind of danger the child of Hestia must have put himself through in order to obtain these eggs. You're right, I didn't have to do this, Belle said, surprising the god with his words before surprising him again as he said, I simply wanted to do this. Belle. Have a good day, you too, Belle said before motioning Sif to follow him. Come, Sif. We best not keep Lily waiting. The wolf let out a bark as she followed after her master, but not before giving Mike and Neza a look that seemed to say you best be grateful. Both god and child watched the knight and his wolf companion leave, their faces still in disbelief. Finally, Neza went and sighed. That guy's unbelievable. Yet. Mike agreed with his child but nonetheless smiled as he looked at the eggs Belle had left them with, not even waiting around to accept any reward from them. The person known as Belle Cranel had changed. Mike used to know him as a shy and nervous, but kind boy who was still green to being an adventurer. Nowadays, he wore that strange armor and seemed to barely socialize with anyone. Yet, with this act alone, Mike knew one thing. Belle Cranel may have changed, he didn't know what caused it, but at the center of everything, the man under all that steel was still Belle Cranel, a boy who wanted to help others. Why did you do it? Belle hummed to himself as he walked with Sif down the street leading to Babel Tower. What made you want to help those two? You could have just ignored their problems. It had nothing to do with you. That's right, he could have. He could have simply ignored whatever problems the Mike Familia was going through. He could have minded his own business and went on with his day. After all. He stood there, eyes wide under his helmet in shock, horror and disbelief at what he was seeing. There, lying upon the sand in armor that looked very similar to that of an onion, of all things, was his friend and fellow adventurer, Siegmeyer. And standing over the unmoving onion knight was another person in similar armor wielding a bastard sword. The daughter of his friend, Sieglind. Oh, it's you. The female knight notices him approaching before looking down at her dead father, her voice filled with sadness and grief. My father, all hollow now, has been subdued. He will cause no more trouble. It's finally over. But he could barely hear the woman's voice as he stared down at his dead friend, the friend he had saved on multiple occasions. He didn't know it, at first, as to why his friend had turned hollow. But in time, as the years dragged on, he would come to realize what had caused this. Oh, father, dear father! Over the sobs of a grieving daughter, Belle had come to realize. He did this. He did this, because he kept saving his friend. Sometimes, good deeds don't always help people. Belle had come to learn this the hard way during his time as an undead. Even then, even still. Old habits die hard, I guess. Sometimes, doing good doesn't always lead to happy endings, no matter what fairy tale stories say. Sometimes, doing good could lead to an even worse ending. Yet, even knowing that, it was simply in his nature to help others. Meanwhile, with one swing of her blade, the monsters surrounding her all fell, dead. She swung her sword to get rid of the blood coating it before looking around to see all the dead monsters around her. She then looked at her hand, flexing it. I don't feel tired at all, Ace said to herself, flexing her fingers a few more times, having come down to the dungeon all alone in order to adjust herself to her new level. Even after killing all of the monsters here, she didn't feel the least bit winded. Of course, she was still in the middle floors and the monsters here were barely a threat to her. Perhaps she should travel down and fight stronger monsters just to be sure. She didn't want to assume things and then pay for it later. Come out, Ace suddenly said, raising her sword. I know you're there. At first, seemingly talking to herself, the air in front of Ace shifted until a figure appeared before the sword princess, garbed in a dark cloak that covered the entire body and thus hiding what gender the person was as well as facial features. So I've been noticed, the figure in front of Ace spoke in a voice that seemed to shift between a male and a female's voice, further making it difficult as to what the figure's gender was. I underestimated you. Do you have business with me? Indeed I do. However, before I state my purpose, I would kindly ask you to lower your sword. I mean you no harm. Who are you? Ace asked after lowering her sword. Me? Just a washed-up mage. Perhaps you would understand if I told you I'm the one who spoke with Lolun Lui. Ace looked at the cloaked figure in surprise, realizing who this person was. Ace Wallenstein, I would like to entrust you with a quest. Grace 11, getting involved, unknown dungeon. Fells, why did you issue the Sword Princess a quest? In a dark room with the only light coming from flaming torches, a single voice echoes throughout the room, speaking to the only other occupant here. Regarding that jewel, it seemed the Sword Princess showed quite a reaction to it. A figure spoke out, their entire form covered by a black cloak as their voice seemed to switch between a male and female's voice, making it hard to decipher what gender the cloaked person was. Before the cloaked person, sitting on a throne, was a man who was easily identified as a god due to the aura he gave off. Dressed in a black hooded cloak and sandals, the only thing that could be seen was the god's face, white hair and blue eyes which stared down at the cloaked figure standing before him. I suspect there may be some connection between it and Ace Wallenstein, so I made the call. The cloaked figure, Fells as the god had called the person, explained. Also, while we contained the incident in the 30th floor pantry, Leto and our allies suffered heavy losses. They cannot shoulder any more duties at this time. The god remains silent for now, letting Fells continue his reasoning. There were no guards before, but now our enemy is sure to be more cautious. When I saw the Sword Princess enter the dungeon, I could not let the opportunity pass. Guards, that tamer may appear again, I shall inform Hermes myself. My apologies, Auranos, Fells apologized, identifying the god as the one who founded Orario itself. There will be casualties once again, Auranos said, already predicting future losses. With secrecy being our utmost priority, we cannot interfere any further than this, Fells said. However, we cannot allow this situation to continue unabated. Auranos, let's put our trust in the unexpected variable called the Sword Princess and the chain reaction she will cause. Believe in what charmed the gods those irregulars called humanity. Auranos merely hummed, knowing that his companion's words were true and that all they could do now was sit and wait. And what of the dungeon? The founder of Orario asked his cloaked friend. By your request, I have been investigating the dungeon for the abnormalities you sensed, Fells said. However, I could not find anything out of the ordinary what with my limited abilities. So I sought the Queen for answers. The Queen? Auranos repeated, thinking about the one who was in charge of looking after them. Indeed, if there were any changes to the dungeon, she would be the first to notice. What did she say? What the Queen told me has me concerned, Fells said, her tone filled with both confusion and worry. She said that the dungeon was scared. Scared? Auranos raised an eyebrow at that. The dungeon was called many things. To call it scared was an uncommon description of it, for the dungeon was anything but. As the one who overlooked the underground labyrinth and made sure the monsters below didn't reach the surface, to hear the dungeon was scared was both confusing yet equally concerning. A more accurate word would be anxious, but that is what she said, Fells said. It seems the dungeon, or rather, something within it has been reacting to something. After a bit of investigating, I have traced the source to a possible suspect. And? Who is this suspect? A rookie adventurer by the name of Cranel. Dungeon, 16th floor. /Ruoar. Letting out one final roar, a Minotaur fell to its knees, blood spraying out from its cut neck before it fell down, dead. Soon joining the bull-like monster were a pair of Ligerfongs and a small pack of hellhounds. Amazing, Master Bell. Miss Sif. Coming out from her hiding place, Lily expresses her amazement at the duo's prowess, evident by the number of monsters around them as packs of hellhounds, Ligerfongs, and Minotaurs laid dead by Bell and Sif's feet. Sif breathed through her nose as she brandished the claymore in her mouth, throwing off most of the blood on it. Meanwhile, Bell was simply standing still as he looked down at his sword, deep in thought. Lily already knew you were strong, but to take down multiple Minotaurs so easily along with packs of hellhounds and Ligerfongs, Lily can't help but wonder what Master Bell's true level is, Lily said, dissecting magic stones from the slain monsters around them, only having difficulty with the higher-leveled monsters. Thankfully, Sif was there to assist using her claws to tear open the flesh for the palm. The fact Sif went and aided the Palom in the first place showed that Sif was slowly getting used to her presence. Bell didn't respond back, still looking down at his sword. Now while it was normal for Bell to be quite silent in the dungeon, the way he was looking at his sword caught Lily and Sif's attention. Master Bell. This is bad. Bell's muttered to himself. This sword is at its limit. Indeed, true to Bell's words, the sword he bought long ago was nearing its limit. Despite constant upkeep, scratches can be seen all over the steel blade with nicks and chips decorating both sides of the double-edged weapon, dulling what was once a sharp sword. One sword, they say, can cut just 5 enemies before growing blunt with blood and fat. A well-made sword can do even more than that before dulling. In his travels through Lordran, Bell had found and collected a plethora of weapons with most of them outshining the blade in his hands, but by no means was it mediocre. It held up just fine, but due to how rapid Bell was progressing through the dungeon, it deteriorated faster than most weapons Bell was used to. In short, the sword could not keep up with Bell's strength. If only I had a catalyst with me, I could cast a quick repair, Bell thought to himself, sheathing his sword before pulling out the hand axe he brought with him as an extra weapon to use. How long it would last was another matter entirely. You know, with the amount of time we have, you'd think we would have brought a catalyst by now, the voice in his head spoke up, pointing out Bell's misuse of his time. Semi-ignoring the voice in his head, Bell made a mental note to later ask Ina where he could buy catalysts from. He had nothing against his pyromancy, far from it, but keeping his skill set varied was what allowed Bell to survive as long as he did even as an undead. Let us continue, Bell said, testing the weight of the hand axe in his hand before moving forward. All right. Lily stood back up after extracting the last of the magic stones with Sif's assistance before following after the armored adventurer. As the group walked, Bell sent a glance towards Sif, silently asking the wolf if her weapon was okay. Said wolf sent a look back, informing the knight that the sword in her mouth was doing just fine. While pleased, Bell couldn't help but wonder just where exactly had Sif picked up the claymore from. It held up surprisingly well after all this time. You know, Lily spoke up while also keep an eye on their surroundings. Lily was a bit hesitant at first going this deep into the middle floors, but if we keep up this pace, we might just reach the under resort. The under resort? From under his helmet, Bell raised an eyebrow in confusion. You don't know it? Lily asked the knight, who responded by shaking his head. The under resort is located on the 18th floor, one of the few safety points in the dungeon where no monsters are born. It's also where the city of Rivera is located at. Rivera. Bell tilts his head, expressing his confusion as Sif mimics the act to express her own confusion. It's a city that was built and is run by adventurers, Lily explained. Lily's never been there herself, but she heard that you can trade and buy items over there, though they're quite expensive, or so Lily's heard, so she doesn't recommend it unless you really have to. I see. Bell said, thinking to himself. Lily would like to see it herself, though we'd have to pass by the 17th floor to get there. What's wrong with the 17th floor? Bell asked, noticing the Palom's hesitation. The 17th floor is where the monster Rex, Goliath, is located at. Monster Rex. Bell repeated the name, confused at first until he remembers. A monster Rex, the one who spoke up was Riveria, taking the lead in explaining to the armored adventurer what a monster Rex is an especially powerful monster that only appears on certain floors. Unlike common monsters, it takes a monster Rex much longer to respawn due to how powerful one is, with timing being different depending on how powerful a monster Rex is. We tend to call them floor bosses because of this. So. Bell looks down at the ground, thinking about what laid below it. Down below this floor, there's a monster Rex. Then again, Lily heard that the Goliath had recently been taken care of. So it shouldn't have respawned already, Lily said, taking a moment to think whether it was a good idea to continue forward or stay and continue to farm for more magic stones. While Lily was thinking about their next course of action, Bell too was thinking about whether they should continue down or play it safe and stay where they were at. However, while Lily was more hesitant to go further, Bell was the opposite. Chester has my stuff, and my only clue is that he might be hiding down here in the dungeon, Bell thought to himself, thinking about the masked trickster. If we're to find Chester, we'll need to keep exploring down until we find him, the voice in the undead's head said. Besides, we'd never have made it as far as we have in Lordran if we played it safe all the time. That's true, Bell thought, agreeing with the voice in his head. It's true that while he liked to play things safe, he had never made it as far as he did in Lordran if he always shied away from danger. It's like when he was face to face with fog gates. Unless he ventured through one, he would never know what was on the other side. Let's keep going, Belle said. Are you sure? Lily asked, still somewhat hesitant. Yeah, Belle nodded. Plus, you said it yourself that the monster Rex won't respawn anytime soon, so now's a perfect time as any to venture further down. While Belle had been curious to see what a monster Rex was like, with the way his equipment was in terms of weaponry, it was best to not take risks and use this chance to get further down into the dungeon. And who knows, he might find clues about Chester's whereabouts at this so-called under-resort. Okay. Lily would have liked if we had more party members, but there's not much we can do about that right now, Lily said, remembering how Belle was the only member of his familia. She wasn't sure if Sif counted. And what about you? Belle asked his wolf companion to see what her opinion was. The wolf grumbled, thinking about whether she wanted to head deeper into the dungeon. After a moment of thinking, she looked up at Belle and nodded her head. Well then, let's go, and with that, the group proceeded towards the entrance that would take them to the 17th floor. The trek to the next floor was quiet and uneventful. Any monsters that tried to attack them were quickly dealt with by both Belle and Sif, with Lily providing only the bare minimum of help due to the gap in strength. The only thing worth mentioning was a monster party that had tried to ambush them, only for Belle to make quick work of them thanks to his pyromancy. It never ceases to amaze Lily by how strong your magic is, Master Belle, Lily commented as she just witnessed the knight reduce the monster party to a pile of ashes in seconds. So this was the strength of a high-class adventurer. Belle simply shrugs his shoulders, dispelling the flames in his left hand while yanking out his hand axe from the head of what used to be a Minotaur. If the Palam thought the spells he's used so far were amazing, then wait until she sees his more advanced spells. You know, Lily's been meaning to ask. How does Master Belle cast his spells without having to chant? Chant? Belle tilts his head in its usual confused manner. All forms of magic need a chant in order for them to activate, like Lily's Cinderella spell, Lily explained, pointing to the wolf ears and tail on her as an example. Even if no chant is required, a spell still needs to at least be spoken out loud for it to take effect. Yet Lily's never seen you utter a single word whenever you cast your spells. So how do you do it, if you don't mind Lily asking? Chanting sounds like a hassle, the voice in Belle's head commented after hearing Lily's explanation. As usual, Belle ignored it, even if he did agree with it, before answering the Palam. I don't know what to say. I've always been able to cast my pyromancy like this. Pyromancy? Lily repeated, confusion evident on her face. Eventually, the group found the entrance to the 17th floor and continued downward while Belle explained to the Palam what pyromancy is. Pyromancy, as the name suggests, has to do with casting fire and fire-related spells. From where I learned it, pyromancy was considered simplistic, almost primitive, but that doesn't make it any less dangerous. Anyone can learn pyromancy provided they have some attunement for it. Of course, in order for one to cast pyromancy, one first needs a pyromancy flame. A pyromancy flame? Lily repeated, confused. Sif was too if her expression was anything to go by. It's a type of catalyst any pyromancer worth his salt needs. Without it, one wouldn't even be able to cast a simple fireball, Belle explained before summoning a small flame to his left hand as a demonstration. An interesting thing about pyromancy is that it doesn't scale with one's stats. Huh? It doesn't? Lily asked, looking surprised. No. The damage of pyromancies is determined by the spell and the power of one's pyromancy flame, Belle explained. So, the reason why your spells are so powerful is because of... I practiced a lot, Belle said as he looked down at the flame in his left hand as his mind wanders to days long gone. He stood there, staring at the flame in his hands in childlike wonderment. As a boy, he has already dreamed about casting magic from his hands, and now, thanks to the man in front of him, he could do just that. There. Now you're a fully fledged pyromancer, the pyromancer of the Great Swamp said, chuckling at the smile Belle was sporting on his face. I see someone's excited. Now then, let's say we get started right now. Yes. He smiled and nodded, excited for what he was about to learn from his now fellow pyromancer. A wistful smile forms on Bel's face, hidden only by his helmet as he clenched his hand into a fist, extinguishing the flame before looking up. So that's the so-called Great Wall of Sorrow, Lily said as she and the group looked around the area they were in. Unlike the drab stone walls which had been present all the way from the 13th floor, the 17th floor was a single large room about 200 meters long from the entrance to the exit. It was also 100 meters wide and 20 meters tall. All in all, it was the perfect area to fight a boss monster such as a monster Rex. The walls and ceiling were covered in many layers of jagged rocks aside from the one to the left entrance, which was completely smooth to the point it looked unnatural. This place just screams boss room. All that's missing now is a fog gate. Bell again chose to ignore the voice in his head in favor of asking about what Lily had just said. Great Wall of Sorrow. It's something adventurers from long ago called it, Lily explained, pointing over to the smooth wall. The monster Rex sleeps just behind those walls, waiting to be reborn. And once it does come out, it brings despair to those who ventured here unprepared. Basically, the wall represents what separates high-class adventurers from the low-class ones. Is that so? Bell said as he looks up at the unnaturally smooth wall. This is Lily's first time seeing it, Lily said, sweating a little as she stared up at the infamous wall. Lily feels exceptionally smaller than she is right now. True, the smooth wall had an intimidating factor to it, but Bell had seen stranger. If anything, this Great Wall of Sorrow reminded him of a Bam! Master Bell! What are you doing? Lily cried out when Bell suddenly walked up to the wall and punched it. So it's not an illusory wall, Bell mutters to himself, looking at his fist before up at the wall he just punched. He half expected to find hidden messages around here, hopefully none of them relating to or talking about an amazing chest. Again, what are you doing? Lily exclaims as she pulls Bell away from the wall. You can't just go punching this thing. What if the Goliath respawns early or something? You said it wouldn't for a while. It could happen. While it was true that the Goliath wouldn't respawn anytime soon, they were still in the dungeon where anything could happen. Sorry, habit, Bell apologized. What kind of habit makes you hit walls? Lily couldn't help but ask. The same one that has him kicking doors, but Bell chose not to voice that as he instead focuses on getting over to the exit of this floor, something Lily was happier to do as she was the most anxious out of the group with Bell and Sif being completely fine. And with nothing standing in the group's way, it was a simple walk over to the stairs that would lead them to the 18th floor. Let's see what this under-resort is like, Bell thought to himself as he and the group went down, eventually reaching the entrance to the first safety point of the dungeon. Bright. That was the first thing that came to Bell's mind when the group left the stairway. The usual floors of the dungeon were never pitch black thanks to tiny glowing crystals embedded in the walls, thus illuminating the place no matter what time of day it was. It was like leaving a nightlight on during the night. But the second Bell stepped out, it was like he had returned to the surface with the sun high in the sky. Of course, said sun and sky were actually giant crystals mimicking it, as a white crystal in the center acted as the sun while blue crystals surrounding it acted like the sky. Not only that, but from what he could see, crystals of varying sizes decorated the entire floor, with some being smaller than his feet to being as tall as he was and larger. A massive tree was located where Bell guessed to be the center of this floor, as it was surrounded by large forests and lakes. And over to the far east was what Bell guessed to be the city of Rivera Lily had told him about. So this is the under-resort. Lily muttered in amazement. It certainly is breathtaking. Bell said, he too was amazed to an extent, as it felt like they had stepped right into an elven forest. The only one not impressed was Sif, who had passed by this floor long ago in her quest to reach the surface. Lily's heard that some nobles outside of Orario would hire high-class adventurers to take them here just for the view, Lily informed. Really? Bell asked, and the disguised Palom nodded. That's a wasteful use of money. In Bell's mind, if they wanted to see this place so badly, why not do it themselves? Ehehe. Lily let out a weak laugh at what Bell said, though she too shared his thoughts. So, what now? I'm heading over to Rivera, Bell said, turning to leave with Sif following close behind. There's a certain something I'm looking for, and so I'll need information from the people there. Ah! Master Bell, wait for Lily! Lily cried out as she quickly followed after the two. Rivera? Chester? Who's that? By the way, want to buy some weapons? So said an arms dealer. Marvelous. Who? The hell's that? Forget it, want to buy some items. So said a woman selling a plethora of random items. A suited man in a top hat and a mask? I'm afraid I've never seen such a person. The bartender they were talking to laid down a small canteen filled with wine in front of Bell. That'll be 300 valis. Bell remained silent as he gave the man the money before taking the canteen and stashing it away. And Master Bell needs that why? Lily asked, giving the knight a questioning look. Just in case. In case of what? Bell didn't answer as he instead looked around the bar they were in, seeing sulking adventurers filling every table here. The one thing the knight saw that these adventurers had in common was that they were either severely injured or missing limbs. What the heck happened here? Lily couldn't help but ask, noting that some of the adventurers looked to be on the verge of crying. In fact, there was one such man who didn't have either of his legs, much to Lily's surprise and horror. You haven't heard? The bartender spoke up whilst wiping a glass cup clean. Apparently, the main route of the 24th floor is overrun with monsters. No one knows where they came from or where they're headed. Adventurers have already fallen victim. These guys are survivors who managed to escape. I see. Bell said, his tone dispassionate as he scanned the room. Had he been his old self, he probably would have felt something seeing all this. Now, he barely felt anything in front of this depressing sight. Those that were simply injured would recover from this, eventually. But those missing limbs, well, sad to say but their time as adventurers was over and done. Master Bell, can we leave now? Lily asked the knight, starting to feel uncomfortable here. Nodding, the two exited the bar where Sif was waiting for them. Once outside, the disguised Palom let out a breath of relief. Geez, that was heavy, Lily commented before turning to the armored adventurer. So now what do? We keep asking around, Bell said as he and Sif started walking with Lily quickly joining them. Are you planning on asking every person in town? Lily asked as she felt that was something her employer/friend would do. If I have to, the knight said, confirming the Palom's thoughts. You haven't told Lily just who this Chester person is, Lily said, curious as to who this marvelous Chester person was that Bell was trying to find. Someone who is currently in possession of my stuff. Your stuff? Before I came to Orario, I collected a plethora of equipment. Swords, shields, catalysts, accessories, armor sets, and a few things best kept out of greedy hands. Lily felt herself shiver when the knight emphasized the word greedy. He probably didn't mean it, but she couldn't help but feel like the word had been directed at her. Did this Chester person steal from you? In a sense. He's the last person I want to have my stuff with, Bell said. There were a few things in his bottomless box that he wanted to be kept, locked away. And, if you happen to find this Chester person? Lily asked, nervous about the answer. Bell doesn't answer, which only made the Palom more nervous. She opened her mouth to speak again but decided that it was best to stop the questions here. Bell seemed to appreciate this as the tense atmosphere that had been developing faded away as Bell approached a raven-haired elf, raising his hand to get the elf's attention. Excuse me. Bam. It all happened so fast. 1 second the elf that Bell had been trying to talk to suddenly drew a short sword and swung at the knight. The next second, the said elf was now on the ground, having been slammed down by Bell who parried the attack, knocking the sword out of the elf's hands, grabbed said elf by her neck, drew one of his throwing knives out and was now pointing it down in front of the elf's face, ready to take one of the elf's eyes if she tried anything funny. This all happened in the time it took for Lily to blink. Blinking a few more times, the Palom finally registered what had just happened. Master Bell! Lily exclaimed out loud as Sif began growling at the elf that had tried to attack her master. And now, Miss Sif, calm down. Master Bell is fine, see? Miss Filvis. Suddenly, a voice called out as a familiar, to Bell, looking blonde elf ran up to them, pointing at the knight. You! Let her go, you scoundrel! Hi! Bell lifted his head to the new elf, taking a second to recognize the elf as the one who happened to see with Ace when he visited the Loki Familia. Leffy Yavirides blinked as she slowly recognized the knight herself. Wait, you're... Tin Head. Everyone but Bell and Sif jumped at the volume of a second voice speaking. Turning his head, Bell saw none other than Bet Loga stomping over to them, glaring at the armored adventurer. You're, Bet, correct? The knight asked, taking a second to recognize the werewolf. You damn right I am! The werewolf shouted angrily. The hell are you doing here? I was just walking around gathering information, the knight said before using his knife to point down at the elf he was holding down, which made the said elf look warily at the motioning knife. I went to speak to this elf when she suddenly attacked me. So in response, I merely defended myself. She attacked you? Leffy Ya asked, looking confused until winced, seemingly having remembered something. Did you try to touch her? I was going to pat her shoulder to get her attention, yes, Bell said, confirming Leffy Ya's thoughts, who mentally sighed. Master Bell, enough of that. Get off of her, you're making a scene, Lily said as indeed a crowd was starting to form around them. Seeing this, Bell finally moved the knife away from the black-haired elf, Filvis if Bell heard correctly, sheathing it before releasing the elf from his grasp and stood up. The knight offered the elf a hand, but Filvis ignored it as she grabbed her short sword, which had been knocked out of her hands when she lashed out earlier, and picked herself up, moving away from Bell whilst glaring at him. The knight ignored this as he faced the two Loki members in front of him. If you don't mind, I would like to ask some questions, the armored adventurer asked, acting as if what had just happened earlier had never occurred. And what the hell do you want? Bet said, acting rude as usual. We're in a hurry, so move it. It won't take long, I promise. I simply wish to know if your familia has had any progress in locating Chester, the knight politely asked. While it wasn't that long ago that he had visited the Twilight Manor, there was a slim chance the Loki familia may have learned something new. As an undead who's overcome impossible odds and challenges, a slim chance was better than none, so he asked anyway. Hell if I know, Bet rudely replied. Go ask the captain or something. I don't care. Now, move it. With a shout, the werewolf rudely pushed Bell to the side. Hey! Lily spoke up, appalled by the werewolf's behavior, but Bet simply ignored her as he continued on, or at least tried to. Chomp! Yeow! Bet cried out in pain when Sif went and bit the werewolf's tail. Miss Sif! Lily cried out in surprise, wondering just when had the wolf moved away from her. Bet gritted out a curse as he shook the wolf off of him, holding his behind as he glared at the wolf, who glared back, both baring their teeth. Fucking mutt! You wanna go? Sif growled in response as if saying bring it. Sif, stand down, Bell spoke up, getting in the way of both wolves as he motioned Sif to calm down. Sif herself sent a look at Bell, who returned it through the slit in his helmet. With reluctance, the wolf did as told and calmed down, but still openly glared at the werewolf, who returned it. Bell himself, meanwhile, turned to Bet and apologized. Please forgive Sif, she's very protective of me. Bet turned his glare over at Bell, but the knight remained unaffected. Small cracks can be heard as Bet flexed his fingers, looking ready to start a fight until Leffy Ya spoke up. Bet! Leffy Ya cried out, sending the werewolf a silent look which reminded him of why exactly they were here. TCH. Clicking his tongue, Bet relaxed his stance and stuffed his hands into his pocket, stomping away. Bet! Leffy Ya cried out to the werewolf again before sighing and quickly bowing to the knight in apology. I'm very sorry about him. He's, It's okay, Bell said, waving off the elf's concern. Sif was the one who attacked your friend. I should be the one apologizing. He's not really my friend. Leffy Ya muttered to herself quietly. You seem to be in a hurry, Bell said, having noticed the look Leffy Ya gave to Bet earlier. Is something the matter? We're just looking for a comrade of ours, Leffy Ya said before asking, by any chance, have either of you happened to have seen Miss Ace pass by here? The Sword Princess. Lily spoke up. The very same, Leffy Ya nodded. She, tends to come down to the dungeon by herself sometimes, so Bet and I are here to bring her back to our goddess. I see, Bell said before shaking his head to the elf's question. I'm sorry, but Lily and I just arrived in this town today. If Miss Ace were here, she's probably long gone from here. I see, Leffy Ya said, frowning a little. Oi! What's the hold-up? Bet's voice called over to the elf as the werewolf and the elf called Filvis were already ahead of her. Ah! Coming! Leffy Ya cried back, quickly bowing to the knight again before running off to rejoin her party. Bet and Filvis both glared at the knight, the former out of hate while the latter was one more of suspicion before the three soon took their leaves. Lily let out a sigh of relief. Lily never expected to run into Vanargand and 1,000 elves here, especially with the Banshee. Banshee. Bell raised an eyebrow under his helmet as he looked at the palom. The raven-haired elf that was with them, Lily said, talking about Filvis. That was Filvis Shalia, Dionysus Familia's captain. I see. Bell said, looking back in the direction where the trio had left towards. Is Banshee her alias? Alias or titles are a second name given to adventurers once they reach level 2. A meeting of gods and goddesses, called the Denatus, is held once every 3 months where gods come together to discuss recent news and to hand out alias to rising adventurers. An adventurer's alias might even change as they level up again. For many adventurers, an alias, to put it simply, are cool titles and are thus one of many things adventurers are excited to get once they level up. I wonder what kind of alias would the gods give us if Hestia announced our current level? The voice in Bell's head spoke. As always, Bell ignored him, though he'd be lying if he said he wasn't at least interested in what sort of title he could have. One thing's for sure, he did not want to be known as Bell the Chosen Undead. He had no love for the title, and to know that the name was literally on his back displeased him greatly. No, it's more of nickname actually, Lily said, looking left and right before explaining. Apparently, everyone that's been in a party with that elf has all ended up dead. Really? Bell asked and Lily nodded. Whether the trouble came from within or without, she's the only one who survives. Lily's heard that she's a survivor of the 27th floor nightmare. Nightmare? Lily's not surprised that you haven't heard of it. It happened 6 years ago when Evilus was still around. Evilus? Bell tilted his head, letting Lily know that he was confused. Master Bell, you don't know about Evilus? Lily asked, surprised. When the knight shook his head, the palom was even more surprised. Lily is surprised. She didn't think there was anyone in Orario who doesn't know about Evilus. Just what is Evilus? Bell asked again. It's not really a what, but a who, Lily said before explaining. Evilus was a radical group led by gods who craved chaos and threatened Orario after the Zeus and Hera familia weakened in power and were subsequently exiled from the city. It was weakened by the efforts of the guild along with various familia, such as the Loki familia, until it was finally defeated years later. So a bad familia, Bell said, summarizing everything he had been told. Basically, Lily said with a shrug before continuing. Their notoriety is still well known to this day, and out of all of their atrocities, the 27th floor nightmare was the most horrific. What happened? Bell asked, curious. False information was leaked to the guild about strange activities happening down in the dungeon. Adventurers were sent to investigate only to be led into a trap as Evilus members sacrificed themselves to lure massive packs of monsters to them. It was a massacre. While Lily had been young when this incident occurred, just hearing the story about it was enough to send shivers down the palom's spine. So Miss Filvis is a survivor of that incident? Bell asked, which Lily nodded in response. According to other adventurers, she came back to town looking already dead, walking around as if trying to look for her dead allies. After that, any party she joined got wiped out at some point. It was like she was cursed. One party took a wrong turn in the dungeon, another fell victim to a gimmick, and another had a falling out. No matter what, she's always the lone survivor. Rumors about how she's bad luck spread, and Lily's heard that even her own familia avoid her like the plague. Thus people began calling her the solo, party-killing fairy, Banshee. Bell had no words to speak. Being left behind and abandoned, the elf known as Filvis Shalia experienced it in the worst possible way. And for it to happen multiple times, Bell did not believe in such nonsense, preferring to see things with his own eyes, but he couldn't help but pity the elf, and relate to her to an extent. It's probably best that we don't get involved with such a person, Lily said, adjusting her backpack before taking out a watch to check the time. So, what should we do now? Keep asking around about this Chester person or head back up? Master Bell. Lily looked at the knight in confusion as Bell had gone silent. Something's not right, Bell thought to himself. The elf earlier, Lefia, had said she and Bet were looking for their friend, Ace. If it was just the two of them he would have paid it no mind, but after being told about Filvis' status, the fact that the Loki members were with such a person just to look for their friend caught Bell's eye. Lily. Why yes. Lily jumped when Bell suddenly spoke up. You still have those weapons with you, right? The ones from Iclo's familia. Lily left them back at her safe house, she said, wondering why was the knight asking about them now. I'm going to need them for a bit. Hi. Asfi. Take a look at this. A black hair, brown-eyed, and light brown-eared Chianthrope by the name of Lolun Lui called out to her leader, having found something. Down on the 24th floor, a party consisting mostly of Hermes' familia members stopped walking as Lolun showed them what she had found. What in the... Asfi al-Andromeda, alias, Perseus, captain of the Hermes familia, and one of Orario's most famous item makers let out a gasp of surprise as before her and her party was a wall made entirely out of plants. A wall? It looks to be made up of plants. This thing doesn't show up anywhere on the map. Lolun said, holding the said map in her hands. The party had followed the path north making no wrong turns, and yet here was this mysterious wall that seemingly reached up as high as the floor ceiling. Eyeing the wall blocking their path, Asfi turned to the only person who wasn't a part of her familia. Sword Princess, have you seen anything like this in the deep floors? This is my first time seeing this as well, Ace said, having never seen such a thing before either. Raising her right hand up to the wall, Ace was surprised to feel what felt like a heartbeat from the plants that made up the wall. It's alive! Ace thought as an ominous feeling overcame not just her, but to the entire party behind her. They could tell that whatever lied behind this wall was bad news. Lolun, are you sure this is the correct path? Asfi asked the Chianthrope, checking to see if they had mistakenly taken a wrong turn somewhere. Why yes. I picked a path with a straight shot to the pantry, Lolun said, double-checking the map in her hands before looking back up at the wall blocking the way. This thing shouldn't exist. Humming to herself again, Asfi quickly made a decision. Falger, Thane, take the others and split into 2 groups. Look into the other paths, but don't go too deep in. Report back the instant anything seems amiss. Falger, a Wertiger, and Thane, an elf, both nodded at their orders. Then I'll... Hold it right there, Ace was interrupted by one of the Palom twins, Pak was his name. I know you're strong, but would you stop trying to show us up? We've got our own way of doing things, got that? Oi, you don't need to be so harsh, Lolun said. She's right, Pak. You shouldn't talk like that, the other Palom twin and older sister, Pot, said before turning to Ace. You've been so nice to spearhead the group for us, so you should get some rest, even if it's only a little. Plus, we wouldn't want to argue later over who gets all the loot, right? You guys just shut up already. Hee. Hey, let's go. Falger called out as the group split up. Ace didn't say anything as she drew her sword out and damaged the walls next to her. It was a common trick all adventurers knew. Monsters are born from the dungeon's walls, this was common knowledge. If a wall is damaged, it will regenerate in time, however, monsters will not be born while the walls are regenerating. By exploiting this does this allow adventurers small breaks inside the dungeon. Hey, don't let them get to you, Lolun said, thinking that the blonde swordswoman must have been hurt by the twins' attitude. We're terribly sorry, Nelly, a human in charge of the rear guard apologized before taking out a stamina potion and offering it to the sword princess. Would you like a potion? Ace shook her head, having no need for the potion. Ever since leveling up, Ace made sure to see how much her body's changed. After dealing with the monsters that were crowding the main route of the 24th floor, Ace was able to see that not only were her strength, speed, and defenses increased, but also her senses and stamina. Suffice to say, she was quite pleased with the results. So that's what it is. Asfi said, suddenly speaking, which got the attention of the others. Asfi. Such a huge gathering of monsters, I don't think this is the dungeon suddenly spawning many monsters at once. What do you mean? Lolun nervously asked. Hungry monsters will gather at pantries from all over the floor, but if the entrance to said pantry was blocked, what do you think that horde would do next? Head for a different pantry, Ace said, realizing what Asfi had figured out. That's right. What's been going on for the last few days isn't a mass outbreak of monsters, but rather, a migration of monsters. The monsters unable to enter the north pantry were forced to travel to the remaining 2, leading them directly to the route main used by adventurers. This is the most logical explanation. While only a theory, I believe our investigation into the surrounding area will confirm my suspicions. And just a few minutes after she said that did the other members of the party return and told Asfi of their findings. So all the other entrances are indeed blocked, Asfi said, her suspicions confirmed. But Asfi, Lolun spoke up, looking up at the wall before them. If your explanation is right, then what's on the other side of this thing? Just as Asfi had theorized, because the way to the north pantry had been blocked, mass hordes of monsters were forced to migrate, which led to them taking the main route adventurers took, causing small casualties. However, like Lolun had pointed out, if the pantry had been blocked, the question remained just what lied beyond the ominous wall. Such a question caused some of the parties to start sweating in anxiety. We'll find out when we go inside, Asfi said, adjusting her glasses before pointing over to what looked like a sealed entrance. That thing over there looks like a door, but it doesn't seem it'll open for us. Shall I cut it? Ace asked with a small glint in her eyes. You're really all brawn, aren't you, Sword Princess? Asfi couldn't help but comment. Why not have Meryl do it? Pak suggested, which Asfi agreed to. Very well. I would like to see how it holds up against fire, Asfi said before turning to another Palom much like the twins but was dressed in a witch hat and robes. Meryl, magic please. Should I make it a big one? Yes. With a long chant. The Palom nodded before getting off of her friend, Dodon, and soon began chanting a spell. Seeing a fire spell being cast, Ace couldn't help but think to herself. I wonder what he's doing right now. And be he Ace meant one Bell Cranel. Just seeing the fire spell being cast brought to mind the strange armored adventurer and thinking back to his equally strange magic. What was the knight currently doing? Was he crawling through the dungeon much like she was right now? Or perhaps he was doing something else unrelated to the dungeon. Why am I even thinking about him? Ace thought to herself. The only thing that connected them was the knight's gauntlet which she had returned days ago. So why had she thought of the knight the second she saw fire? Was it his strange magic? Or perhaps Meryl has the development ability Mage. Ace was brought out of her thoughts by Pak suddenly speaking up, making small talk as they all waited for the Palom to finish her spell. Don't see that every day, do you? A Palom who's an upper-class magic user. She's guaranteed to have a bright future. Talented, unlike us. I'm sure you figured it out by now. Pot and I are the only LV2s in the vanguard. Ace awkwardly responded, not knowing what to say. You're an open book. Trying to be all careful and stuff around us for no good reason, Pak said cynically. But from now on, if you're gonna stick close to anyone, switch to Meryl. Unlike us, she's a precious Palom that can't be replaced. Though she ain't as impressive as that captain of yours. You know Finn. There isn't a Palom who doesn't. Puck absent-mindedly kicked his mace as he talked. I don't know what kind of talent he was born with, but he goes and appoints himself Palom hero? Nobody asked for one. Making others think Paloms can do anything if they tried, doesn't that make it seem like the rest of us haven't tried at all? Do you hate Finn? Ace asked, a bit unsure. Pak didn't say anything at first, making Ace think she made the Palom angry. Before the swordswoman could offer an apology, Pak opens his mouth to speak. Boom. Only to get cut off as Meryl had finished her spell and set it off, creating a hole in the wall big enough for everyone to walk through. Let's go, Asfi said as she took the lead. All units, maintain formation. Seeing that the time for talk was over, Pak hurried on over to take vanguard along with those of the same position. Ace watched the Palom go before she followed after the group through the hole in the wall. What awaited her and the rest of the part was a cave of greenery. The ground felt like stepping on patches of grass and dirt while the cave was illuminated by strange-looking flowers that decorated random spots on the wall. I've never seen anything like this, Jose, an animal person with raccoon ears and a scar over his right eye, said as he and others looked around them with uncertainty. These fleshy walls, it's like they're coating the dungeon, a cat person by the name of Tabitha commented as she pinched a section of the wall. Ace kept to herself as she surveyed her surroundings with suspicion. She and everyone already knew that there was something wrong about this place, and that feeling only increased as they all continued forward. Wah! Galmith, a human donned in full armor reminiscent to a turtle shell, cried out, causing everyone to turn around to see the hole which they came through had closed up. The wall. Calm down, Asfi said. It's not as though we've lost our escape route. All we have to do is open up another hole. Those words got everyone to calm down a little. True to Asfi's words, all they needed to do was make another hole to escape through, which meant they weren't trapped. Hey, mind if I say something creepy? Lolun spoke up as she stomped on the ground. What if these wiggly, twitchy, gross walls are really part of some monsters? The Chianthrope gulped at this part and started to sweat. And we're just walking deeper into its stomach. Hey! Cut that out! That's no joke! And so on were the reactions of others who were only stopped by Asfi yelling, quiet! After that freak-out episode, the party continued on, making sure to stay close and in their respective positions as they surveyed their surroundings. Eventually, the group came to a stop at a forked road. Ace said as the path before them had split off. Lolun, Asfi turned to the Chianthrope, who shook her head. It's not on the map, Lolun said, double-checking the map in her hands before shaking her head again. Which means our pre-existing maps won't be much use anymore, Asfi concluded before addressing the Chianthrope again. Lolun, start mapping. You can make one as we're moving, right? No problem, Lolun said, stashing away the map in her hands before taking out from her bag some paper and pen and immediately got to writing as the group picked a path and got moving. Curious, Ace went over to Lolun's side and peeked to see the Chianthrope's work. Amazing! The swordswoman praised the Chianthrope. You can make maps? You think so? Lolun said, blushing a little at the praise. I'm happy that you praised me, but don't forget that I'm a thief. Ace hummed to herself as looked at the map Lolun was drawing and checked to see the path they were currently on to compare. How do you know which way is which? Magnetic compasses don't work in the dungeon. This one's here got a nice little trick. Before Lolun could explain herself, a human by the name of Keeks stepped in, leaning on Lolun much to her annoyance. She's a living compass. She knows which way is which no matter where she goes. Observe. Suddenly, without warning, Keeks spun Lolun around until she stopped and pointed at north. She then spun and pointed at two different directions. South. East. Wow! Ace said, impressed that the girl could tell which way is which. Bonk! Stop messing around! Asfi exclaimed after bonking on the heads of both Lolun and Keeks. Shaking her head and recovering, Lolun continued explaining to Ace. I keep myself aware of which way's north and draw a map in my head as we move. As long as I'm not stuck out at sea on a cloudy day or carried off somewhere blindfolded, I'll never get lost. It's not all that hard. Anyone could do it with a little practice. I can't. Me neither. That skill's pretty much useless in the regular parts of the dungeon, you know. I often explore shady ruins outside of Orario with Lord Hermes. Lolun exclaimed before turning back to Ace while placing down a crystal she bought from the 18th floor to use as a landmark. Anyway, my maps are simply improvised sketches. The ones the guild hands out have better info and are a lot more accurate. Ace nodded at that. True to Lolun's words, the guild does indeed sell maps, having amassed a large dictionary of map data. The reason adventurers nowadays can venture into the dungeon without constant trouble is thanks to pioneers dating back to ancient times who continuously challenged the unknown labyrinth to gather that information. With the exception of cartographers, the vast majority of adventurers lack the capability to draw their own maps in this era. That is to say, modern adventurers, including Ace herself, very rarely face the actual unknown. I see, so this is. Ace thought to herself, coming to a realization. The 24th floor was normally a place Ace could easily solo on her own, but now was not the case. It had now become a place where adventurers stronger and smarter than herself could easily lose their lives. In short, she and the rest of the Hermes Familia were now exploring an unknown labyrinth completely blind where death could be waiting for them at every corner. As of right now, they were venturing with their very lives on the line. It's a very scary place, ain't it? Ace nodded, admitting that this place was indeed scary, a feeling shared by the other members of the party. You just might die here. I might, but I won't, Ace said. There was a very good chance that she might die in this unknown labyrinth, but she also refused to die here. After all, there was still so much she had to do. With feelings of I might die here and I refuse to die here etched in her heart, Ace advanced deeper into the labyrinth. Wait a minute, Ace thought to herself, realizing something, who was talking to her. Turning her head to the right, the blonde swordswoman was met by a smiling face next to her. Hello there. Biting down a cry, Ace jumped back as did the rest of the Hermes familia who finally realized that they weren't alone and quickly reached for their weapons. Now, no need to get your panties in a twist, the mysterious smiling man said. No, wait, he wasn't smiling, rather the man was wearing a mask depicting a smiling face. Who are you? Asfi said, brandishing a dagger at the masked man who didn't seem the least bit threatened despite being surrounded right now. Who am I? The masked man pointed to himself as if checking to see if the woman was referring to him. Who is but the form following the function of what I am is a man in a mask. I can see that, Asfi said while the rest of the party looked at the man in confusion. Of course you can. I'm not questioning your powers of observation, I'm merely remarking upon the paradox of asking a masked man, who he is. You're dodging the question, that won't work. I am not trying to dodge your question, I merely think you have bigger concerns than trying to find out who I am. Asfi raised an eyebrow at that. And what would that be? The masked man simply pointed up and said, look up. At this did everyone raise an eyebrow at him in confusion. But Ace, she was the first to take notice. Above. She shouted, prompting everyone to look up and gasp as snake-like monsters with the heads of a Venus flytrap and manes of flower hung right above the entire party. And despite having no visible eyes, these monsters, Velas as the Loki familia has labeled them, looked hungry. Everyone! Prepare to fight back! Asfi shouted her orders as everyone soon got into their respective positions as fast as possible. What are these things? One of the party members shouted as vines shot out from the Velas, raining down whip-like attacks onto the party. Don't use magic! Ace shouted over as she charged into the fray. Physical blows won't work. Attack with blades. Gah! A pained cry caught Ace's attention and she turned to see one of the Palom twins, Pak, getting knocked over by one of the vine whips. Immediately, she moves into to help, but... Stay back! Pak shouts over to the sword princess, glaring right at her to not get involved. And Ace. Dash. Slice. Does just that, slicing vines that were attempting to attack Marin and Dodon. Are you okay? Ace asked and Marin nods her head thankfully, a bit flustered. Lolun. Asfi shouts over to the Chianthrope as they were both being chased by a small pack of Velas. I want to make sure, are there magic stones located inside their mouths? Yes. Yes, they are. Now hurry up and do something. Lolun cried out as she ran away in fright, past trauma fueling her legs. That's what I'm doing, Asfi said as she took out small glass vial from her pouch and threw out back at the Velas whereupon contact exploded, taking out most of the Velas chasing them. Burst oil. In short, they were carefully handcrafted hand grenades made with materials found outside of the city. Made by Asfi herself, they were liquid explosives using obia flare plants found around the volcanoes at the northern edge of the continent as a base. Only Asfi can create these scarlet bombs, as far as anyone knows. How they work is that when the glass case shatters and the contents are exposed to the air, they detonate. Each small vial is powerful enough to annihilate monsters from the middle floor levels. Their magic stones are located deep within their upper jaws. Asfi shouted over to the entire party. Form teams of 3 or more, then engage. You got it. Keeks sent Asfi a 2-finger salute and a wink as he and Lolun chose to provide support for Falgur who was now armed with a sword and shield. Lolun, you deal with those vines. I'll keep the main body in place, Falgur shouted over the two, facing a Viola head-on. Keeks, you aim for the magic stone. Focus. Doing as told, Lolun was a blur to the naked eye as she used her short sword to cut the vines trying to attack them while Falgur held his ground against the Viola's main body, using his shield to keep the monster's jaws from chomping down on him. There was a visible struggle as the Wurtiger kept the monster's mouth open, revealing the magic stone located in its upper jaw and giving Leeks the chance to throw a stone hard and fast enough to destroy the stone, killing the monster. Heh! Now, how's that for control and stone-throwing skills? Keeks smiled to himself, gloating a little. Soon enough, with every member working together, the number of Velas grew thinner and thinner until there was only one left with both the Palom twins taking it on alongside a well-built woman by the name of Ilili. Just a little more, Ilili said, armed with 2 great shields as she stood in front of the twins. Both of you, fall back. However, to Ilili's surprise, Pak broke away from the group and charged straight at the viola. Hey! Pak! Hey! Why the heck did I charge? Pak thought to himself as he leaped forward, mace drawn back as he stared down the jaws of the viola. Why? Why, oh! Do you hate Finn? It's all because of her, hey! Pak thought to himself, thinking back to the question the Sword Princess had asked him. Does he hate the Palom who stood out amongst all other Paloms? Does he hate the Palom who was over twice his age? Does he hate the so-called hero of the Palom? Does he hate braver Finn? Braver my ass! Yeah, it's all his fault, Pak thought to himself, literally in the jaws of the enemy as his mace was the only thing keeping him from being viola food. Reaching behind him, the Palom draws a dagger, though for someone his size it may have been a short sword to him. Time after time, he keeps lighting a fire in my heart. Does he hate Finn? The answer, no. He absolutely respects him. So how can I just sit back and watch? Pak cries out to himself as he thrusts the dagger forward, destroying the viola's magic stone and causing it to stop moving. Quickly, the Palom jumps out of the dying monster and rolls on the ground a few times before coming to a stop as the viola he just killed disintegrated into ashes. Pak! Pak cried out in worry for her twin brother as she and everyone else hurried over to the reckless Palom's side. Both Pak and Pot are members of the vanguard by their own choice. Asfi started talking to Ace as they made their way over to the Palom twins. In order to grow faster, they're willing to take the risk. Are you okay? Anything broken? Pot asked as she helped her brother up. That was way too reckless. I'm fine, Pak insisted. And don't you all come over here, it'll make me look uncool. Hi. Ace noticed something, the dagger the Palom was holding, it looked familiar. That dagger. It's a replica, Pot said. My little brother here got one made just like Bravers in celebration of ranking up. Drives me crazy. Pak spoke up, sighing a little. Nobody asked him, but at some point, he became a hero for Paloms everywhere. Ace spoke up, careful with her words. Would you like me to introduce you to Finn sometime? Both the twins looked at Ace in surprise. Pot was starry-eyed while Pak's face became flushed. No. Not yet. Pak said, looking to the side to hide his flushed face. I still haven't done anything worth his attention. But, I wouldn't mind getting something like his autograph. He. Pak was snapped out of his stupor by the sounds of his fellow familia members smiling at him. Why you all? Stop staring! Pak exclaimed, waving his dagger around as everyone simply ran away smiling and giggling. Clap, clap, clap. A slow, echoing clap drew everyone's attention as they all turned to see the mysterious masked man, who had gone completely forgotten during the fight, leaning his back against the wall and clapping at them. Bravo! Good show, yes, good show! The masked man said as he continued clapping. With the fighting now over, Ace and everyone else finally got a good look at him. Besides the top hat and smiling mask pointed out earlier, the man was well dressed, wearing a black high-collar duster coat over a suit with a cape over the shoulders. There was a rose popping out from his right breast pocket, though it looked to be fake. Multiple belts were wrapped around a pair of black pants as what appeared to be crossbow bolts were tucked away in custom-made holsters wrapped around the legs. Wait a minute, Ace thought, something clicking in her mind when she took in the masked man's appearance. Wasn't he? You, Asfi spoke up, unknowingly interrupting Ace's thoughts as she and the others immediately put up their guard again, pointing their weapons at the man who didn't seem the least bit threatened by them. If anything, despite the mask covering his face, he seemed amused. To see that Finn has such a fan, it seems the old squirt's managed to achieve his goal. Good, good. The masked man said, speaking mostly to himself. Ace raised an eyebrow at this, noticing how the masked man referred to her captain in a familiar tone as if personally knowing the Palom. Are you the one behind all this? Asfi said while pointing her dagger at the man. The appearance of those violas coinciding with this man's appearance was timed too perfectly, leading the woman to believe the man was somehow involved behind this strange labyrinth. However, much to the surprise of everyone, the masked man started chuckling as if being told a good joke. What's so funny? Pak shouted. What's funny is that you think I have anything to do with all of this, the masked gestured to the area around them. In truth, I'm just as clueless as you people are. I knew the dungeon tended to be strange, but a radical change such as this is completely new to me. Things certainly have changed since I've been away. If you're not involved in this, Ace spoke up, interrupting the man's musing. Then who are you? Who am I? The man said, tilting his head playfully and pointing to himself. For a second, Ace thought the man was about to play word games with them again much like he did earlier. Screech! When suddenly, a viola suddenly came down from above, having hidden in the shadows this entire time. Quickly, everyone moved to intercept as the viola targeted the masked man who did nothing and continued to just lean on the wall. But then... bam! It all happened so fast, even for someone like Ace. In 1 second, the masked man kicked the attacking viola right in the jaw, actually sending the plant-like monster flying back despite Ace's knowledge that blunt damage was ineffective. Slam! In another second, the masked man went and grabbed the viola by its jaw and pulled down, slamming the monster down to the ground hard enough that the impact echoed throughout the labyrinth. Placing one foot on its bottom jaw, the masked man then grabbed the upper jaw and pried open the monster's mouth. Right. With seemingly no effort whatsoever, the masked man then used his free hand, reached inside the monster's mouth, and proceeded to rip out its magic stone, killing the monster. All of this, plus the earlier actions, was all done in 3 seconds flat. You missed one, the masked man pointed out as he held the viola's magic stone to his masked face. Unlike a normal magic stone which was usually purple with a reddish-orange hue at the center, the magic stone in the man's hands was yellow with a blackish hue at the center. I don't remember magic stones looking like this, the masked man said to himself, examining the stone in his hand before noticing the flabbergasted looks everyone was sending him. Oh! Forgive me, you wanted to know my name, yes? Putting the strange magic stone in his pocket, the man tipped his hat at the party and bowed. I have gone by many names and titles in the past, but if you must call me anything, then please call me, Marvelous Chester. Grace 12, Marvelous Chester, Vendetta. Dungeon, 24th floor. Shoot, Sniper of the Fairies. Penetrate, Arrow of Absolute Accuracy. Arc's Ray. Shwoom. A beam of light shot forward and destroyed the charging monsters coming from behind. With the back covered, Leffy Ya quickly ran back in order to catch up with the rest of the group. Up ahead, another group of monsters consisting of hobgoblins, dragonfly-like monsters known as Gunlibelula, and lizardmen all armed with natural weapons. The first two were no problem as Bet was a blur, killing the first two monsters before they knew what hit them. As for the lizardmen, Phylvis faced them all on her own, fighting back with her short sword while at the same time chanting a spell. Sweep, Holy Staff of Crushing Evil. Deai Othersos. From a short staff held in the right hand of the black-haired elf came forth golden lightning which took the head of one lizardman. The last two had their throats sliced open by Phylvis's short sword, ending the fight in a matter of a single minute. All right, the coast is clear. Let's get moving, we're almost to the pantry, Bet said as the group resumed moving, completely unaware that they were being followed. So that's how magic is cast here, Bell thought to himself as he hid in the shadows despite his armor. For the last hour, the armored adventurer had been following the trio, discovering that the 24th floor was indeed flooded with monsters. Of course, thanks to his stealth skills and his half-clean armor masking his scent, he had gone undetected. Chanting like that seems like a hassle. Also, why did that Leffy Ya girl just stand there instead of moving around like the black-haired one? The voice in Bell's head commented. Bell, as per usual, ignored it as he figured the Loki elf wasn't as skilled as the black-haired elf. It took him quite a long time to move around while casting sorceries himself. But now wasn't the time to get caught up in memories. With the unusual influx of monsters on this floor as well as the rush the trio seemed to be in, Bell concluded that something was happening down here. And as someone who had grown to dislike being uninformed about the world around him, he was going to find out what was going on. Much like every problem he tackled, Bell was going to remain focused, allowing nothing to distract him from. Bling! From the corner of his vision, Bell noticed something sparkling under the artificial lighting of this floor. It was a creature whose body was made up of stone and had a noticeable huge crystal on its back. Bell blinked his eyes, recognizing the creature, and found himself staring at it in disbelief. It was a crystal lizard. Shing! Is something wrong? Leffy Ya asked Bet, who suddenly stopped running and looked behind them. The werewolf narrowed his eyes at the path behind them but could not see, hear, or smell anything unusual. Must have been my imagination, Bet said as the three resumed running, completely unaware of Bell beating the crystal lizard to death with the end of his sword behind a bush as the voice in his head kept screaming and repeating kill it. Had Bell's helmet been off of him, one would have been greatly disturbed by the expression on the undead's face. Marvelous, Chester. Asfi repeated as she and everyone stared at the masked man who chuckled at them. Yes, that is my name, the newly introduced Chester said, tipping his hat back up. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Hermes Familia. How's old Pan doing? Still getting into trouble with that god of yours? Pan. Asfi raised an eyebrow at that as did the other members of her familia. It took the blue-haired woman a second to realize who Chester was talking about before narrowing her eyes at him, almost glaring at him. Pan, as in, former Captain Pan Flock. Former Captain. Chester raised an eyebrow under his mask before realizing what Asfi was saying and sighed. Ah, he passed away. Shame, I quite liked him. I still owed him a drink. You talk as if you knew him, Asfi said while trying to figure out who this man was and how he knew the former captain of her familia who had passed away 10 years ago. Of course I knew him. He and I were old drinking buddies, Chester said, chuckling as he seemed to be reminiscing before he gazed at Asfi from top to bottom. Despite the mask covering his face, many felt the man's expression matching his mask. And judging by how you talk, I'm going to guess you're the new captain. I must say, Hermes' taste in women sure hasn't changed while I've been gone, not that I'm complaining of course, far from it. Asfi felt her eye twitch as she quickly realized that the masked man was, how did Hermes say it, checking her out. Before she could say anything though, Ace suddenly stepped forward, her sword still pointed at Chester. Who are you? She demanded. Chester in response tilted his head which, to her confusion and displeasure, strangely reminded her of Belle. Did you not hear me the first time? I said I'm. That's not your name, Ace interrupted the masked man, slightly glaring at him. That name belongs to Loki's first child, my senior. Loki. Chester turned his full attention to Ace as if fully registering her presence for the first time. Then, surprising everyone, he started laughing. Oh ho ho! I thought I recognized that scent of yours. You're from Loki's familia. My scent? Wait, do I smell like Loki? Ace blinked dumbly before suppressing the urge to shiver as she made a mental note to take a long bath when she got back home. Well, Loki must have scored lucky if she has someone like you in her familia. Yes, very nice. Ace felt her eye twitching at the masked man checking her out now. Yet, to her confusion, despite the fact that the masked man was the one speaking, she felt the inexplicable urge to stab Loki instead. How is that fox-eyed redhead doing? Still skirt chasing after elves and anyone with a decent butt and rack? Chester asked as he started walking over to Ace. You didn't answer my question, Ace said as she stopped the masked man from going any further, placing her sword right at his neck. Now, no need to get violent. I've been completely honest with you from the very beginning, Chester said as he placed his right forefinger on the tip of Ace desperate and pushed. Guh. Ace let out a grunt of surprise as she found herself pushed and stumbling back. Quickly regaining her footing, Ace looked up at Chester in surprise who laughed at her. Enough! Asfi cried out as she, Falgar, and Jose all held blades at Chester's neck who didn't seem the least bit bothered at the fact that his neck was surrounded by sharp steel. Since asking about your identity is getting us nowhere, I'll instead ask this, what are you doing here? You say you have nothing to do with what's happening right now, but your appearance here makes me think otherwise. Oh come now, does this look like the face of a liar? You're wearing a mask, Lolun pointed out. Aren't we all? Chester said as he leaned against Dodon. Wait, what? Everyone turns in surprise to see Chester right next to the masked item carrier. Looking back to where Chester was previously, Asfi and the others found that the spot Chester was previously standing in was now empty. I mean, look at this guy, Chester pointed at Dodon, patting the masked man on the back. I can't even tell if this guy is a human or something else. Are you a dwarf? Perhaps some sort of cow person? Would explain the horns on your head. Get away from him! Asfi exclaimed as Ace was the fastest to react, reaching towards Chester in order to grab and restrain him, yet her hand caught nothing but air. Now, what did I say about getting violent? Chester said, appearing behind the Palom twins, surprising everyone again at how he seemingly just appeared behind the twins when he wasn't even close to them. I couldn't see his movements. Ace thought to herself in disbelief. She was LV6 and yet despite her increased stats she could not perceive Chester's movements. There were no sounds, no indication that the masked man had moved at all. He had moved in the literal blink of an eye. Just who is this man? Everyone thought as they stared cautiously at Chester, who seemed amused by their reactions. Should you all really be staring at me like that? I mean, I'm quite flattered, but we're about to have some company, Chester said as he pointed over to a forking path as emerging from both pathways were more villas. TCH. Everyone, get into formation. Asfi quickly threw out instructions, choosing to prioritize their survival over Chester. They're coming from behind too. Lolun shouted as from behind the group came more villas. Soon enough, the group found themselves surrounded by 3 different sides. Analyzing the situation before them, Asfi moved over to Ace to give her assigned task. Sword Princess, can I ask you to take care of one side? The blonde swordswoman was the strongest person in their group, proven by the fact that before coming here Ace had taken care of a monster horde single-handedly. If they were to survive, they had to divide their work accordingly. Understood, Ace said, accepting her task with no protest. Glancing over at the man claiming to be Chester, he was nowhere to be seen. What? Where did he? Focus, Sword Princess! Asfi shouted, making Ace focus back on their current situation. Wherever the masked man had run off to, it was none of their concern now. Right now they all had one job to do, survive and find out the source of this labyrinth. Let's go! Asfi cried out as the group broke off into different groups, with Ace being noticeably alone to face her side of the villas. As Ace came to a stop to face her enemies, her eyes widened in surprise before she jumped forward, leaping past the villas as strange, reptilian-like pillars suddenly rained down from above, killing the villas attacking her and almost squashing her had she not moved. Getting up, Ace soon saw that the pillars had formed a wall, cutting her off from the rest of the party. I was separated. Seems that way. Ace jumped before turning to her right, where standing right next to her was Chester. She quickly jumped away and pointed her sword at him, but the masked man seemed more interested in the pillars cutting her off from the rest of the party. I must say, I do not remember the dungeon acting like this at all. How curious. Chester seemingly finally noticed Ace and the way she was looking at him. Oh come now, don't look at me like that. I had nothing to do with this. I don't believe you, Ace said, slowly circling around Chester in case he tried to move. You're too suspicious. Well, I am wearing a mask. I'd have to question your sanity if you didn't find me suspicious, Chester said, laughing at Ace's attempt to gauge him. But rest assured, I mean you no harm. Ace stopped circling Chester, not because of what he said, but because of a new presence in the area, one that she was familiar with. Our guest, on the other hand, seems to have quite the interest in you, Chester said, looking over Ace's shoulder to see who had arrived. It was a well-endowed pale-skinned woman with short red hair and green eyes. She wore a red leotard-like outfit with red sleeves and boots, and light purple leggings and bracers. A tattered black cloth hung around her waist and seemed to imply that her outfit may not have been hers originally. Well, what do we have here? Chester said, whistling as he checked out the red-haired woman, much to Ace's annoyance, who had the unexplainable urge to stab Loki again. Why hello there, madam. May this kind, masked gentleman here ask thee for thy name? To think you'd come of your own accord. Oh, you're ignoring me. But this is just what I wished for, the red-headed woman said, sending an expressionless stare at Ace. Long time no see, Arya. Arya. Chester raised an eyebrow behind his mask before turning to Ace. I thought your name was Ace. What are you doing here? Oh, you're also ignoring me. Who knows? The redhead replied back. Then, what is this place? Did you make it? Ace questioned the red-haired tamer while at the same time preparing herself for a fight. You don't need to know, the redhead replied, cracking her neck a little. There's someone that wants to meet you. You're coming with me, Arya. I'm not Arya. Arya is my mother. Stop speaking nonsense. There's no way Arya could have a child. But it doesn't matter if you aren't her, with an audible crack of her fingers, the red-headed woman plunged her hands into the ground, seemingly grasping something. I was only told the name Arya. Over and over she told me she wanted to meet Arya. As I obediently searched around, I finally found you. Ryep. With a sound akin to tearing flesh apart, the woman pulled out an unnatural-looking single-edged sword from the ground. A natural weapon. Ace thought in slight surprise before raising her desperate in front of her. I'm taking you with me, the redhead woman declared before charging towards Ace. Clash. Off to the side, Chester looked between both women fighting each other, having no trouble tracking them as he moved his head back and forth to follow the fighting. After a few seconds of watching, Chester came to a conclusion. Well, I can clearly see you two are busy. I'll just mind my own business and take my leave from here, Chester said as he did just that. He noted how both women didn't seem to hear or even notice him anymore, too engrossed in their fighting. Chester couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Even after all these years, it's still hard to find a decent woman to talk to. Or perhaps my communications skills have grown rusty. Chester shrugged his shoulders as he continued walking down the unknown labyrinth, the sounds of fighting growing quieter and quieter the deeper he went until the only thing he was hearing were his own steps. Now then. Reaching into his coat pocket, Chest pulled out the strange, richly colored magic stone he had torn off from the monster he had killed earlier. What are you? PSSSSSSSSSSSST. Chester raised his head, hearing something that sounded like a whisper. He stood still, seemingly doing nothing until... Oh! Chester's expression started matching the mask he wore, grinning at the news he just received. So, he's finally made it down here. It's about time. I expected him sooner given his capabilities. Oh well, better late than never, as they say. Now then, how should I, Just as Chester was about to formulate a plan in his head, he noticed a light up ahead. Curious, the masked man continued forward and saw. Well now, what do we have here? Abandoned church. I can't believe this. Lily flinched at the loud volume Hestia screamed before looking down in shame. Lily apologizes. She has no excuse for her mess up. I gave you one job and you blew it. Hestia screamed, red-faced with both anger and frustration. How could let him out of your sight? Lily looked away for just a second and then he was gone. I didn't even hear him move. He was wearing full body armor, how could you not hear him? I don't know. Maybe he's part ninja or something. Ugh. Hestia groaned as she dragged her hands across her face, her frustration increasing. Looking around, the goddess then noticed something. Where the heck is Sif? She's back at the dungeon, Lily answered. You mean Belle took her with him? Hestia asked. If that was the case, then maybe she didn't have to worry too much. Sure, Sif was a monster who seemed to hate everyone but Belle and she had the vague feeling that there was more than meets the eye with that wolf, but there was no denying that the canine was loyal to the undead. So long as Belle wasn't alone then all was good. Well. Oh come on. Hestia screamed in her mind, trying very hard not to explode again as to hear what the Palom had to say. Master Belle didn't take Miss Sif with him. But you just said she was in the dungeon, Hestia pointed out. Lily said she was at the dungeon, Lily said, emphasizing the word at. Miss Sif is at Babel Tower sitting right next to the entrance to the dungeon. Lily thinks Miss Sif is waiting for Master Belle's return as she refused to move anywhere. You mean she's still over there? Hestia said as she looked out a window to gaze at Babel Tower and the setting sun in the distance. She wouldn't budge no matter what Lily did. Ugh, this just what I needed. Hestia sarcastically groaned, running her hands across her face again and feeling very tired all of a sudden. Lily doesn't think it's that bad, Lily said. I mean, this is Master Belle we're talking about. With how strong he is, I'm sure he can take care of himself. Can't argue against that, Hestia muttered, knowing full well just how strong Belle was. Despite her worries, Belle was strong enough to venture into the middle floors of the dungeon solo. And after all the tales he's told her of his exploits so far, she couldn't imagine anything posing a challenge to her child. Yeah, he'll be fine. I mean, what could possibly happen to him? Oh fuck me. Dungeon, 24th floor. Fwoosh boom. An explosion of fire easily blew a hole into the wall of the labyrinth. Not minding the smoke one bit, Belle stepped into the unknown labyrinth, looking around curiously. What is this place? Bell thought to himself as he walked forward, taking note of how rough the ground felt underneath his boots. It was like he was stepping over fresh dirt covered in moss. Something tells me this isn't usually something that happens in the dungeon. Bell mentally nodded with the voice in his head, coming to the same conclusion. Of course, considering said voice was a figment of his imagination, he shouldn't be that surprised that they were sharing thoughts. Perhaps he should talk to someone about this? Storing the thought away for another time, Bell began walking as the hole he made began to close up. He wasn't worried about not being able to get out, already knowing that he could just make another hole if he wanted to. But right now, he had to focus on finding the group he had lost during his rush to kill the Crittle lizard. It had dropped a chunk of Titianite, so he didn't regret his decision one bit. Perhaps I should have brought Sif with me, Bell thought to himself as he came upon a fork, facing two tunnels that both lead to who knows where. Had he had his faithful companion with him, she'd have been able to track them Bet's group via smell. But seeing as Sif was still somewhat uncomfortable with being in the dungeon, the wolf hid it really well, but Bell had a keen eye for spotting things. He'd decided not to drag the monster canine down here with him as an act of kindness. Well, guess I should go with my gut, or what's left of it anyway, Bell thought as he was about to take a path. Caw! When the sound of a cry started him, making him instinctively reached for the broadsword that used to belong to one of the men that had tried to use Lily to ambush him. Looking for the source of the cry, the sound of flapping wings reached Bell's ears and he looked up to see a crow flapping its wings in the air above him before descending down towards him, landing on an outstretched hand offered to it. The crow caught again and Bell instinctively held out his free hand to the black feathered bird, who reached for something under its wing and dropped it into Bell's hand. This is... Bell blinked as he stared at the single piece of valise in his hand. Blinking again, the undead looked at the crow in realization. You're the crow from the church. Caw! It cried out before flapping its wings again, taking to the air. Flying over to one of the paths, the blackbird flew around it for a while before flying through it, cawing a few more times in the process. I think it wants you to follow it. Something wrong? I don't like this, Bell said before following after the crow. Something about this seemed fishy to him. This crow seemed more intelligent than it seemed, and it had given him a valise coin, no doubt in exchange from when he gave it a magic stone yesterday. Exchanging items with a crow. You. Give me, warm. Give me, soft. It's just like Snuggly, Bell thought, remembering the talking crow back in the Undead Asylum. He never actually met the bird face to face, having only heard its voice whenever he went to trade something with it. Could this crow perhaps be related? Caw! The crow's cry echoed from the path it took, crying as if to beckon him to hurry. Still somewhat suspicious of the bird, Bell did what he always does when faced with the unknown. He drew his sword and advanced forward. Boom! Not even a second later, when he stepped into the chosen tunnel, did the wall to his right exploded as someone came crashing through it. Damn it, Revis cursed under her breath as she picked herself up, holding up her weapon, which showed clear signs of damage as the blade had chips of varying sizes. Had enough. From the newly made hole in the wall stepped out Ace, brandishing her sword. Her figure was slightly banged up, but compared to Revis, who had cuts all over her, the sword princess was in better condition and showed who was winning the fight. Miss Ace. Hearing her name from a familiar voice, Ace blinked in confusion before turning to her left to see Bell staring at her and Revis, his face covered by his helmet, as always. Bell. Ace blinked in both surprise and confusion. What was he doing here? Meanwhile, Revis looked between Ace and Bell and soon figured that the two were friends, or at least acquaintances. Seeing as how she was slowly, much to her anger and frustration, losing to Ace, the red-haired tamer leaped towards Bell in order to use him as leverage against the blonde swordswoman. Ace clearly saw this and quickly moved to intercept the woman. As for Bell, who now had two women charging straight at him, he did the first thing his instincts told him to, raise his shield. Lolun, get away! Boom! Thane. An explosion. Kaneseki. These guys are suicide bombers. To say the situation was getting out of hand would be an understatement. It was complete and utter chaos. After the Hermes group had been separated from Ace, they had no choice but to continue forward without her after dealing with the Velas. After some time they had finally reached the pantry, only to find it had been taken over by a sort of parasitic plant monster. Quickly figuring out that this was the source of the labyrinth, the team went to investigate only to find that a group of Evilus members was occupying the floor. Under Asfi's orders, they had attempted to capture some of the Evilus members only to find that each and every member had straps of kanseki, an item dropped from the monster flame rock that explodes when exposed to fire, wrapped around their waist. And with tears in their crazed eyes. Boom boom boom. The members of Evilus rained suicide attacks onto Asfi's team, shocking them with this unbelievable act. Forgive my sins, Sophia. Reina, clear my department with this. Oh, Julius. Boom boom boom. One by one, Evilus members were shouting random nonsense before they pulled the plug, willingly ending their own lives in an attempt to weaken the Hermes group who could nothing but retreat lest they caught in the ensuing explosions. Comrades! Do not fear death. Our desires lay beyond them. Far in the back, another Evilus member wearing a darker coat cried out towards his comrades, arms spread out as if to preach to all that could hear him. Show your devotion to our God. Boom. They're shouting the names of gods, no, the names of people. Asfi thought, trying to quickly process what was going on right now. Is this what their God desires of them? Are they showing their devotion through their own deaths? She's heard how some people were completely devoted to the gods they served and had sometimes seen for herself how unusual they expressed it. But this was beyond comprehension. Just what are we fighting against? Asfi muttered, sweating due to how chaotic it was below her. You're fighting crazy people, obviously. Wah! Thinking that an enemy had snuck up on her, Asfi drew her knife and swung to her right only for a hand to grab her arm, stopping her attack as the blade of the knife stopped right at the neck of. Now, no need to be so jumpy. It's just me, Chester said, chuckling at the blue-haired woman. You? Yes, me. Marvelous Chester, remember? We met not too long ago, Chester said, releasing Asfi's arm before turning to look down at the chaos below them. I must say this is quite the sight. All those men and women willingly killing themselves. It's absolutely horrendous. Yes, magnificently so. Mwahahihihi. You're laughing. Asfi said, seemingly appalled by Chester laughing at all this chaos. Why shouldn't I? Can't you hear them? Spouting complete nonsense before they blow themselves up. Why, I can't see how one couldn't laugh at something like this, Chester said, chuckling again only to notice Asfi glaring at him. What's wrong? Why so angry? No, don't tell me, you actually care for those broken people. We need those people alive in order to figure out what is going on here, Asfi said, still glaring at Chester. And besides that, the loss of life is no laughing matter, especially something like this. My, aren't you the model student? Chester said in a mocking tone before pointing to his left. By the way, you might want to look behind you. Raising an eyebrow in confusion, Asfi followed his finger and gasped when a group of Veelas suddenly appeared from behind their position. I suggest you start running, Chester said before he took off, leaving Asfi behind. Wait, Yuka! Asfi grunted as she quickly moved out of the way of an incoming Viola before quickly shouting over to the others. Falger! Hearing his captain, the War-Tiger quickly turned and brought his shield up in time to block an incoming Viola. He breathed a quick sigh of relief only to gasp when the Viola snatched up an Evilus member who screamed as the Viola's teeth stabbed into him. They're attacking indiscriminately. You gotta be kidding me! Lolun exclaimed as the Viola turned around and headed straight for them only for the Evilus member in its mouth to detonate his Kanseki bombs, blowing up and killing the Viola as it crashed right in front of the group, throwing them back. Ow! Some of them groaned as they picked themselves back up. Fuck, do they not care about how they die so long as they damage us? As if to answer them, from the smoke came more Evilus members who all attacked as some of them were caught by more Veelas in the process. Yet those attacking Lolun and the others didn't even seem to mind or register what was happening. They're insane! Lolun exclaimed as she and the others drew back from the chaos before them. This is bad, Asfi thought to herself, analyzing the situation before her. In addition to the suicide attacks coming from Evilus, they now had to deal with indiscriminate attacks coming from the Veelas. Once again, things were in total chaos. They can't turn around and retreat as that would be showing their backs to their enemies. However, the man in white, Asfi thought, spotting a white-haired man garbed in white and covering his face with a bone mask. The way he moved before the Viola's appearance most likely meant that he was a tamer controlling the plant-eating monsters. While it's absurd, to Asfi's knowledge, to try and tame such a number of giant monsters, everything up until now seems to have been because of the White Tamer. Which means, Falger, take over as commander. Gather everyone and endure their attacks. Asfi quickly said as she ran past her comrades, making a feeling towards the White Tamer. If he was the leader behind all this, then surely taking him out will end all this. Miss Asfi. Hearing her name, Asfi glanced behind her to see Keeks following right behind her. Please allow me to support you. I'm counting on you, Asfi said, much to Keeks' surprise, who thought she would deny him. Yes. Keeks replied with a big smile and blushing cheeks. Careful now, monkey. Your face will get stuck if you smile that hard. Hi. Hearing a voice next to them, Asfi and Keeks turned to their left to find Chester running with them backward. You! Keeks exclaimed until he realized what Chester had just called him and turned red. Hey! Who you calling a monkey? Well, I mean, your sideburns are quite long and those ears of yours are just so big. It's enough to make me want to grab and twist them like some old nanny, Chester said, looking ready to do just that. Why are you here? Asfi intervened, sending a questioning look/glare at the masked man. Well, I figured since all the action's happening right here I should get a closer look to enjoy the show, Chester said. Is this all just a game to you? Asfi said, really starting to dislike Chester's non-serious nature. A game? Please, if this were a game I'd be participating and having fun, Chester said. No, this is half-time entertainment for me. Entertainment? Keeks exclaimed, appalled by this hat-wearing masked stranger. Ignore him, Keeks. Focus on the enemy. Asfi shouted as the two, plus Chester, were approaching enemies. Leave it to me. Keeks said, focusing on the situation while also trying to show as he grabbed throwing stones from both his pouch and from the ground and began throwing them at the Evilus members coming towards them. Ga. Ak. Guh. Do not falter. The Evilus commando shouted to House subordinates. It's just a thrown weapon. There's a limit, Ga. Idiot, Keeks said, smiling smugly as his thrown stone hit the commando. This is the dungeon. There's no way I'd run out of throwing stones. Seriously? Stones? Chester commented, unimpressed. You really are a monkey. You shut up. Like you could do any better. Oh please, Chester took out a throwing knife which had a rose-shaped mold at the end of the handle. All it takes is one. Both Asfi and Keeks didn't even have a chance to blink as Chester's arm blurred before a loud scream drew their attention. Embedded into the head of an Evilus grunt was the knife Chester had been holding half a second ago. Not only that, but the grunt had accidentally pulled the string that detonated his Kanseki bombs. As his whole body exploded, the explosion caught two other members that had been standing next to the grunt, and the fire from the explosion set off their Kanseki bombs. Soon enough a chain reaction went off as multiple explosions occurred right in front of Asfi and Keeks as they and Chester now had a smoke-filled clear path towards the Evilus commando. To say Asfi and Keeks were impressed was an understatement. And that's how it's done, Chester said, his tone bragging as Keeks' jaw dropped in disbelief. All my men. The Evilus commando muttered in disbelief at how quickly his men had been dealt with so easily. The commando couldn't even grunt out a pained cry as Asfi had run up and slashed his neck before running off ahead, leaving the commando to choke on his own blood. He dealt with all those men with just a single knife, Asfi thought, glancing back at Chester with newfound caution. The level of skill it would take anyone else to accomplish what he did, and yet he made it seem so easy. Just who was this masked man? No, I can't focus on that right now. What I need to focus on. Asfi turned her sights on the White Tamer, her knife held at the ready. Is to take him down. You should have let yourself be eaten by the Violas, the Tamer said as vines suddenly erupted from the ground in front of Asfi. Kill her. Guh. Asfi grunted as she was forced to quickly jump to the right, dodging the vines which stabbed into the ground behind her. You move well, adventurer. Or should I say Perseus? The Tamer said, speaking Asfi's alias. Nevertheless, Deai. Just as he said that did another Viola appear right in front of Asfi, leaving her no way to dodge due to the distance between them. However. Talaria. Fwoosh. The viola chomped down only to bite into thin air. Confused, it looked around until the sound of flapping wings drew it and everyone's attention as they all looked up and froze. Why? Because their Asvi was, up in the air as a pair of 4 wings sprouted from her sandals. To the disbelief of many. She's flying. An Evilus member said in utter disbelief. Chester let out a whistle through his mask as he looked up at the spectacle flying above him. Well now, aren't those a fine pair of wings? You made me use this. Now I must dispose of you, Asvi coldly said as she reached into her pouches and threw out handfuls of burst oil. Oh crap! Keeks exclaimed as he quickly dived out of the way. Oh, dear, Chester said as he too moved out of the way of what was about to occur. Crack boom! The second the glass bottles holding the burst oil broke, explosions go off, completely enveloping the Violas below and killing them. The white tamer quickly had a few nearby Violas circle around him in order to protect him from blast, and Asvi took this chance to fly around behind him before diving down towards him. I have you now! Asvi shouted, thrusting her dagger towards the tamer's back. Grab! What? Asvi gasped in surprise as just when her dagger was about to plunge into the tamer's back, said tamer turned around and grabbed her weapon with his bare hands, barely bleeding from grabbing the blade. Asvi quickly tried to pull away but found that the tamer had an iron grip on her weapon. Humph! With his other hand, the tamer grabbed Asvi by the collar of her cloak and threw her over his shoulder, slamming her hard on the ground. What strength! Asvi thought, gritting through the pain as she quickly got up and flew back to create some distance. However, the second she blinked, the tamer was gone from her sight. What? Where did he? You forgot something. Stab! Asvi's breath was caught in her throat as pain flared up from her stomach. Feeling blood rise up into her mouth, Asvi looked down to see her dagger stabbed right through her stomach. Behind her and the one holding the dagger was the white tamer himself. Miss Asvi! Keeks, as well as the other members of the party, all cried out in horror. Oh, stabbed by your own weapon. I know the feeling, Chester commented before Keeks suddenly ran off to save Asvi. Ah, monkey, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Ah! Asvi let out a choked noise as she felt the blade of her dagger move up, making her wound bigger and worse as blood started rising up into her mouth. I know full well how tough you adventurers can be. You'd normally recover easily from this, the white tamer said as he continued to drag the dagger upward until it reached Asvi's chest, causing her to scream out in pain. There, this should prevent you from recovering quickly. However, you won't die from this. Bastard! From the smoke still left behind from Asvi's burst oil, Keeks jumped out and threw something at the tamer holding up his captain. Get your dirty hands off Miss Asvi! Boom! Whatever Keeks threw at the tamer blew up into smoke the second it struck him, causing him to let go of Asvi and stumble back holding his face. Miss Asvi! Hearing her name, Asvi gritted through the pain and looked up to see Keeks holding up the modified high potion she had given him earlier today. Please! Use tea! Violas! Pears! Before anyone could even blink, a vine erupted from under Keeks and stabbed straight through his chest. The entire Hermes Familia felt their hearts stop at the sight of their friend whose body was held up by the vine going through him, and they watched with horrified eyes as the vine threw Keeks' body away like a ragdoll where it struck a nearby cliffside before falling to the ground, lifeless as blood spilled out from the hole in his body. Keeks. Struggling through the pain, Asvi desperately called out to her injured party member. With a wound such as that, his chances of surviving were GH. Gritting his teeth and fighting through the pain and blood, Keeks pushed himself up and lifted up the potion in his hands. Seeing what he was trying to do, Asvi shook her head. Keeks, no. Forget about me. Use it, on you, hurry. Don't say that, Keeks said even as his lungs were damaged and blood spilled from his eyes. This'll only save one of us. Keeks. Please, Miss Asvi, take tea. Squash. That's enough out of you, the tamer coldly said as he stomped down on Keeks' head, smashing it as if it were watermelon. Keeks. Asvi screamed in anguish as the potion Keeks was about to throw over to her rolled uselessly on the ground, stopping too far away for Asvi to grab. However, while the potion was too far away from Asvi to reach, it instead reached the feet of one marvelous Chester. Sigh, I tried to tell him, Chester sighed as he bent down and grabbed the potion Keeks had sacrificed his life to try and give to Asfi. Poor man died as he lived. A fool. The tamer said, turning to Chester. Oh yes, quite so, Chester said with a small laugh, earning a glare from Asfi. However, as it turns out, I'm rather fond of fools. Woman. Asfi blinked as Chester went and tossed the potion over to Asfi. Drink that. You. As if I'll let you, the tamer said as he dashed over to Asfi, moving faster than anyone in the room, except for Chester. Pow. Guh. The tamer let out a surprised grunt as he was suddenly kicked back by Chester, who lowered his leg and stood right in front of Asfi. Now, don't be rude. The man you just killed gave his life for the woman he loved. It's one of the few better ways for a man to die, and we should respect that. Who are you? The tamer demanded, brushing his chest as he faced the masked man. While he didn't show it, Chester's kick had actually hurt him. Forgive me for the late introductions. I am Marvelous Chester, Chester introduced himself, tipping his hat to the tamer. Pleased to make your acquaintance, whoever you are. Chester? Never heard of you. Well, that's no surprise considering I've been gone for quite some time now. I'll have you know that I'm actually quite famous. I don't care, the tamer bluntly said as he dashed up to Chester and threw a punch towards his masked face. Grab. Behind his own mask, the tamer's eyes widened in surprise when Chester went and caught his fist with no signs of his strength damaging him. He threw his other fist at him only to get the same result, as Chester now had the tamer by both hands. To the tamer's further disbelief, Chester began pushing him down until he was on his knees. He's stronger than me? Impossible. The tamer thought to himself, trying to overpower and push back Chester, but it felt like he was trying to move the ground itself, completely useless. Now, why in such a rush? Chester said in a mocking tone. Why don't we take this time to get to know one another? As I said already, I've been away for quite some time, so I would like it if someone could catch me up on what's been going on lately. You'll help me, won't you? Why, you. Gritting his teeth, the tamer threw his head forward, trying to headbutt Chester's masked face. Kick. Only for his attempt to earn him a boot to the face. And to the shock of everyone here, Viola's included, Chester had kicked the tamer so hard that he rocketed upwards and crashed up into the ceiling of the floor. And considering how high said ceiling was, quite a lot of jaws dropped at Chester's feet. I didn't think he'd fly up that high. That doesn't usually happen to most people I face, Chester said, looking up to where he kicked the tamer before shrugging his shoulders. Guess I don't know my own strength. Wah. Asfi, Haven drank the high potion and mostly recovered from her injury, stared at Chester in shock. The display of strength he just showed off was unlike anything the blue-haired captain had ever seen. She couldn't help but think to herself, what is he? Boom. Suddenly, a wall a distance away blew up, snapping Asfi from her thoughts as everyone turned to see pieces of Viola's flying, having been sliced up by something. Then, stepping out the newly made hole in the wall. Huh? Who the hell are you guys? Bet said, stepping on the head of a dead Viola as both Lefwia and Filvis stood behind him. You know, for a second there I thought he had finally arrived, Chester said. Haven expected someone else to show up before turning to Asfi. Friends of yours? No, Asfi shook her head, finally healed enough to get back up to her knees before looking over at Bet's group. But, that's Vanargand and Thousand Elf of Loki Familia and Menades of Dionysus Familia. Oh? So they're part of Loki's Familia too? Chester said, looking over at Bet and Lefia to get a better look at them while completely ignoring Filvis' presence. That werewolf's giving off the vibe of a bad boy, and that elf's pretty cute, very easy on the eyes. I can see why Loki added those two into her Familia. What is this place? Lefia wondered out loud, scanning the situation before her. She and the others had found a trail of crystal shards and followed it thinking it would lead them to Ace. But not only was their missing teammate not here, they had stumbled upon what seemed to be a very serious situation involving several forces all jumbled together. Hey, Bet spoke up to Lefia. I'll buy you some time. Get rid of those man-eating flowers in the meantime. Lefia nodded as she started gathering magical power. A bunch of Violas soon flew towards her, attracted to her magic, but were stopped by both Bet and Filvis, who protected the elf from harm. An Evilus member tried to kill them by running up and pulling the plug on his bombs, but Bet kicked the grunt up into the air right next to other Velas where he then promptly exploded, killing the Velas closest to him. No way! One of the Palom twins muttered in disbelief at what Bet just did. The feeling was shared by everyone else except for Chester, who laughed and clapped at the display. Falling like rain, burn away the savages. What magic power! Meryl thought, shuddering under how much magic Lefia was displaying. Compared to her, the elf was a monster. Everyone, take cover! Under Meryl's warning, everyone quickly ran for cover as those bearing shields raised them in order to protect themselves from the incoming rain. Fusillade Fall Arika! Finishing her spell and speaking its name, Lefia raised her staff as balls of flaming light gathered above the elf before they all became beams of light, bombarding the whole field and killing every Viola in it while remarkably not killing any of the Evilus members despite how destructive the elf's spell was. At the sight of this destruction, Chester laughed even more. Ha 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 ha! Marvelous! Simply marvelous! Chester exclaimed, clapping at the destruction brought upon by the elf. You've picked up quite the interesting children while I was away, Loki. What's with this guy? Asfi thought as she stared at Chester, weirded out by his antics. Hey! Bet shouted, marching over to where Asfi and Chester were as the werewolf, with the other two elves following close behind, glared at the latter. You in the mask, are you behind this weird labyrinth? Me? Chester pointed at himself before shaking his head. Oh no, I have nothing to do with this. He's the one behind all this. Chester pointed his thumb over at an empty spot, except a second later it was empty no more as the tamer Chester had kicked earlier had finally come down and crash-landed, kneeling and glaring over at him. Good to see you finally decided to come down. How was the upper floor? Chester asked the tamer mockingly. You. The tamer heatedly glared at Chester as his mask was beginning to crack, threatening to break any moment. So yeah, go beat him up, Chester said, pointing Bet over to the tamer. Oh, and before you ask, marvelous Chester at your service. Don't tell me what to do, Bet said, already not liking the masked man until he noticed something. Wait a sec, what did you just call yourself? Marvelous Chester, he repeated. I've been introducing myself a lot today. Guess that's what happens when you meet a bunch of new faces one after another. Marvelous Chester, you're the bastard Loki told us to look out for, Bet said, glaring at Chester as he lowered his stance and held up his dual blades. Lefia did the same, holding up her staff in front of her. Oh? Loki's been looking? Marvelous! Instead of being intimidated like Bet and the others had expected, Chester spoke joyfully, which threw the group off balance. Hey, after you deal with the old geezer, could you be a good boy and deliver a message to her for me? That'd be great. Is he treating Bet like a dog? Lefia thought as the way Chester was acting towards them weirded her out. Are you treating me like a dog? Bet said, unknowingly echoing Lefia's thoughts. Well, you are part canine, aren't you? Chester pointed out before snapping his fingers in realization. Oh! Do you need a treat first? From the looks of it, you must have rushed down here in a hurry. Unfortunately, my furry fellow, I do not have any bones on me. Chester then paused for a sec before checking the inside of his coat. At least, I don't think I do. You. A visible vein could be seen on Bet's head as he glared murderously at Chester, causing Lefia and some of the others to move slightly away from the angry werewolf. Yet, despite Bet's anger, Chester's mannerism was reminding him and Lefia of their goddess for some reason. Enough! An angry-filled shout brought everyone's attention back to the tamer, who seemed to have enough of Chester's antics as he waved his arm forward, summoning a group of Velas behind him. Velas, kill them all! TCH! Bet clicked his tongue as he and everyone were forced to dodge out of the way. Chester, by far the calmest person here, called out to Lefia while pointing over at the new Velas. Elfie! You missed a few. Excuse me! Lefia exclaimed, appalled at what Chester had just called her. Focus! Bet shouted over, slashing the charging Velas as he advanced towards the tamer, making him top priority over capturing Chester, promising to deal with the smiling masked bastard later. We'll keep the stragglers busy. Asfi said as she and the other Hermes party members kept what remained of the Evilus grunts occupied while Bet's group dealt with the tamer. Adventurers, one after another. The tamer grumbled as he faced the werewolf head-on. Bet was the first to attack, swinging his twin swords at the tamer who ducked under them before getting behind the werewolf. He drew his hand back, preparing to stab Bet, but was quickly forced to raise his guard as the werewolf swung his right leg back, hitting the tamer's arm and forcing him back slightly. "He's fast," the tamer noted as the spot Bet had kicked steamed a little, showing just how much power Bet had thrown in his kick. "He's hard," Bet thought in contrast, noting how his foot felt like it was kicking a wall of hardened stone rather than flesh. "Vanargand, I see, the Loki familia, is it?" the tamer said, realizing who Bet is. "Did you come following the Sword Princess? What did you do with Ace?" Bet demanded. "My comrade is attending to her," the tamer said, smugly smirking. "She's probably getting tortured right now, after having her arm severed or something like that. Guh. The tamer quickly raised his arms as blinding speed slashes sliced his arms. He looked up at Bet in surprise, shocked that he had suddenly gotten faster. "I'll kill you," the werewolf stated as he glared heatedly at the tamer. Bet. Leffia stepped forward to help, only to be stopped by Filvis. "Don't rush out, Miss Virtus," the black-haired elf said before pointing forward. To their eyes, as well as everyone of a similar level, the fight between Bet and the tamer was moving at a speed that made them hard to track. "What speed? So this is how strong first-class adventurers are," Filvis said in slight awe. Yawn. A sudden yawn came from Chester, who stood right beside the elves, surprising them both as they had not heard and sensed him coming anywhere near them. "Oh, I'm sorry, did I surprise you? Forgive me, it's just that this fight is taking longer than I thought it would," Chester said as he looked over at the fight between Bet and the tamer. Despite the mask covering his face, Leffia could somehow tell that the man appeared, to her astonishment, bored. "Just who is this man? There's someone who's fighting evenly with Bet, yet he looks so unimpressed," Leffia thought, staring warily at the masked man who seemed to be growing impatient with the fight going on before them. Heck, he was even starting to tap his foot. "Okay, this taking way too long," Chester said before turning to Leffia. "Oi, elf girl, go help him." Excuse me. "Do not talk to Miss Virtus that way," Filvis said, standing in between Leffia and Chester, only for the latter to suddenly grab her face and push her away as if she were unimportant. "Miss Filvis." Leffia turned to her fellow elf in concern, only to be stopped when Chester suddenly started poking her forehead. "Wah dash! Hey! You're a Loki Familia member too, aren't you? Hurry up and assist your comrade. How can I help when I can barely even follow them?" Leffia exclaimed, slapping away Chester's finger only for him to flick her head. "Ow! Quit your whining. You're an adventurer, aren't you? Use that brain of yours, or is your good looks the only thing you have going for you?" Wyu. Leffia, annoyed and angry, turned away from Chester and looked over towards the battle before them, holding her staff in front of her. For some reason, despite her anger, she felt oddly motivated. Chester's words had struck at her insecurities, and she wanted to prove him wrong, that she was more than a pretty face who stood on the sidelines. "Miss Filvis, please protect me," Leffia said as she started summoning forth magic. After picking herself up, Filvis nodded and, after throwing a glare at Chester, stood in front of Leffia protectively. "Velas!" Suddenly, the tamer shouted, and a few seconds later, a small group of Velas sprouted from the floor ceiling and attacked Bet, forcing him away from the tamer. "These little unleashed streak of light, bow limbs of the holy tree!" Leffia began chanting the second she saw the new Velas. Knowing that they were attracted to strong magic, she planned to use herself to draw the Velas away from Bet. However, forget the girl. Kill the werewolf first. At the tamer's command, the Velas ignored the elf and went back to assaulting Bet, surprising both elves. "Damn it!" Filvis cursed as she quickly raced to aid the werewolf. "You are an expert of the bow. I have no choice but to keep chanting," Leffia thought. While she was surprised that the Velas had ignored her, she couldn't simply just stop the spell she was preparing. Luckily for her, she had decided to use her signature spell, though how much help it'll be will have to wait, as she scanned the battle, trying to think of what she should do when she completed her spell. "And it's not like this man is helping anytime soon," Leffia added in as she glanced over at Chester, who continued to just stand and watch things play out. From the way he crossed his arms and quietly hummed to himself, it was like he was silently judging them how they fought. And for some odd reason, it reminded Lefia of her captain whenever he was supervising new members of the Familia. Sweep, holy staff of crushing evil. Filvis began chanting as she aimed her staff at the tamer, attempting to help the werewolf. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Chester suddenly called out to the black-haired elf, but it was already too late. Dio Thyrsos. The elf shouted as from her staff came a blast of gold lightning. While the spell was able to kill the Velas surrounding the tamer, the man himself forced his way through the spell to the elf's shock and disbelief. Too weak. The tamer exclaimed as he kicked the black-haired elf away before jumping after her. Raising a hand, the tamer went to finish the elf off. Die. Shit. Filvis cursed in her mind, having no way of evading this attack. She was really going to die if she didn't do anything. Her mind raced 1,000 miles, trying to come up with some way to dodge or at least minimize the incoming damage. Kick. Until the elf found herself kicked out of the way by none other than Bet, rescuing her from her death. However, even with this success came a new problem. Shit. Now I can't dodge. Bet thought as his outstretched leg was now in the path of the tamer. As one of the fastest adventurers in Orario, Bet's legs were his ultimate weapon. The tamer himself knew this as he smiled wickedly and brought down his hand onto Bet's leg. Kick. Only to be kicked in the face by, to Bet's surprise, Chester, whose kick was so powerful that it sent the masked tamer flying back and crashing into a distant wall so fast that even Bet himself had trouble tracking the flying tamer. Elf girl! Chester shouted over to Lefia, who had been slightly stunned by what Chester has done as well as how fast he moved. At the sound of his voice did she shake herself from her stupor and knew exactly what the masked man wanted from her, her instincts taking over her further actions. Shoot, sniper of the fairies! Penetrate, arrow of absolute accuracy! Arc's ray! Quickly finishing her chant, Lefia wasted no time firing it towards where the tamer had been kicked towards. An explosion of dust and flying rocks seconds later showed that her spell had hit its target. Over with Chester, Bet, and Filvis, the elf pushed herself back up to her feet while the werewolf was busy throwing a glare at Chester, who was dusting off his gloved hands. "Why'd you help me?" Bet asked, confused as to why the masked man had stepped in and saved him from what would have been a debilitating injury. "The better question is," Chester began as he turned to the werewolf. "Why didn't you kick him?" "Hi. The masked tamer. You do realize you could have kicked him away in order to save the black-haired elf instead of doing what you just did, right?" "Fuck you," was Bet's reply as he vainly turned his head away in order to hide how red his face was, realizing that he could have done what Chester just told him. A tsundere response. "You're definitely one of Loki's," Chester said, chuckling in amusement, which just made Bet redder, though from anger this time than embarrassment. Looking over towards his right, Chester checked to see how Asfi's group was faring, and it seemed like they were just about done, taking down any remaining stragglers. "Looks like they're just about done over there." "Humph. I guess weaklings are good for something," Bet commented before looking over towards where the tamer was, smoke still obscuring his figure. However, Bet frowned when he felt his wolf ears twitch, picking up the faint sound of moving. "Oi!" Chester turned to the werewolf. "Yes. How hard did you kick that bastard?" "I used half of my strength." "Why?" "I simply wanted you and your comrade to be the ones who finished him off. After all, what kind of senior would I be if I hogged all the experience and left my juniors in the mud?" Chester said before looking over towards where the tamer was as the smoke was starting to dissipate. "Although, it looks like the elf girl's magic wasn't enough to kill him." Lefia looked over towards Chester and Bet, having heard what they had said, before looking over towards where she blasted the tamer. Even if she wasn't as strong as her familia's vice-captain, her magic wasn't something to scoff at. She actually took a bit of pride knowing that she was one of Orario's strongest magic users. And yet... Close, but I'm afraid it was a futile effort. After all, my body that is loved by her wouldn't break from something like this. From the smoke came the masked tamer, except Chester's previous kick had utterly destroyed it, allowing everyone to finally see what the tamer looked like as his yellow-green eyes glared from under his long white hair. Everyone but Chester gasped at who they saw. "It can't be." Asfi's eyes widened in disbelief at who was standing before them, her mind trying to figure how this man was here. "Vendetta, Olivas act." "Who?" The tension was almost broken by Chester's innocent question, causing a few members to nearly trip and fall due to how ignorant he sounded. Vendetta, Olivas Act, Lefia spoke up, explaining to Chester while never taking her eyes off the man before everyone. He was a member of Evilus and the one behind the 27th floor nightmare. 27th floor nightmare? What's that? Again, the tension was almost broken by Chester's question, causing the elf to almost trip and fall. You don't what that is either. I've been away from Orario for quite some time, so forgive me if I'm ignorant to a lot of things, Chester said with a small shrug of his shoulders. Olivas Act was a member of Evilus, Asfi spoke up, taking over the explanation as she stressed the was part. He was chased by adventurers and was eaten by monsters. His death was confirmed when all they could find was his lower body. So then, what's a dead man like him doing here? Bet said, glaring over at Olivas who smiled smugly, taking joy at their confusion. Could he have been alive all this time? Lefia guessed. No, I did die, Olivas said as Lefia's magic attack had destroyed everything but the lower part of his clothes, revealing all the injuries he had sustained thus far, healing to the disbelief of many. If that wasn't shocking enough, with only rags covering his lower body, everyone got a good look at his chest and legs. The latter's skin was yellow-green like his eyes, appearing reptile-like, while the former, which had been carved open courtesy of Lefia's earlier attack, displayed a rich-colored magic stone embedded inside. His wounds are healing without the use of healing magic. Not to mention those legs and that richly colored magic stone in his chest. Beads of sweat dripped down from Lefia as she tried to comprehend what she was seeing right now. And because of her confusion, she couldn't help but ask. What are you? Olivas smiled at that as he gestured to himself and over to the remains of a viola. Human, and monster. I am a supreme being with the powers of both. A hybrid between a human and a monster. Lefia thought, covering her mouth as the very thought of it made her sick. Don't fool around. Lolun suddenly shouted. A remnant of Evilus is now half monster and playing tamer? How many adventurers do you think died because of you guys? Even Keeks. Don't group me up with garbage such as them. It's outrageous to be considered the same as those who are being played around with by the gods. And on top of that, being lumped into the same category of the child's play that is taming. Olivas said as he grabbed the viola remains and lifted it above his head. The violas and I come from the same origin as her. The monsters obey me as her agent. This labyrinth is a plant. With the viscum parasitizing the pantry and mass-producing violas, this is a midway point for lower floor monsters to be born within the higher floors where we will eventually transport them up to the surface. A monster giving birth to other monsters. Asfi thought in disbelief as she looked up at all the tiny sprouts hanging from the ceiling, now realizing that they were really unborn violas. Whatever was doing this was unlike any monster anyone's ever encountered. And that wasn't all. As far as Asfi knew, the dungeon was the only womb for monsters, a fact the gods have all confirmed to be true. And yet, this man is trying to destroy that fact. Asfi thought as she glared over at Olivas. Why? Why are you doing this? Olivas smiled evilly as he bluntly announced, to destroy Orario. What? Asfi exclaimed, a feeling shared by everyone here, except for Chester who just yawned in response. Do you realize what you're saying? Orario is a lid. It's the only thing preventing monsters from reaching the surface. If it's destroyed, the surface will. Of course I do, Olivas interjected. In order to grant her wish, I will destroy this city with my own hands. Can't you hear her? She's saying she wants to see the sky. She yearns for it. Since she longs for it, I will gladly sacrifice myself for the cause. That bothersome city should be destroyed and she should rule the surface in place of the foolish humans and the useless gods. Only I, who was chosen by her, can realize her. Stab. HRK. Before the hybrid could continue on, a rose-tipped knife suddenly found itself stabbed right into the man's throat, surprising everyone at how it just suddenly appeared. Upon recognizing the knife, Asfi turned towards Chester whose arm was stretched out, showing that he was the one who had interrupted Alvia's vis knife to the throat. Soon enough, everyone looked at Chester in surprise who looked back around at all of them. What? Chester asked, confused by their stares. He was just standing there prattling on. Did none of you think to take the shot? As if any of us could have done anything. Lolun exclaimed. Even if they had wanted to do something, Olivas had previously shown that he was evenly matched with Bet, who was a LV5 adventurer and one of the most famous in Orario. HRK. You. Pulling the knife out from his throat, Olivas glared over at Chester as his wound began healing. Oh? So even a knife to the throat isn't enough to kill you, Chester said, slightly impressed. As I said before. Olivas' voice started out quiet before it started to return to normal the more his throat healed. This body of mine that is loved by her could never. Yes, yes, I get it. Praise be to whoever this her person is, Chester interjected, speaking mockingly towards Olivas, which just further angered him. But don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. Your brain's still rattled from my kick earlier, isn't it? You're simply speaking in order to buy yourself time to heal. KH. Olivas gritted his teeth, having been found out. Chester's words spoke true as from the hybrid's point of view, his vision was still slightly blurry as his body shook so very slightly that from afar one wouldn't even be able to tell he was still recovering. And yet, to the confusion of everyone, Olivas smiled. I'm surprised you saw through it. It's just as you said, I still can't move that well yet, just me, that is. Everyone's eyes widen in realization, but it was already too late as the hybrid raised his arm towards the parasite that was coiled around the pantry. Do it, Viscom. With those 3 words, one of the 3 monsters that had been coiled around the pantry began to move, and for the first time, everyone saw just how humongous it was compared to the Velas. Compared to it, they all may as well have been ants. Well now, ain't she a big girl, Chester said causally, being the only one who wasn't intimidated by the Viscom's size. Why you gotta be fucking kidding. Lolun cursed loudly as she and everyone stared in disbelief at the Viscom's size. In fact, much to their horror, it was getting bigger the more it neared them. Scatter! Bet's cry snapped everyone out of their shock as they all quickly leaped out of the way, and just in time as the Viscom slammed its body down on the ground, causing a small quake as everyone was thrown back by the shockwave it produced. Once the shaking stopped and everyone got their bearings back together, they all looked up to find the Viscom staring them all down, with Olivas up on a small cliff standing right under it looking quite smug. Kill them! At his command, the giant monster began moving towards the group, its movement serpent-like. Not so fast! Bet cried out as he took out a magic sword in the form of a flaming dagger. However, the curious thing was that the flames from the magic-imbued weapon were being absorbed into his mithril boots. Said boots, named Floshvert, were specially created to have the ability to absorb magic, thus increasing its wielder's own power. Kicking his literal flaming legs out, Bet struck the body of the Viscom, but to his surprise, his attack, while indeed leaving a mark and was able to successfully divert its path away from Asfi and the others, seemed to have no effect, as the giant monster didn't even seem to register it as it kept moving just fine. No effect? Must be because of how big it is, Bet thought, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Fohahahaha. Go, Viscom. Punish these foolish adventurers for stepping into this sacred place. Olivas shouted, laughing gleefully at how much trouble the monster was causing the others. Olivas act. Hearing his name, the hybrid turned around to see Filvis standing a few feet behind him, aiming her staff and glaring at the man with eyes full of hate. How dare you still live after all you've done? Because of you, my companions. Oh? Are you perhaps a survivor of the 27th floor nightmare? Olivas said before smiling. Now, it's true that I was the one who planned that incident, but I was as much of a victim as you were. By dying once I was able to free myself from the hands of the gods. We've both been through painful experiences. Don't fool around. You. Now before you go ahead and direct all that anger at me, shouldn't you be more concerned about your fellow elf? Olivas said as he stepped to the side to show that in the distance Lefia was currently under assault by vines from a pack of Velas. Filvis gasped as she now found herself in a conundrum. Just a few feet away from her was the man responsible for making her the living hell that it was today. The chance to avenge her fallen comrades was right in front of her. But on the other hand, a few yards away, her comrade was in danger. Lefia, the elf who said she wasn't dirty or cursed, was in danger if not aided right away. With gritted teeth, Filvis came to a decision. She charged straight towards Olivas, and ran past him, running off to aid her fellow elf. Humph! Olivas scoffed under his breath as he smiled knowingly towards the running elf. Well, doesn't that just make your heart warm up? A voice spoke up, making obvious turn around to see Chester standing right next to him. The hybrid jumped back in surprise, knowing by now that the masked person was no ordinary man, and yet he continued to watch as Philvis assisted Lefia with fending off the Velas. A girl helping another girl in a life-threatening crisis. I bet some god up above is writing something like right now, except it's pure smut, not that there's anything wrong with that. Those things make a surprising amount of money. The real surprise is when a woman is found buying such things. Should you really be here talking instead of aiding your comrades? Olivas said while staring warily at Chester, who chuckled in response. Comrades. Please, I could care less about what happens to them all. Well, except maybe Loki's kids. She'd probably have my head if she found out I let them die here. So you're just another servant to the gods. Servant? Oh no, I am nothing like that. Then what are you? Some sort of an adventurer. Former adventurer, really? Though, I am trying to get back into the business, Chester said before he finally turned towards Olivas. But enough about me, let's talk about you, Mr. Vendetta. And what makes you think I'll tell you anything? Olivas said as he took a fighting stance while letting out a wave of killing intent. Please, why not do us both a favor and drop the tough guy act, Chester said, not in the least bit fazed by Olivas's attempt to intimidate him. We both know that I could have killed you a long time ago. When I kicked you to the ceiling, and when I kicked you in order to save those kids. Both times I could have easily blown your head off, and you know that, don't you? Olivas made no response, but the sweat that was starting to form on the hybrid's body told Chester all he needed to know. Now you must be asking yourself, why is it that I'm holding back against you? Well, the first reason is that you're not worth the effort. A quarter of my strength is all I need to take you down. KH. Olivas gritted his teeth but did not fall for Chester's provocation, knowing that route would lead to a second death for him. As for the other reason, I'm waiting for someone and so I'm simply using you to pass the time, Chester said as he smiled and chuckled under his mask. And I must say that you've been very entertaining. Have you ever thought about becoming a preacher? You have a way with words. Are you mocking me? Olivas growled, half tempted to send the viscum at Chester. He didn't know exactly how strong he was, but there was no way he could take on a monster of the viscum's size alone. Was that not obvious? Chester said, his tone obviously showing that he was mocking the hybrid right now. Olivas himself felt something snap inside of him at Chester's tone. Fuck it. He dies first. Olivas thought before raising his hand up. Visku. Boom. Suddenly, just as Olivas was about to command the Visicum to attack Chester, a wall to the far left of Olivas exploded as crashing through it, to Olivas's surprise, was Revis, her body showing signs of injuries and burns while the sword in her hand was completely destroyed, leaving her with just the handle. What? Olivas exclaimed in surprise, confused as to why his ally was here and why she was in such a state. Oh! Chester, as well as everyone else, turned their head towards the newly made hole in the wall as a figure emerged from it which everyone instantly recognized. Miss Ace! Lefia exclaimed in happiness as stepping out of the hole was indeed Ace, slightly exhausted but no worse for wear. Hi? Lefia? And Bet? Ace, recognizing her fellow familia members, blinked at them in both surprise and confusion. Oh ho! Chester let a noise of slight surprise. But his surprise was not directed towards Ace. No, it was directed towards the hole she came out from. Under his mask, Chester smirked as he heard the faint sound of clacking metal. Well now, it's about time you got here. Clack clack clack. Barely audible at first, the sound of clacking metal grew louder and soon everyone heard it as a few seconds later another figure emerged from the hole Ace came from, a figure only Chester and those from Bet's group recognized. From under his helmet, Bell blinked in confusion at all the people in the area as he stood beside Ace, sword and shield in hand. Wah! Tin head! Bet exclaimed in surprise, wondering what the hell was the knight wannabe doing here. Looking around at all the people here, Bell then turned to Ace and asked her, your comrades? Most of them, Ace said before pointing over to Olivas and Chester. Those two, on the other hand. Following her finger, Bell's eyes passed by Olivas and settled on Chester, who waved back at him. As if it were a reaction to it, a red glow emerged from under the slit of Bell's helmet as he trained his eyes down towards the masked man. Chester! Chester, sensing Belle's rising anger, simply chuckled in response. Meanwhile, Olivas looked over towards Rivas, who was picking herself up, and scoffed at her. "Are you just talk, Rivas?" "How pitiful," Olivas said before looking over towards Ace and Belle, focusing mainly on the former. "I wouldn't consider this little girl Arya, however, if she desires it." Lifting his hand up, Olivas took command of the Viscom. "Viscom! Stop!" Rivas shouted, trying to warn the hybrid, but it was already too late. "I doubt it'd be a problem if we bring back a dead body." "Die, Sword Princess!" "Miss Ace!" Lefia cried out in worry as the giant monster obeyed its orders and charged towards Ace's location. Seeing the monster heading towards her, Ace lifted up her sword, ready to unleash her magic which she had been restricting up until now. However, grab throw. Faster than Ace could blink, she suddenly found herself flung away from where she was. Looking back, she saw Belle with his left arm stretched out, showing that he had grabbed and flung her away, leaving him the one to face the incoming giant monster. "Belle!" Ace found herself crying out the armored adventurer's name in worry as the Viscom practically crashed headfirst into the wall, seemingly crushing Belle in the process. Flipping herself around and landing on her feet, she looked back up in horror. "He saved me? Why?" In Ace's mind, she could not comprehend why the knight had flung her away when she was fully capable of dealing with the giant monster solo. Yet, as her mind played back the event, she saw that Belle had grabbed and thrown her away to safety on instinct. His first reaction to the giant monster charging at them was, to her disbelief, to push her out of harm's way. When exactly was the last time anyone has ever done that to her? "Humph! I don't know who that man in the armor was, but it matters not," Olivas said, wiping away Belle's existence as a second thought. "Now, Viscom, the Sword Princess." Hearing that, did Ace get back up and raise her sword to unleash her magic. Yet, just as she summoned forth a small gale, she, as well as everyone else, noticed something, unknowingly sharing the same thought. Did it just get warmer in here? Fwoosh! Suddenly, from where the Viscom crashed into, a massive pillar of flame erupted which completely enveloped the Viscom's entire head. A wave of hot air washed over the entire area, making everyone break out sweating as the temperature increased to uncomfortable levels. Despite that, everyone kept their eyes on the pillar of fire as the body of the Viscom fell to the ground, dead with his head completely burned off. A few seconds later, the pillar of flame soon dissipated as the only thing that remained was a burnt ground and smoke. And from that smoke walked out Belle completely fine. "The magic stone is in its head," Belle said as he turned to Asfi and the others, who all stared at him in shock. "Thought I should let you know that." Wah, wah, wah. Eyes wide with disbelief, Olivas was speechless as he fell back on his butt. "What the hell?" Lolun's words pretty much summarized everyone's thoughts as they all continued to stare at Belle in disbelief. The ones who were the most affected were the mages as they stared at Belle with eyes filled with fear. "Such a powerful spell, just the heat alone is making me sweat like a pig," Lefia thought as her whole body shook. Such power, how did he summon forth such a spell in only a few seconds, and without chanting? "Who is this person?" Asfi thought to herself, staring warily at Belle. Amazing! In contrast to everyone else, Ace looked at Belle not with eyes filled with fear, but with awe. The magical power he just displayed matched her own. No, it surpassed it. She had been wondering for quite some time just how strong Belle was compared to her. And now? Could he be stronger than me? Clap clap clap. The sound of clapping broke everyone from their stupor as the sounds of laughter made everyone turn to see Chester clapping and laughing down at them. "Bravo! Bravo! It seems you're still as strong as ever, Belle Cranel." "Belle Cranel?" Asfi thought in surprise and disbelief, turning to the knight that Chester had called Belle. "Belle, as in, the one Lord Hermes has been interested in." "Chester!" Belle growled as he glared over at the masked man. "It's been quite some time since our last meeting. What brings you all the way down here?" Chester asked despite already knowing the answer. Lifting up his sword, Belle pointed it over at Chester and said, "I'm here for my stuff." Grace 13, Confrontation, Chaos Storm. Amongst all the adventurers who stared at Belle in shock, those adept in the use of magic could not stop their trembling bodies. This went double for Lefia, who looked ready to faint right then and there. Undergoing training from the strongest mage in the city, and adding in her biology as an elf, Ya stared over at the knight, who was currently having a staring contest with Chester, in absolute fear as she took in and processed the full magical force of Bel's flames that had been displayed seconds ago. Such power, to call upon so much power, without even chanting. Abnormal. That was what the elf thought of the armored adventurer as she tried to figure out just how was it possible for this person to have this kind of power. Was he an elf? Was he descended from a family that had great magical powers? And most importantly, what was his level? So busy trapped in her thoughts, the elf missed most of what was going on as Bel raised his sword at Chester and said, "I'm here for my stuff." One could have heard a pin drop amongst the utter silence that had dropped down from Bel's words. The shock everyone was in was soon accompanied by confusion only to snap out of it due to Chester breaking out into laughter. "Ka-ha-ha-ha-ha. Oh, Bel. Once again, you never fail to make me laugh. Then again, I shouldn't have expected anything else considering what other reason could you have for chasing me all the way down here." Brushing a finger across his mask as if he were wiping away a tear, Chester regained control over his laughter before reaching into his coat and pulling out what appeared to be a small wooden chest no bigger than his hand. "By your stuff, are you perhaps referring to this?" Boom. No sooner did Chester take out the miniature chest did Bel disappear from where he stood, leaving behind only a footprint in the ground. Less than a second later he reappeared right in front of Chester, his sword already in mid-swing to take the masked man's neck. Just as the steel blade seemingly sliced through Chester's neck, it was soon revealed that it was only an after-image as the real Chester had bent backward, evading Bel's attempt to kill him as he flipped over and kicked Bel, striking him right under his chin, which sent the knight reeling back. Bel quickly regained his balance as Chester flipped back onto his feet, readjusting his hat as he wagged a finger at the undead. "Ah. Temper, temper. And here I had thought that fiery side of you had dimmed down after all you've been through. Gimme that box." Speaking slow and threatening, Bel sheathed his current sword and grabbed the one hanging from his back, wielding the broadsword that he pillaged from the Ilkalos member way back, two-handed as he glared right over at Chester. "Oh? You want this box? I want it. You want this box? I want it. You want this box? I want it. You want? Gimme my things back." Fed up with the masked man, Bel kicked off the ground and practically pounced over to Chester with the sole goal of reclaiming what was his. Chester, for his part, simply smiled under his mask as he reached to his side and drew out an Eastern-style sword, a katana as it was known by those of the East. Recovering from his shock, Olivas pushed himself up to his knees and turned his attention away from the two monsters and over toward Ace. "Viscum. Seize the sword, princess." "Wait." Recovering from her initial shock too, Revis shouted over to Olivas to stop, but it was already too late as a second Viscum uncoiled from the quartz pillar and set its sights on Ace, which broke everyone else out from their shock. "Miss Ace!" Ya cried out in worry as the giant plant monster dived down towards the blonde swordswoman. Tempest. Slice. It happened all in the span of a second. With one word, wind gathered around Ace's sword, collecting together until it was a fierce gale. Since reaching LV6, Ace had restricted herself from using her wind. The reason? She had initially lost against the red-haired tamer, Revis, in the past and thus chose to reflect and retrain her sword skills, sharpening it not just for a chance rematch that may or may not come, but for the goal she was trying to reach in the far future. One only had to look at the state Revis was in to see that Ace's efforts were not wasted. Now, in the face of such a massive beast, the sword princess decided then and there to undo her restriction. All it took was one swing of her sword to slice the Viscum's head in two, destroying the magic stone hidden within its flesh as the Viscum's remains disintegrated into ash and smoke. Wah! Once again, Olivas found himself speechless, as did everyone else. Off in the distance, the creature inside of the jewel fetus screamed as if in response to Ace magic, but it mostly went ignored due to all attention being on Ace. First that night, now Miss Ace. Ya shouted within her mind, shocked at her senior adventurer's display of power. Ace's magic, Aerial, was classified as a super short, chanted enhancement. Yet, much like the magical might behind Bel's flames, Ace's winds were too strong. It was abnormal. However, not enough, Ace said to herself, her thoughts running contradictory to Ya's as she looked at the results of her attack and found herself unsatisfied. Don't get her wrong, compared to when she was still LV5, she was much stronger now, and so was the strength and power of her wind. Yet, after seeing Belle's flames, she couldn't help but feel like she fell short. Even now, even after releasing her wind, the temperature of the floor was still uncomfortably warm, a leftover effect of the night's magic, she guessed. As I thought, he's stronger than me, Ace thought as she looked over to where Belle was right now, and her eyes soon widened at what she was seeing. Ting ting ting. Raising his shield, Belle blocked 3 knives thrown by Chester before the undead leaped forward with a thrust of his sword, aiming right for the masked man's face. Said man ducked under the blow in time and proceeded to leg sweep the knight, knocking him to the ground. Once completing that move did Chester leap away while throwing 3 more knives down at Belle, who quickly rolled away from the incoming projectiles. Rolling up to his feet, Belle charged over towards Chester, swinging his sword with such speed and precision that it was almost surgical. And yet Chester was able to dodge and block Belle's attacks with his own sword. Drawing back for a bit, Belle grips the longsword with both hands and thrusts forward, aiming for Chester's stomach this time, but the man quickly drew a knife from within his coat and used it to deflect the blow, positioning it in a way that caused Belle to move past Chester as sparks flew from the sword, skidding across the knife. With a quick spin, Chester got behind Belle and struck him in the back of the head with the end of his sword. Had it not been for his helmet, the blow would have disorientated Belle. Instead, all Chester did was simply annoy the undead. Quickly spinning to the right, Belle swung his sword only for it to be blocked by Chester's katana, whose steady guard stance caused the bigger blade to bounce back. Moving with the momentum of this bounce, Belle spun around to the other side and tried to attack Chester from there, but the masked man jumped back and counter-attacked with more thrown knives, which Belle blocked by raising his sword in front of him. Grabbing his own throwing knives, Belle threw them at Chester before charging straight at him, throwing his broadsword back onto his back and drawing his straight sword from its sheath. Chester deflected all of Belle's thrown knives with one upward swing, but in that small span of time, Belle was able to close the distance between them. The armored adventurer stabbed forward thrice at Chester only for him to slap the sword away with his free hand and move in close, grabbing the undead by his helmet, placed his leg right behind Belle's, and pushed him back, sending the undead slamming into the ground. Raising his katana, Chester went to stab down at Belle, but the knight quickly raised his shield and blocked the stab, causing it to skid across it and leave a slash mark on the metal plate, showing the difference in quality between the shield and sword. Of course, Belle didn't care for that, not even registering it as he pushed Chester away from him before rolling away himself, getting up to his feet quickly, and took a quick swing at the masked man only for him to quickly jump back. Belle swung his sword again, deflecting more knives thrown at him, and was about to charge forward when he reeled back due to an arrow stabbing right into his right shoulder. Belle quickly raised his shield and blocked a second arrow in time. Lowering the shield, Belle looked and saw that Chester had put away his sword and was now wielding what he recognized as a sniper crossbow. It should be noted that this entire fight was conducted in less than 10 seconds, shocking those that had been watching and unable to keep up. So fast. I couldn't track their movements at all. Lefia thought to herself, and judging from the expressions of the others, it was the same for them. Not even Bet and Ace, 2 of the fastest adventurers in Orario, were barely able to keep up with the 2. Oblivious to the others looking at them, Chester began speaking to Belle, his tone carrying slight disappointment. "Come now, Belle, surely this isn't the best you have to offer. I remember you being much faster than this during our time in Oalisal. Surely that armor of yours couldn't be weighing you down, considering you were doing flips in it the last time we fought." Belle made no attempt to respond back as he grabbed the arrow lodged in his shoulder and pulled it out. Ignoring the blood that flowed out from his wound, Belle threw away the used arrow before summoning and throwing a fire orb at Chester, who jumped back to avoid the improved fireball. "Resorting to magic now, are we? You never were a one-trick pony. It's what makes fighting you that much more annoying," Chester exclaimed, throwing a dagger at Belle before firing an arrow at the undead, who blocked the thrown knife with his shield before using it again to swat the flying arrow away. Chester fired off more arrows at Belle, who either dodged or blocked each shot while continuing to advance toward Chester's position. Seeing that his arrows weren't getting him anywhere, Chester stashed it away, surprising those watching due to how big the sniper crossbow was, before redrawing his katana and running down to meet Belle halfway. A big clang sound echoed when their respective swords met and they pushed against one another, trying to overpower the other. Much to Belle's surprise, he found himself losing the strength contest as he was forced back by Chester little by little. Thinking fast, Belle focused before breathing out poison mist straight at Chester's masked face, causing him to reel back coughing. Taking this chance, Bell rushed in and swung at the coughing Chester only to get kicked in the chest, which then sent him flying back. The fact that he was sent flying despite wearing armor showed just how strong Chester was as he waved away the poison mist while getting his breathing back under control with no signs of him being poisoned showing. "Bloody hell, when did you become so crafty?" Chester said, only to gasp in surprise when Bell went and threw his sword at him. Chester moved to the side to dodge the unexpected projectile, only to feel something hot wrap around his leg. Before he had a chance to look down, Chester was pulled off his feet, landing on his back before being pulled over towards Bell, where he saw the undead using fire whip to drag him over. As Bell was dragging Chester over to him, he reached into one of his pouches and pulled out a firebomb. Summoning fire to his thumb so that he could light the bomb, Bell was around to throw it when 2 arrows came flying, one hitting the bomb out of his hands, which exploded harmlessly, and the second hitting Bell dead in the head. Thankfully, due to the thinness of his helmet slit, the arrow that would have taken Bell's eyes got lodged in the slit instead. Bell went to grab the arrow stuck in his helmet when Chester, having gotten back up to his feet, raced up to the armored adventurer and proceeded to bash him across the head with his crossbow, using the metal-pointed tip to deal the most damage. Bell's helmet once again saved Bell from being damaged too badly, as well as preventing him from getting dazed, but much to his chagrin, he could hear his helmet getting dented from Chester's hit. Thrusting his right hand forward, Bell quickly cast Great Combustion to not only damage Chester but also make him retreat. The undead managed to achieve both as Chester was forced back while being covered in flames. With his left hand still using Fire Whip, Bell pulled back, preventing Chester from escaping too far as he then used his right hand to cast Fire Surge, attempting to torch Chester up close. Unfortunately for Bell, Chester dropped down to avoid the flamethrower before he swung his crossbow like a makeshift club and struck Bell's right leg, throwing the undead off balance as he tripped and fell to his knees. Loading another arrow in quickly, Chester fired his crossbow point blank at Bell's face again, losing another arrow in the undead's helmet, which almost came off due to the force behind the arrow. Letting out an annoyed grunt, Bell stopped casting pyromancy and grabbed his remaining sword hanging on his back before proceeding to swing it down at Chester, who, now free from the literal whip of fire, rolled away from the attack. Jumping back to his feet, Chester rushed back to Bell and delivered a kick to Bell's head, knocking the undead to the ground. Growling in annoyance, Bell pushed himself up and quickly took the chance to remove the arrows stuck in his helmet, allowing him to see more clearly now. Getting up to his feet, Bell turned to face Chester only to be met with another kick, this time to the chest, which sent the armored adventurer stumbling back as Chester used his kick to flip into the air, using Bell as leverage. In a showcase of acrobatics, Chester flipped once in the air before he swung his arms out, throwing a fan of knives down towards Bell, who countered by swinging his sword with enough force to generate wind, which knocked the knives out of the air where they fell harmlessly to the ground. With that done, Bell raced over to where Chester would land and thrusts forward with his sword. However, to the undead's surprise, instead of landing on the ground, Chester instead landed on Bell's outstretched sword, balancing on it as if it were a tightrope. Growling again, Bell swung up to knock Chester off of his sword, but all it did was propel the masked man into the air, where he flipped twice before landing back down on his feet, arms raised as if basking in the applause of an imaginary audience. Quite fed up with Chester's behavior, Bell charged at the masked man only to feel himself slamming into something. Looking down, Bell found Chester's crossbow leveled at his stomach. Before the undead had a chance to pull back, Chester pulled the trigger, and the arrow stabbed into Bell's gut, piercing through the chainmail hidden underneath the surcoat and knocking Bell back to the ground. "That," Chester began, lowering his crossbow, "was for my pants. KH." Bell gritted his teeth underneath his helmet, holding his gut as blood started flowing out from the arrow wound. "Still not dead yet? Then again, you always were an expert at taking a beating," Chester said, laughing a little as he reloaded his crossbow. "But it looks like I'm the victor this time around. Better luck next time, Bell. Then again, I haven't seen a bonfire since coming here, so is there even a next time for you?" Despite the mask on him, Bell could tell Chester was smiling wickedly as he aimed his crossbow at him. "Let's find out, shall we?" Fwoosh! The sound of wind blowing alerted Chester, who quickly turned around and used his crossbow to deflect a thrust attack from a surprise ace who flew past Chester and landed right in front of Bell, who she stood in front of protectively, leveling her sword at Chester. "Miss Ace!" Luffy Ya exclaimed in surprise, having not expected the blonde swordswoman to suddenly jump in like that. "Hey now, a bit rude trying to attack me from behind like that, don't you think? Chester said, lowering his crossbow. Now I don't want to fight with one of Loki's kids, so could you be a dear and step aside? No, responded Ace as winds started gathering around her. Is that so? Chester said as he looked between Ace and Belle, the latter of whom was getting back up on his feet. Well now, I didn't know you two were friends. I mean, you both did arrive here together, but I didn't want to assume. Not friends, acquaintances, Ace responded, correcting Chester. Really? You're acting quite protective of him for a mere acquaintance, Chester pointed out. What? Are you in love with him or something? Don't be ridiculous, Ace responded with brutal honesty, causing everyone else to wince at her bluntness. Chester, on the other hand, found himself amused. Ouch. I think you just got rejected, Belle. And I should care why. Belle said as he walked up to Ace's side, surprising the sword princess, who turned to see the knight had removed the arrow in his gut as the bleeding had stopped. How? Ace was about to question how Belle was back up on his feet so quickly until she saw him putting away his Estus flask. And I should care why? Chester repeated Belle's words, laughing at them. He, it seems Lordran did a damn good job breaking you, didn't it? Belle didn't respond, the only indication of him being affected by Chester's words was him tightening his grip on his sword. Well then, I guess we're doing this then. Chester asked as he faced both Belle and Ace, who readied their respective weapons. I'll make an opening for you, Belle said to Ace, who nodded back, knowing she would need to take every advantage handed to her in order to properly contribute to this fight. Armed with seemingly nothing but a crossbow, Chester beckoned for the two adventurers to come at him. In response, flames and winds were called forth, and both Belle and Ace charged forth. R.I.P. Only to skid to a stop when the sound of flesh being ripped open caught not just them, but everyone else's attention. The hell? Bet exclaimed in surprise and confusion as over by Rivas and Olivas. Was the former plunging her hand through the latter's chest? Wah, Viscount. Olivas gasped out as he looked at the redhead in confusion. What, I need more power. That's all, Rivas said as she grasped the magic stone embedded inside Olivas' chest. No matter how many Violas I eat, it doesn't amount to much. Well now, this took an unexpected turn, Chester commented. Wait! Olivas exclaimed as he grabbed Rivas's arm. I am a human, chosen by her, just like you. Chosen? Do you think that thing's a goddess or something? Rivas said as she used her other hand to grab Olivas by the neck, choking him. There's no way that thing is an imperial existence. You and me, we're just its tentacles. Are you seriously going to kill your only ally? Olivas said, sweating profusely as he could feel Rivas pulling back her hand. If I'm not here, you can't protect. R.I.P. Rivas removed Olivas' magic stone with a sickening rip before throwing away his body, which broke and crumbled away like stone and dust. Don't misunderstand, Rivas said as she stomped on the ashes that were once Olivas. I've always had to protect myself. And I'll keep on doing so. Crunch. With a bite, Rivas crushed Olivas' magic stone between her teeth and swallowed the remains with an almost audible gulp. Was that a magic stone? Both Ace and Belle thought, having not been here when it was revealed what Olivas really was. As the remains of Olivas' axe body disintegrated into ashes, Rivas finished devouring all of Olvia's magic stone. Nothing seemed to happen, yet the air around Rivas noticeably changed, causing Ace to tense up. Then, ever so slowly, Rivas turned her gaze over towards Ace. Bam! Ace's instincts flared up and she raised her sword in front of her just before she found herself flying back as Rivas pushed against her, desperate, using her bare hands, covering the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Hi! What? Bet and Lefia and everyone in the Hermes Familia all cried out in surprise at Rivas' sudden burst of speed. She's like a different person than before. Ace thought as she found herself struggling to push Rivas back. So you were still able to react. Guess it wasn't enough, Rivas noted as the two neared the ground. Once they did, the red-headed creature dug her hand into the ground before pulling out a natural weapon, the same unnatural-looking sword she had previously used against Ace earlier. Ace tried to jump back to create distance between them, but Rivas matched her speed, keeping close to the sword princess as she swung her weapon down at her, causing dirt and rubble to go flying. Damn it! Bet cursed as he, Lefia, and Philvis all raced over to Ace to go help her. She got stronger by eating a magic stone. Is she a strengthened species or something? Lolun exclaimed, having a hard time processing the current events. Nevertheless, her body moved to go help the blonde swordswoman but was stopped by Asfi. Wait. We won't be much help in our current state. Asfi said before pointing over to Jewel Fetus. More importantly, we need to focus on that jewel. It's definitely at the center of this whole incident. We need to secure it. Alright. Lolun said before she and everyone else that wasn't currently fighting ran over to where the jewel was embedded. As they all ran, Asfi was noticeably sweating more than the rest of her party members. My body feels heavy, I've lost too much blood, Asfi assessed but kept going. After all, she wouldn't be standing here if it weren't for Keek's sacrifice. For her fallen comrade, she will secure that jewel. Unfortunately, due to her still injured state, Asfi failed to notice the shadow flying over her until it was too late as the Bluenet found herself being kicked in the face. Asfi. Lolun, being the closest to her captain, quickly caught her before looking up to see who had shown up. It was a hooded figure dressed in a purplish-blue robe. A strangely patterned mask obscured the figure's face, making it all but impossible to tell if the figure was male or female. They still have allies. Lolun exclaimed as the hooded figure went and removed the jewel fetus from the ground with a metal-gloved hand. It's not complete yet, but it's grown enough. Revis shouted over to the hooded figure while continuing her battle with Ace. Hurry and take it to Anio. Got it, the hooded figure said, their voice a spine-tingling disquieting as it sounded like multiple people were trying to speak all at once. Damn it! Lolun cursed as she tried to chase after the retreating robed figure. Lolun! Stop! Asfi cried out, yelling for the Chianthrope to stop, until... Viscum! Revis roared at the top of her lungs, calling over to the remaining Viscum wrapped around the quartz pillar. Keep giving birth until you shrivel up. The second those commands left the redhead's mouth did the entire place shook. Then, dropping from the ceiling was a single viola, bearing its teeth over towards Asfi's group. A newborn man-eating flower? Is it forcibly blooming it? Asfi thought until another viola dropped down. And then another followed. And another. And another. And another. Oi! One of the members spoke up as more and more violas began dropping all around them. Aren't there too many of them? No, it can't be. Asfi thought, sweating. Looking up, Asfi and everyone else saw, to their horror, all the violas stuck to the ceiling were all dropping down at a rapid pace. Asfi then realized just what exactly Revis had ordered the Viscum. It's giving birth throughout the entire pantry. Soon enough, hundreds of meaty mouths which should not be found on any sort of flowers filled the entire area, utterly surrounding everyone inside. And judging from the drool flowing out of every viola's mouths, they were hungry. They're coming. It's impossible. There's too many. Don't get separated. You'll get crushed. A monster party. Consisting of about 400 members, maybe even more. Until now, Asfi and her group have been getting by, but at this point, they've used up all their weapons, stamina and reinforcements. We can't break through this. Asfi thought whilst being sent flying. Violas! Revis cried out as more than 10 violas surrounded the redhead before they all charged towards Ace, who in response raised a wall of wind to defend herself. The wind itself acted as a sort of shredder as when the violas slammed into the wall, they were shredded to bits. But their purpose was not to hurt Ace, rather they had been used to make a hole in the wall which Revis used to pass through and get close to Ace. Revis disarmed Ace of her sword with a powerful swing where it stabbed itself into the ground a distance away. Ace raced to go retrieve it, but Revis would not allow it, sticking close to Ace who was now on the defensive. Elsewhere, Philvis was using her magic to blast away any violas she could while using her agility to keep herself from getting caught by the man-eating flowers. Lefia, holed up inside a makeshift fort, was quickly saved by Bet who told her something before dashing off to go help Ace. Truly, the situation had turned chaotic. My, I guess there are some things that don't change with the dungeon even after all these years, Chester said, standing completely fine amongst all the chaos going on around him. What about you, Belle? What's your take on all of this? Bam! Caught completely by surprise, Chester let out a grunt as Belle went and tackled him to the ground. Gimme my stuff back. Bell exclaimed as he went to stab a knife through Chester's face only for him to stop it by grabbing the undead's arm and pushed it back. But this didn't slow Bell down as he let go of the knife in his hand, dropping it to allow his other hand to grab it before stabbing it down towards Chester, who grabbed that arm too, forcing the two to wrestle with one another. Seriously? You're still on about that in this situation? Chester exclaimed before quickly rolling along with Bell to dodge an incoming Viola trying to eat them. Give me my stuff. Man, I forgot how persistent you were. No wonder I don't like you. The feeling's mutual, Bell said, freeing his right hand from Chester's hold before thrusting it past the masked man's head to blast an incoming Viola with fire. After dealing with that, Bell set his sights back on Chester, pulling his hand back to incinerate the masked man's head off, but Chester grabbed his arm again and pushed it away, preventing himself from getting torched in the face. Everyone! Surround Thousand Elf! We'll leave everything up to her. Over by the others, Asfi shouted to the others before they formed a circle around Lefia. 5 minutes. No, please hold out for 3 minutes. Lefia shouted before she started chanting, summoning a magic circle under her feet. Well, seems like they're gearing up for one final stand, Chester said, sounding amused before looking back at Bell. I'm surprised you're not over there helping them. I mean, isn't that what you do? Not my problem, Bell said as he took in air, about to breathe out poison mist once again, but was prevented when Chester went and suddenly headbutted him. Again, his helmet protected Bell from the blow, but the suddenness of the blow surprised Bell, and Chester used that moment to flip over once again before kicking Bell off of him, who flipped and landed on his back. Not your problem, Chester said as he and Bell got back to their feet. I never thought I'd hear you utter those words. Now I'm curious as to what happened to make you the way you are right now. None of your business, Bell said as he charged towards Chester, shield positioned in front of him. None of my business? Now isn't that hypocritical of you? Chester said as he went and punched forward, striking Bell's shield with enough force to not only stop the knight's attempted shield bash but to also produce a small shockwave. I wonder how many times you've had those words thrown at you yet you still got involved anyways? But I guess it takes being a hypocrite to become a hero, right? The second the word hero escaped Chester's mouth, it was like a flip had been switched inside Bell. A red light appeared through the slit of Bell's helmet before the undead went and overpowered Chester, throwing his arm off to the side before Bell stepped forward to close the distance between them, clenched his left hand into a fist to the point it was shaking, and pow! Landed a blow right on Chester's masked face, producing so much force that there was a brief echo in the air as Chester was sent flying back before skidding to the ground. I'm no hero, Bell growled, stomping over to Chester as the air around him noticeably heated up. Nor will I ever be one, not after all the things I've done. He, is that how you see yourself? Chester asked as he picked himself up, cracking his neck. I guess Lordran really did fuck you up. But I guess that's to be expected. After all, no soul can remain pure in those lands, not even the mighty lords themselves. You talk too much, Bell said, sheathing his knife before grabbing the sword from his back. Man-eating flower reinforcements are coming from outside the pantry. They're coming from behind. How long has it been? Aren't you done yet, Lefia? As Bell continued to fight with Chester, the situation around them continued to grow more chaotic. As it was shouted out before, more Velas started coming from outside the pantry, adding to the already huge numbers Asfi and the others had to deal with. Already the party was down one member, but none of them were allowed to grieve as their survival relied on them protecting Lefia until she completed the preparations for her spell. To the disbelief of many, only a minute had gone by. Bell and Chester were not the only ones continuing their fighting amongst the chaos. In another part of the area, the fight between Ace and Revis continued, with the former still being pushed back by the latter. In an attempt to fight back, Ace wrapped her wind around her leg and swung it, but the only thing she struck was air. Compared to your sword skills, that was pitiful, Revis spoke, having gotten behind Ace, who could only cry as the redhead batted the blonde away. She then used a nearby Viola as leverage to propel herself after the falling Ace, sword raised above her head. Hurry up and die. You first. Completely plowing through a Viola, Bet roared as he leaped over to Ace. Give her to me, Ace. Ace appeared surprised for a brief moment before she quickly realized what the werewolf meant and flipped over so that she would meet Bet feet first. As planned, their feet met and the two flipped around, switching their positions as they both used each other to propel themselves, with Ace sending Bet over to face Revis in her place. TCH. She's. Pow. In a burst of speed that caught Revis by surprise, Bet's armored foot struck Revis across the face. Stay still, you damn woman monster. How did? Revis thought to herself, wondering how was the werewolf so fast until she spotted wind surrounding Bet's boots. To those that don't know, Bet's boots were no ordinary boots. Dubbed Floshvert, Bet's mithril boots were made with the ability to absorb magic and use its power to increase the wielder's own power. And right now, they were using the power of Ace's wine to increase Bet's already incredible speed. However, you're in the way. Despite Bet's increased speed, Revis had no trouble keeping track and blocking his attacks. Move aside. Revis swung her sword in rapid succession, blowing Bet back as multiple wounds began to cover his body. It was clear to see that even with Ace's wind helping him, Revis, who was matching Ace's LV6 strength, was still stronger than Bet. But why don't you die instead? Bet shouted as he pushed through the redhead's incredible strength, refusing to retreat until Ace retrieved her sword. Boom. Guh. Pak let out a grunt-like cough as he slammed into the ground back first, almost knocking the wind out of him. Ugh, you still alive, Pot? Somehow. Pot said, having been knocked aside along with Pak by the Velas that had come from behind. Shit, we need to hurry and get back, Pak said as he went to push himself up only to fall back down. Confused, Pak looked to see what was wrong before breaking out into a sweat. Why? Because both his hands were missing. Phyuck! Pak screamed in his mind as he prevented himself from screaming for real. He must have lost them when the Velas had surprised them. The adrenaline that was coursing through Pak was the only thing keeping the Palom from experiencing the pain of losing his hands. Pak? Where are you? Pot, I'm. Pak slowly turned towards his sister, trying to hide his condition from her only to gasp. Why? Did we fall down a hole? It's so dark I can't see anything. Pak could say nothing and his silence told Pot what had happened to her. Oh, so that's what happened. Pot said as she touched her face and felt the wetness that was her blood flowing from where her eyes used to be. Pak had no idea what to say. Should he try to comfort her, tell her everything was going to be alright? Should he tell her about his own injuries in order to sympathize with her? Should he blame their patron god for accepting this quest? The man-eating flowers are coming in from behind. Their numbers are increasing. We can't hold out for much longer. Someone, help! As the situation continued to grow worse and worse by the second, Pak had no idea what to do, until a corpse fell near him. Looking, the robes identified the dead body as one of the Evilus suicide bombers, only this one appeared to have died before she could set off the explosives on them. That's when an idea popped up in Pak's head, one his fellow members would have never approved of. Ruo Flare. Finishing her chant, Meryl's fire magic successfully destroyed two Velas near her and Dodon as the latter defended the Palom mage, using a random boulder as a makeshift shield. However, just as Meryl killed those two Velas, two more appeared from the smoke to replace them. Quickly, Dodon got in front of Meryl, shielding her from the man-eating flowers. I need to hurry and use the next spell. Meryl said to herself, trying to remain calm against the chaos slamming against Dodon's boulder shield. Meryl! Hakaya! Letting out an accidental cute scream, Meryl caught something thrown at her. Looking, it was Pak's dagger. Meryl stared at the thrown dagger in confusion before looking up to see the Palom twins dragging an Evilus corpse over to a nearby pile of rubble. Hold on to that for me, would ya? Pak said as his sister leaned on him while dragging the corpse over to them. Wait! What are you two doing? Meryl shouted, not liking the look on her fellow Palom's face. Did it reach her? Pot asked, having thrown her brother's dagger for him since he now lacked the limbs to do it himself. Yep. You sure have good aim, even when blind, Pak complimented his sister, possibly for the last time. I'm sure we can lessen their numbers here, I'm sorry, sis. It's fine, Pot said as her hand moved around until it found the switch that would ignite the explosives. It's for everyone's sake after all. No way. Meryl muttered, tears forming as she realized what the twins were planning to do. No. Don't do it. Oh, man. Pak said, smiling in regret as Pot pulled the switch. And I really wanted his signature. Boom. In seconds, the Kanseki bombs detonated, taking the Palom twins with it as the explosion broke apart the rocks, causing a huge, building-sized boulder to come falling, crashing down on and blocking the way the Velas were coming through to enter the pantry. That's... Asfi turned in surprise as Meryl collapsed to her knees, crying. Pock and pot, with a bomb. Asfi's widened her eyes in horror before she gritted her teeth and reined in her emotions. Now was not the time to break down here. Our rear has been secured, everyone to the front. We'll do whatever it takes to hold out. Tears rolled down Lefia's eyes, the guilt building up inside of her at the knowledge of more people dying for her. She didn't even know the names of the two that had sacrificed themselves in order to buy her more time. She hated it, this feeling of powerlessness. Nevertheless, she had a job to do, and by her pride as a Loki Familia member and as a mage, she will complete her spell. Did you hear that just now? Chester asked, cupping his ears while leaning toward where Asfi and the others were. Sounds like more people just died. Such a shame, really. Are you still not gonna get involved? Bell's answer was to draw his knife and throw it at Chester, who went and caught it before the blade reached his mask. Geez, talk about cold. So you won't go help even after all that? Chester said, flipping the knife in his hand. You're making me start to miss the old you. It's like you're afraid of saving them or something. Bell suddenly flinched at this, something Chester caught before the undead quickly recomposed himself. Imaginary gears ticked inside of the masked man's helmet as he puzzled over why Bell had reacted like that. A second later, there was a ding and Chester erupted into laughter. By the flatness of Loki's chest, I can't believe it. Mwahahahahaha. Why are you actually afraid of saving people? Oh, that is just hilarious. Oh, I gotta tell Loki about this, she'll love it. Shut up! Bell exclaimed as he rushed in and swung at Chester, but he missed when Chester spun around him, dodging the attack. And why should I? I love to talk. Talking is how people communicate with one another, Chester said as he danced around Bell, dodging each and every one of his swings. Well, scared or not, I'm afraid you have no choice but to play the part of the hero. What are you talking about? Bell said as Chester bent down and picked up a random stone off the ground. Perhaps I was being too hard on the monkey earlier, Chester said as he casually tossed the stone in his hand up and down. After all, there's just something quite thrilling about throwing rocks around, like this. Faster than Bell could react, Chester went and threw the stone where it flew past Bell's head and continued to fly through the maze of viola bodies until... Sweep completely, bring a close to the great Waak. Waak. Everyone thought, knowing despite not being mages that wasn't how the spell was supposed to go. Turning to see what was wrong, everyone felt their hearts sink when they saw Lefia on her knees, coughing violently as the stone that had struck her throat fell to the ground. No! Asfi exclaimed as all their efforts to provide time for Lefia had just gone down the drain because of a single rock. Looking around to see who had thrown it, her eyes caught Chester waving at her. You! Hee, oh, I bet I won't be landing a date with her anytime soon, Chester said, his tone joking while filled with amusement. Why did you do that? Bell exclaimed, appalled at what Chester had just done. To force your hand, Bell, Chester said, tipping his hat a little. Don't think I don't know why you didn't go down there to help them at the first chance you got. It's because of that elf. So long as they protected her long enough to complete her spell, you could focus your attention on me. But now I've taken the girl's voice, the one thing a mage needs to cast magic. Down below, as if in response to Lefia's interrupted casting, the situation grew even worse. The Velas started attacking more fiercely, pushing back Asfi and the others as their weapons and shield were destroyed one by one. Filvis, in particular, stood in front of Lefia, protecting her as the blonde elf tried to recover only to cough more as the stone had hit her so hard that it was hard for her to even breathe. Why? Bell shouted, questioning the masked man as to why he was going so far to make him act. Just what did he have to gain by forcing Bell to play hero? Instead of asking me why, shouldn't you be more concerned about saving lives? Chester said as a scream down below informed the two that the Viola swarm had claimed another life. The more you stand here talking to me, the more lives will be lost. Now, what will you do? Will you run down there and save the lives of those people who you don't even know? Or... Reaching into his coat, Chester pulled out the tiny box that supposedly contained all of Bell's belongings. Will you continue to fight me in order to reclaim the remnants of your dead comrades? Bell gritted his teeth as he was caught in a dilemma. Either give up on reclaiming his belongings in order to save Asfi's group or continue fighting while leaving everyone else to die. Had Bell been his previous self, the choice would have been obvious. But my father, all hollow now, has been subdued. He will cause no more trouble. The memory of the event that broke his beliefs came rushing to his head, paralyzing him as more and more voices invaded his mind. I ask just one thing. If I do go hollow, then finish me off. I beg of you. He stood there, tears rolling down his face as he plunged his sword through her chest. His wails echoed throughout the cell. Who are you? Stay clear of my work, curses upon you. How dare you disturb me? He held his sword with shaking hands as he hovered over the downed form of what was once his respected teacher. Finally, I have found it, I have. My very own Sunday. I am the sun. I've done it, I have. Yes, I did it, I did. His cries echoed throughout the demonic city as he plunged his lightning spear through his friend's chest, putting him out of his misery. That keeper has served me well, but, enough with her, keh. He lay on the ground bleeding, extending his hand out in vain as he watched the Golden Knight raise his scythe-like swords at the defenseless fire keeper. Stop! Bell begged, not realizing that his hands were shaking. He knew already. He knew his failures. He did not need these memories to remind him of what he already knew. What he had lost. For all his strength, for all his magic, for all his faith, not once had he ever saved. I never did thank you for saving my life back in the asylum. It was like something clicked inside Bell. Before he realized it, his back was turned to Chester as he raced off to where Asfi and the others were, becoming a complete blur despite all the armor he was wearing. I knew he couldn't resist, Chester chuckled, pocketing the box before looking up to where Loki's kids were still fighting against Revis. I suppose I should go help out Loki's kids. After all, it's the duty of a senior to look after one's junior. The enemies gathering at the center. Someone shouted as all the remaining Velas gathered, coiling around one another until they all combined to form a giant version of themselves, easily matching the size of a Viscum, maybe even bigger. There's no way, we can't fight that. Lolun stuttered, looking utterly hopeless in the face of this giant monster. Virtus. Philvis looked back at her fellow elf who was still holding her throat, coughing up a bit of blood now. It seems the blow to her throat was more serious than predicted. So, this is it. Asfi said to herself, her body sagging under the situation. They had sacrificed precious comrades to buy Thousand Elf the time to complete her preparations, but all of it had gone to waste due to the actions of a single man and a stone. She could imagine Keeks raging up in the upper world if he knew that his method of fighting had put them in this situation. At the very least, I need to. Philvis thought as she extended her hand out, mouth moving to cast a spell. At the very least, she needed to make sure Lefia was safe and protected. Suddenly, a powerful roar not unlike that of a monster's caused everyone to jump and turn to where it was coming from. To their surprise, Bell was racing over towards them, covering the distance at an alarming rate. Pulling his arm back, Bell went and threw his remaining sword towards the gathered Velas where it lodged itself into one. While Bell's throw was strong, the attack did little to affect the gathered Velas. But upon closer a look, about a dozen firebombs were tied together and attached to the end of the sword where every single one of them was already lit up. A second later. Boom boom boom, X5. All the firebombs detonated, each one exploding spectacularly as a nice chunk of the gathered Velas had been killed. Still, though, there was enough left to maintain their combined form, but taking them all out hadn't been Bell's objective in the first place. Skidding to a stop in front of Asfi's group, Bell didn't bother turning to any of them as he went and yelled, everyone. Gather around me if you don't want to die. Wait, wah. Now. Everyone flinched at the volume of his voice. Asfi herself was taken completely by surprise at the knight's attitude, as it was the complete opposite of what Hermes had described the boy to be. Nevertheless, as the armored adventurer clasped both his hands together as if he were about to make a prayer, Asfi found herself listening to him. Do as he says. Asfi shouted as she and everyone quickly gathered by Bell's side with Philvis helping Lefia over. What are you planning to do? Lolun couldn't help but ask as Bell's clasped hands shook from how hard he was squeezing them. This. With a single word serving as his response, Bell lifted his hands above his head before slamming them into the ground. At first, nothing seemed to happen, which worried the group as the combined Velas neared them, jaws wide open to devour them. And then... Whoosh! To the still recovering Lefia, the sight that played before her eyes made the elf completely speechless. And she wasn't the only one, as intense heat washed over them all. Their bodies immediately started sweating in a vain attempt to cool their body. Why were they all sweating so badly all of a sudden? Whoosh! What is this? Lefia thought, which was shared with everyone else as they gazed at the literal storm of fire that swept over the entire pantry. What? Up in the air, Revis looked down in complete shock as pillars of intense fire rose from the ground and formed together to make a literal sea of flames. This red sea swept over the entire area below her, devouring not only all of the Velas that the Viscom had rapidly given birth to, but it also ate away at the Viscom's shriveled-up body as the screams of the monsters blended in with the flaming sea, producing a scene straight out from hell. What the fuck is this shit? Bet said as he looked down at the burning scene below. This is what happens when Bell gets serious. Appearing suddenly behind Revis, Chester smiled behind his mask. Revis, was it? Sorry to say, but the minute he decided to play hero was when you lost. Damn you! Revis cursed as she turned around to slash Chester, only to receive a punch to the face which sent her spiraling towards Bet, who refocused when he saw the redhead coming towards him. You're dead! Bet declared as he snapped his leg towards Revis, only for the redhead to block it with her sword. For someone like you to use the wind. The weaklings are doing their best down there, so... Noticeable cracks began to form on Bet's boots, but the werewolf gave no fucks about it as he continued to push forward regardless of what'll happen. And that's because... What kind of face am I supposed to make, if I don't stop you here? Crack! Pushing all of his strength forward, Bet's boots broke apart as the werewolf's foot was bleeding and snapped. And yet, the werewolf did not care for his injuries as he had succeeded in throwing Revis's arms back, leaving her wide open for... Do it, Ace! Tempest! Whoosh! From the sea of flames below, a pillar rose until it dispersed, revealing Ace having retrieved her sword and was wrapped around in her signature wind. But that wasn't all, as the blade of Ace's sword was bathed in flames. I'll finish it, with this! Ace declared as her wind propelled her past Bet and got her close to Revis, who tried to bring her sword back down for defense. Slice! It had proved useless as the flaming desperate sliced through not only Revis's weapon but also through her chest and shoulder, cutting through it all like a hot knife through butter. Then, with the force of Ace's aerial, Revis was knocked downward toward the ground. Except... Is that lava? Ace thought in surprise as the entire sea of flames finally subsided, revealing that the entire ground below had transformed into a sea of lava. Oh, shit! Bet cursed as he and Ace fell to their fiery deaths with no place they could land safely. Despite being high-level adventurers, even they weren't confident they could survive taking a dip in lava. No. I can't let it end like this! Ace exclaimed in her mind as she went to activate aerial when Chester suddenly dropped over to Bet's side. You! Thank me later, Chester said before he went and kicked the werewolf, sending him over to where Asfi's group were at. Then, using the moment when he kicked Bet, Chester flipped over to Ace's position where he proceeded to kick her too. Someone stupid get in my way. Hi. Lolun only had a second to look confused until Bet came crashing into her. 2 seconds later, Ace soon came into view where she slammed right into Bell, who skidded back, successfully catching her, unlike Lolun, who was now on the ground groaning. Hi, Bell said to the woman in his arms, carrying her like a princess, which was ironic considering the swordswoman's title. Hello. Ace meekly replied as the irony of being princess carried was not lost on her. A faint blush colored her cheeks until she noticed that Bell was breathing quite heavily as if exhausted. Are you okay? I'm fine, Bell insisted, placing Ace back on her feet before he pulled out the blue Estus flask and drank from it, taking only a sip as he felt most of his magic replenished. Chaos Storm, his most powerful pyromancy spell, and his reward for his continued services to the fair lady always took much out of him, which is why he rarely used the spell at all. Even still, Bell did not remember the spell being this powerful. Either he had severely underestimated his magical potential, or... Bell threw a look over his shoulder where he could feel the fauna on his back burning. Holy shit! Falger said, unintentionally expressing everyone's thoughts as they gazed at the scene in front of them before they all glanced over at Belle, the fear in their eyes quite clear. He's a monster. Lefia secretly thought to herself, staring fearfully at the armored adventurer who had just cast a spell equal in power to her teacher's Ariel Leavitian, except the devastation it caused was much worse as the night had practically changed the entire terrain. A spell this powerful should have taken minutes to prepare, and yet Belle had done it in a matter of seconds without chanting. The elf really couldn't be blamed for fearing the undead. But on the other hand, incredible! Ace thought to herself as she looked back at Belle, his face ever hidden by his helmet. Her thoughts concerning the armored adventurer ran contrary to Lefia's. Yes, a part of her did fear the knight, but the power he had displayed enraptured her. Any lingering doubts about Belle being stronger than her were vanquished, and the Sword Princess wondered just what had the knight experienced to make him this strong, and if she could somehow emulate it. Well, well. The sound of clapping broke everyone out of their stupor as they turned around and saw Chester standing at the very edge of their safe zone, clapping away. While you aren't as strong as you used to be, the fire inside of you certainly hasn't waned. You bastard! Lolun practically screamed as she and everyone glared over at the masked man, none of them forgetting what he had done earlier. You nearly got us all killed. You got a Lily killed. Who? You. Lolun looked absolutely livid, looking ready to pounce over to the masked man only to be held back by Asfi, who knew full well everyone here except maybe Belle would be no match for Chester, especially in their current condition. Suddenly, Chester noticed something in the distance as he looked past the group before he started laughing. What's so funny? Bet growled as he was helped to his feet by Falgar and Thane. Instead of responding with words, Chester pointed past them, getting everyone to turn where their eyes widened in disbelief as over by the quartz pillar was Revis, who was using the pillar as support. She's still alive! Philvis exclaimed in surprise as Ace raised her sword, looking ready for another round only to find that the blade of Desperate was partially melted along with part of the guard. The fact that it was melted despite its Durandal properties caught Ace completely by surprise and made her curiosity towards Belle grow. You barely missed my magic stone, Revis said as the wounds Ace had dealt her were smoke as well as her legs since they were standing in lava. One could even see some bones poking out. It seems I can't beat the current you, not to mention that monster standing next to you. The redhead's attitude confused Ace. The wounds she dealt the creature were numerous and she had no more allies to call upon, the latter of which had been dealt with by Belle. And yet, Revis's confidence was not waning at all. This pillar. Revis placed her hand on the quartz pillar behind her. Is the core of the pantry. What do you think will happen, if I break this? At this did everyone's eyes widen in disbelief. No, she wouldn't. Asfi exclaimed before Revis turned and punched the quartz pillar. And with that punch alone did the entire crystal structure break apart before crumbling down. And then... rumble! The entire pantry, that is to say, the entire labyrinth began shaking before the entire ceiling above started coming down. Everybody move! Asfi shouted. Help the wounded! Leave your belongings behind, our priority is to get out safely. But the lava should be hard enough to walk on, Belle interjected as the lava covering the entire pantry had cooled down enough to turn into solid rock. Get moving! Don't need to tell us twice. Lolun said as she and her fellow party members began running. Wait, what about? Ace turned towards Chester, who despite the situation was still calm. Forget him. We'll be crushed if we stay here. Bet said as Falgar practically carried the werewolf over his shoulder. Arya, Revis spoke up, getting Ace's attention. Go to the 59th floor. It's getting pretty interesting down there. You'll find some answers too. What do you mean? Ace asked, not taking notice that Belle had turned to Chester. What? Chester asked as the undead stared him down. Don't tell me you still want to fight? Even you can't be that stupid. You never answered my question, Belle asked, still questioning why Chester had gone to such lengths in order to make Belle the one who saved everyone. Call it a request. Belle tilted his head in confusion. A request? Someone's got their eyes on you, Belle Cranel. And they need you to get back into tip-top shape for their sake. And what does your so-called employer benefit from making act like a hero? Who knows? They weren't exactly specific with the details, Chester said as he reached for something inside his coat. By the way, I suppose I can give this back to you. Think of it as a reward for helping me complete my job. Bell raised an eyebrow under his helmet before his eyes widened at what Chester pulled out from his coat. It was a piece of white cloth wrapped in gold and tannish embroidery, all tied and held together by a golden ring. It was. I am most pleased to find you in good health. I am ready. Let us speak of miracles. Fwoosh. Faster than even Chester could react, the ivory talisman in his hand was gone. Blinking in confusion while grasping at air, Chester turned around and saw Bell on his knees, cradling the talisman in his hand ever so gently as if a single wrong touch would rip the thing into pieces. Humph, Chester couldn't help but scoff at how pathetic Bell appeared to him. So he cares for those things that much? How sentimental can he be? My stuff, Bell spoke up, clipping the talisman to his belt before getting back up to his feet where he glared over at Chester. Give it. Chester smirked under his mask, not failing to notice how Bell's hands were now crackling with lightning. But faster than Bell could react, Chester jumped and used the falling rocks to leap away. Sorry, better luck next time, Belly. Wait! Bell exclaimed, curling his fingers around a pole that wasn't in his hands as they crackled with lightning. But just before Bell could go any further, a boulder fell too close for comfort, reminding him of the current situation. Forget him. There's no time. Speaking up for the first time since Bell arrived, the voice in his head urged Bell to quickly escape. Sword Princess! Hurry! Asfi's voice called out to Ace, who had just finished listening to what Revis had to say. Both she and Bell looked at one another before they both sprinted off to escape the collapsing labyrinth. To make a long story short, the group consisting of Hermes Familia, 3 of Loki's kids, Philvis and Bell, all managed to escape the collapsing labyrinth. Their casualties included 5 deaths, all from the Hermes party, and they had only been able to recover 2 bodies while reluctantly leaving the other 3 behind. As most of the group was suffering from various injuries and exhaustion, it fell to those who were still able, that being Philvis, Ace, and Bell, to lead the group back up to the surface. As they ascended floor after floor, Bell had been questioned multiple times on who he was and the nature of his strange, or lack thereof, casting method. Beyond giving Lefia a sip of his Estus to heal her throat, Bell had remained quiet throughout the march, much to the chagrin of a certain werewolf. And once the group reached Rivera on the 18th floor, Bell made a speedy getaway, losing them amongst the forest outside the under resort. Despite being armed with only a damaged shield, Bell had no problems making it back to the surface. It was a simple matter of grabbing one of the many natural weapons produced by the dungeon to use for himself, killing any monsters stupid enough to attack the undead. Once he made it to the 10th floor, Bell opted to just sprint the rest of the way, racing up the floors as his form was a complete blur to monsters and adventurers alike. Finally, after half an hour of sprinting, Bell made it back to the surface where the stars of the night sky were there to greet him. I was down there for a long time, Bell said to himself as he exited Babel Tower. Judging by how empty the streets were and the lack of any commotion coming from any nearby taverns, Bell guessed it was now an hour when people were mostly asleep. Checking his pocket watch, Bell saw that it was almost 3 hours past midnight. Pocketing the watch, pun not intended, Bell turned in the direction of where the church would be, only to stop at the sound of a whimper-like growl. Turning to his right, there sitting right under a lamppost was the wolfen figure of Sif. Sif! Bell blinked under his helmet, surprised to see the wolf here and up at this hour. Getting up on all 4, Sif made her way over to Bell, where she nested her head into Bell's waiting hand. Did you wait here for me? Bell asked, kneeling to stroke the larger-than-average wolf's head. Another growl along with a look from Sif told Bell all he needed to know. Under his helmet, a small smile formed on Bell's face as he stroked and petted his canine companion for a few more minutes before standing up. You must be hungry. Come on, let's go home. Barking in agreement, Sif settled by Bell's side as the two walked down the lamp-lit streets of Orario. It wouldn't be until morning when Bell would receive a scolding from both Hestia and Lily, and it would be for some time until Bell and Co would venture back down into the dungeon, where Bell would continue his search for Chester, not knowing if the masked man was even still in there. But until such a time came, Bell took his time getting back home as he talked with Sif about the stars in the sky and the moon hanging above. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. On an unknown floor of the dungeon, the entire place shook, scaring all of its current residents. The monsters that made up the floor cried out, moving around like headless chickens. They could feel it. Something was trying to escape. Something that wasn't one of them. Boom, boom, boom. Sounds akin to an explosion were heard from a certain spot in the wall. The monsters near it gathered around, their curiosity too great for them to ignore. This was not the first time this had happened, and yet it had never been this bad. The dungeon had sensed it. And the being trying to escape had sensed it too. Somehow, chaos had returned and the being inside the wall wanted out in order to pursue it. Time and time again the dungeon had been successful in holding in the being. This was not one of those times. Boom! In an explosion of rock, the wall exploded, causing the monsters to gather near to retreat. They all roared, cried, and screamed at whoever was appearing from the other side. Slice! In the span of a second, all those monsters had ceased, their bodies going stiff until they all blew up into smoke, their magic stones destroyed before they could even blink. Those that were lucky enough not to be near the wall retreated further back as a huge figure stepped out from the wall. The area shook slightly every time this figure took a step. After taking a total of 5 steps, the shaking stopped for the figure was now levitating off the ground. Any thought of attacking this hulking figure was dashed from the minds of monsters as a red glow emerged from the smoke, frightening the monsters as they all wisely ran for their lives. If it could, the dungeon would have lamented at its failings. But by its very own nature, its focus was on repairing anything done to its body, allowing the figure to run off scot-free. In another part of the dungeon, a pair of eyes opened, awoken from their resting. "My lady, is something the matter?" Nearby, a winged figure asked their goddess, clearly concerned. "Something has escaped from the dungeon's hold." A gentle voice spoke, its very sound bringing a sense of calmness that soothed any that were nearby to hear it. "What should we do?" "Gather everyone. No one is to venture out until the situation has been sorted." "Are you going out?" the winged figure asked, wondering if her goddess was going out personally to deal with whatever had her concerned. "No," the goddess said, turning her eyes up towards the ceiling covering the sky that was hidden from them. "There is another, he shall be the one to put down this ghost of the past." As a new danger awoke from its slumber within the depths of the dungeon, the residents of the city meanwhile slept the night away, completely unaware of the casualties that would soon occur. Grace 14, Direct Contract, Blacksmith. Bell. "Look me in the eyes when I'm speaking to you, mister. Don't think you can hide behind that helmet. That goes for you too, Sif." Snort. "What was that young lady?" Lady Hestia looks like a mother lecturing her children, though Lily guesses that's what is basically happening right now, Lily thought to herself as this was the scene that awaited the Palom when she arrived at the church this morning. "Good morning, Lily," Bell greeted the Palom once he took notice of her presence. "I thought I said no turning away." "Hello, Lily. Good morning, please come in." Switching between expressions at a record pace, Hestia went from yelling at Bell to greeting Lily in the blink of an eye. It honestly crept the Palom at how fast Hestia was at changing her emotions. Wasn't she mad at her yesterday? Was she perhaps two-faced? Perfect timing, Lily. "Why don't you come and join me in grilling Bell here about what he did yesterday?" Hestia said as she went back to glaring at Bell, who was forced to kneel down. Whether it was so Hestia could stand over him or because Bell was too tall for her, who could say? "Lily thinks you have that all handled already," Lily said as she walked over to Hestia's side. "When did Master Bell return home?" "At 4 o'clock in the morning," Hestia said, having been told by Bell itself. 4 o'clock! Lily exclaimed in surprise before turning to Bell. "Master Bell, just how long were you in the dungeon for?" "I lost track of time," Bell honestly said, having lost track of the time when he had encountered the crystal lizard. "Then what's even the point of buying that pocket watch?" Bell could only shrug his shoulders at Hestia's question. Honestly, having lived who knows how long with no way of telling the time, the undead sometimes forgot he even had the little thing. "What happened to your weapons?" Lily asked, noticing the distinct lack of swords and knives on Bell. The only piece of equipment he had on him that wasn't his armor was his shield, which was all busted up, covered in various marks caused by something sharp, and, was that an imprint of a knuckle? "I lost them." "Just what in the world happened to you?" Hestia asked, dropping her angry tone as she examined Bell's armor, noticing how much dust covered it as well as the dried blood on his surcoat and the dent on his helmet. "Wasn't it supposed to be reinforced with titanite?" "I went down to the 24th floor. The 24th floor. Both Goddess and Palom exclaimed in complete shock before Hestia asked, "What were you doing down on the 24th floor?" "I was following a group led by the werewolf of Loki Familia." "You were tailing Loki's kids?" "Why?" "Curiosity. Curiosity." Bell could do nothing but shrug his shoulders. When one got down to it, his tailing of Bet's group all the way down to the 24th floor had been nothing more than an act of curiosity. Sure, it got him involved in that thing involving those man-eating flowers, Viola's if he recalled correctly, but it wasn't the first time his curiosity led him into dangerous situations, and sometimes his death. However, he had been surprised by his unexpected reunion with Chester, having thought he would have needed to travel even deeper into the dungeon to find the masked bastard. "You went down to the floor that was said to be overrun by monsters all to sate your curiosity?" Lily shouted, looking at Bell as if he were crazy. "Well, crazier than normal." Bell, again, shrugged his shoulders in response. "They say curiosity killed the cat," which was true, but like cats, Bell had more than one life. Heck, he had more lives than a cat supposedly did. At the very least. Bell reached down and felt where the ivory talisman hung from his belt. In the end, his curiosity led him to reclaim an important piece of equipment as well as unlock a set of skills that had been locked away until now. "I'll have to practice later to make sure my miracles still work properly," Bell thought to himself, drowning out Hestia and Lily's voices as he thought about what to do. He confirmed that Chester was residing within the dungeon and that he was currently in possession of his box. What worried Bell wasn't just the fact that the masked bastard had his box, but the knowledge that Chester could open his box. While he didn't remember much during his long time in Lordran, he knew that he had used sorcery on his box to make sure no one other than him could open it. The fact that Chester not only had delivered him his armor but also pulled out the ivory talisman was enough evidence to show that Chester had somehow found a way to either bypass or outright undo his sorcery lock. With this knowledge alone, it was now more than ever important that the undead reclaim his box from the masked bastard. Easier said than done, Bell thought as the memory of his fight with Chester down on the 24th floor popped into his head, souring his mood. While he wouldn't call Chester weak, by all rights he should have been able to best him easily after everything he's been through. He certainly had the masked bastard begging at his feet when he nearly killed him back during their time in Oalisal. Which begs the question, how had Chester become so strong? Or have I become weaker? Bell wondered as he looked down at his hands, recalling some of the things Chester had said to him during their fight. "Come now, Bell, surely this isn't the best you have to offer. I remember you being much faster than this during our time in Oalisal. While you aren't as strong as you used to be, the fire inside of you certainly hasn't waned." Had he become weaker? He didn't feel anything different about himself, but then again, his status wasn't normal. For one thing, 2 of his skills were unreadable, preventing him from knowing their effects, and were thus locked away from him. Not to mention there was that strange question mark next to his level. There was also the state of his body being younger than what it was when he was in Lordran. On that note, there was another matter that needed his attention. He had not thought about it too much, having been too happy to finally be back home, but the nature of his return was a mystery. One minute his body was being used as fuel to relink the first flame, then the next minute he was passed out in the dungeon garbed in his old clothes and equipment as if he had never left. In short, how had he escaped the first flame and returned home? Whine. Breaking away from his growing thoughts, Bell looked down to see Sif looking up at him with concern, probably having sensed his brooding thoughts. Smiling under his helmet, Bell placed a hand on the wolf's head, rubbing it in reassurance. Perhaps now wasn't the best time to be brooding like he was. No matter how much he questioned the circumstances of his return, it wasn't like he had the answers to them or where to find them. Right now, he should focus on his current goals, reclaim his belongings and earn enough money for the familia so that they can improve their living arrangements. But before he could do either of those things he had to buy a new sword and restock on supplies. Should probably get a new shield too, Bell mentally added as he looked down at the state of his current shield. Looks like a trip to Babel Tower was in order. Bell. Are you listening to me? You better not be ignoring us. Just as soon as he could get away from this lecturing. Twilight Manor. And that's what happened, Ace said, finishing her report to her captain. I see, was all Finn said, his elbows propped up on his desk as his hands were interlocked in front of him, covering his mouth and thus hiding most of his face from Ace, who couldn't tell what her captain was feeling. Glancing left and right, both Gareth and Riveria stood opposite sides of the room, both their faces neutral. The only one who made their emotions clear was Loki, who was sitting on the floor leaning her back against Finn's desk. She had her hands locked together just like Finn, but unlike the Palom, it was obvious to Ace just how upset the goddess was at her report. "I'm sorry." "Hi." Surprised at the sudden apology, Loki and the rest all broke out of whatever thoughts they were having and looked over at Ace, who was lowering her head in shame. "That person was too strong. We couldn't do anything." By that person Ace was referring to Marvelous Chester. His well-dressed form and his annoying attitude belied the beast hiding under the mask. Alfie told her everything that happened while she had been fighting Revis, not that she needed clarification, as Chester's fight with Belle had shown her the gap between them. Just where in the world did a person like that come from? "Oh, we're not blaming you, Ace," Loki said as she shot up to her feet, waving her hand around in an attempt to get Ace to raise her head. "She's right," Finn said. "If what you told us is true, and we all believe you, then there really wasn't anything you could have done in that situation." "Still, this guy sounds like a real piece of work," Gareth said, crossing his arms before combing his beard with his hand. "Indeed. And it sounds like he has an interest in our familia, judging from what Bet and Lefia told us earlier," Riveria said, thinking back to Bet and Lefia's reports. "That's good then," Loki said, getting everyone to look at her as she quickly explained. "Guy goes strutting around using my kid's name and has the balls to use our familia emblem without our permission. The bastard obviously has some sort of beef with us. I've got no idea what the hell he's planning, but that just means he'll eventually come to us," Finn interjected, seeing what Loki was getting at. "Exactly," Loki said, snapping her fingers at Finn. "Of course, that doesn't mean I want you guys to stop looking. The sooner we find this asshole, the sooner we can beat answers out of him." "I've never seen Loki so angry before," Ace thought to herself as she clearly saw the anger Loki had towards Chester if her use of language wasn't an obvious indication. "For now, you should take it easy for the time being, Ace," Finn instructed. "You've been through a lot. Rest up and heal your wounds. If there's anything else you wish to further discuss, you know where to find us." Ace simply nodded her head before she took her leave from the room, leaving Loki and her familia's top executives to their lonesome. "Okay, so we now know that the bastard is hiding somewhere inside the dungeon," Loki spoke up, looking like she was ready to leap into the dungeon herself. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves," Finn interjected. "We can't assume that the one calling himself Marvelous Chester is living in the dungeon." The reports from Ace and the others clearly stated that he was not a part of the Evil Us group found down there. If anything, it sounded like he was openly opposing them until Mr. Cranel showed up. "The boy in the armor," Gareth said, bringing up Bell the moment he was mentioned. "He's supposedly a rookie adventurer, right?" "That is what the guild told me," Riveria said, having visited the guild early morning. "And yet he is anything but from the reports given to us," Finn said, picking up a written report by Lefia that detailed the events that happened on the 24th floor, going to extra lengths to mention Belle's feat of magic that ultimately saved the party's lives. "Could the goddess Hestia be lying about her child's level?" Riveria questioned, as it was illegal for a god to falsify an adventurer's level or else they would be fined by the guild. "Doubt it," Loki said, picking up the report written by Bet and absent-mindedly reading it. "I've had the displeasure of knowing the chibi for quite a while, so I know that she doesn't have the backbone to lie about her child's level, not to mention that she hasn't even been here for a year yet and is poor as shit right now. She literally can't afford to lie about something like that." "Then how do you suppose we explain this?" Finn asked, tapping the report in his hands. "Heck if I know," Loki said, shrugging her shoulders as she threw Bet's report back on the table. "There's clearly more than meets the eye with that boy beyond his connection with this Marvelous Chester," Gareth said, stroking his beard. "Should we report him to the guild?" "While that would be the correct course of action, I suggest we hold off on that," Finn said. "As of right now, he is our best chance in finding Marvelous Chester." "You wish to use him as bait," Riveria said, realizing what the Palom was planning. "We still need to prepare for our next expedition, meaning we can't keep going around spending our resources on a wild goose chase," Finn explained, bringing up the fact that they still had their duties as one of Orario's top-ranking familias. I suggest tasking a few of our members to keep tabs on Mr. Cranel to see if he comes into contact with Marvelous Chester. I'm sorry if this leaves a bad taste in your mouth, Riveria. Quite, but I see your point, the High Elf said, relenting to the Palam's logic. In that case, who should we have keeping an eye on the boy? Gareth asked, looking at everyone in the room for suggestions. Well, taking into account who's available right now. With the sound of gears grinding to a halt, the elevator came to a stop at Bell's destination as the knight along with his trusted canine companion stepped out onto the 8th floor of Babel Tower. Come to think of it, I was with Miss Ace the last time I came here, Bell thought to himself, looking around the floor to see that not much has changed, if at all. Items on display were different from the last time he came, though they were still the same swords and spears meant to appeal to adventurers like him. Anything beyond that was still the same as adventurers of different faces and races walked around, with a few giving him and Sif passing glances. Now the shop should be somewhere around. Bell muttered to himself as he passed store after store until he found what he was looking for, the store he visited last time. Since he got his sword and shield here last time, it made the most sense to shop here again. Hopefully they have what I want, Bell said to himself as he reached for the door. If they didn't have what he wanted, then he could just go check out another store. There were plenty of options here, quite literally in this case. Of course, with knowledge of his current skill and strength, it would have made more sense to visit the lower floors so as to purchase better quality equipment. The reason why he wasn't late in the fact that he was still saving up money so that he and Hestia could move out of the church. While he may have fixed the roof, that was more simply a way to pass the time when night fell. And also, given his past experience, he really didn't want to stay in a place where he felt could cave in at any given moment. So with all that in mind, the undead opted to just save money by buying cheaper stuff. The money I obtained from cashing in the items from the 20th floor wasn't bad. I wonder if I can convince Lily to venture further down with me, Bell thought to himself as he went and opened the door. Excuse me. Why is my stuff always in the back? This is my lifeblood here, so can't you at least give them some decent shelf space? Treat them better than that. Halfway through the door, Bell stopped as someone appeared to be arguing with a store employee. This was a decision made by management. It needs to sell, and with that. Is that your excuse? Well then, I've got a few things to say. Perhaps I came at a bad time, Bell thought, wondering what they were arguing about. Looking closely, the one who was speaking the loudest had a box next to him that contained a set of armor as well as a couple of swords and a shield. Perhaps he was an adventurer complaining about a defective product? Bell mentally shrugged as the problems of another adventurer weren't his. Motioning for Sif to continue following him, Bell went to move so he could search for a new sword and shield when his eyes caught something from the box the adventurer had. On the guard of the sword, which was one of simple steel build, was the name Welf Krazo engraved on it. Come to think of it, didn't my last sword have that name as well? Bell thought, thinking back to the sunlight sword replica he had. If the sword was made by the same person, then... Excuse me. Hello. The arguing adventurer jumped in surprise when Bell snuck up behind him. That, or it was simply because of Sif's appearance. But now closer, the undead was able to get a better look at the adventurer. From the lack of any special-looking ears, the man was a human just like most of the population here in Orario. What uniquely stood out to Bell were three things: his hair, attire, and smell. The former was a flaming red, short and spiky, and he seemed to have cut his bangs before they reached his dark blue eyes. The second, accompanied by a blue bandana wrapped around the neck, was a long, black, robe-like coat that Bell soon recognized as a kimono, which was held together by a blue obi. Underneath that, Bell could make out white pants and boots. As for the latter, he smells like Andre, Bell absent-mindedly noted as the man's smell reminded the undead of one of the few people he trusted back in Lordran. The fact that this man smelled like the Astorian. Ah, I see. He's a blacksmith. The embers of a furnace, that's what he smelled from the man. Looking closely, while thin, the man was fairly muscular, which was no doubt due to hours of hard work at the forge. The fact that he was reminded of the blacksmith of Astra made Bell briefly wonder if he could get the man to enchant some of his weapons, when he would get around to buying them, of course. Can I help you? The redhead asked, making Bell realize that he had been sidetracked with his small trip down memory lane. Can I see those? Bell asked, pointing to the box next to him. Sure, go ahead. Nodding in thanks, Belle grabbed the sword nearest to the edge and tested its weight. It was light, which Belle found a bit displeasing as he had grown used to carrying heavier weaponry, but he could tell from a bit of inspection that the weapon was fairly durable, even more so than the last sword he brought. Putting the sword back, the undead grabbed the other two, doing the same thing. He decided that the second sword was the best one before he looked toward the only shield in the box. It looked to be a regular kite shield, and Belle briefly imagined there being a tower engraved on its metal surface. Grabbing it out of the box, Belle found it kept his left hand occupied, unlike his last one, which was small enough that he could wrap it around to allow his hand free. Belle wasn't displeased, as he was quite used to having both his hands occupied. The shield was a fair weight, and when he knocked on it against the sword in his hands, getting a cry from the flame-haired man, Belle hummed in satisfaction, for the shield was well sturdy, as all shields should be. Doesn't look like he has any throwing knives on him, but I can just get those from my regular place, Belle thought to himself as he came to a decision. I'd like to buy these, Belle said, placing the sword and shield down on the counter. This caused the clerk, as well as the man next to him, to go wide-eyed. You're buying these? Belle nodded. Yes. I brought a sword from the same smith last time and it held up quite nicely. You didn't seem to want them, so I decided to take them off your hands. Is there a problem? A problem? The redhead spoke up, grinning madly before he suddenly burst out laughing. He then slammed his hands on the desk, smiling smugly at the clerk, who avoided making eye contact with him. See? Even I have at least one customer. Customer? Belle raised an eyebrow under his helmet before he realized just who this red-haired man might be. Am I safe to assume that you are Welf Krazo, the one who made all this? That's right, the now identified Welf Krazo leaned on the desk as he introduced himself to the armored adventurer with a smile. Welf Krazo, at your service, Mr. Adventurer. He then smiled nervously at Sif. And, Mr. Wolf. It's Miss actually, Belle said, correctly the smith. Really? Welf looked back down at Sif, who glared back, making the redhead take a few steps back in fear for his life. Exactly how many times am I going to do this? Belle wondered before he turned back to the store clerk, taking out his wallet in order to pay for the sword and shield. Thank you for your patronage, sir, the clerk said, accepting the money before he nervously glanced down at Sif. Is that everything? Because if so, can I kindly ask you to take your companion out of the store? It's bad for business. Nodding in understanding, Belle sheathed his new blade and placed his new shield on his back, where it floated alongside the claymore, much to the surprise of Welf and the clerk. Once that was done, did Belle and Sif take their leave, making their way back to the elevator. Hey, wait up! Someone cried out to Belle, who looked back to see Welf waving at him whilst maneuvering through the crowd. Mr. Krazo. Belle spoke up once Welf made it to him. Sorry for calling you out like wait, what did you just call me? Is that not to your liking? I didn't mean to offend, but you seem older than me. Appearance-wise was what went unsaid, as going by Belle's current appearance, the blacksmith did seem older than the undead. Belle wasn't even going to attempt to figure out what his actual age was. Time was a convoluted mess in Lordran. What? How old are you? 16, was what Belle guessed. No way. You're a year younger than me. Welf said, looking at Belle from top to bottom, who noticed that the blacksmith was a good inch taller than him. Belle couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed by that, since his adult body was a good 6 feet 2 inches last he checked. I could have sworn you'd be older from the way you hold yourself, but I guess age doesn't matter much to adventurers. Is there something I can help you with? Belle asked, considering Welf made the effort to stop him. I was hoping we could talk for a minute, if that's all right with you, Welf trailed off from there, realizing that he did not get the knight's name yet. Belle Cranel, the undead, introduced himself, seeing Welf's problem before gesturing down to Sif. This here is Sif. The wolf gave the blacksmith a snort, being rude as ever to anyone that wasn't Belle. Well, someone's got a stellar personality, Welf sarcastically said before looking back up at Belle. So, about that talk. I got some time to spare. Yes. Then, how about over there? Following the flaming-haired blacksmith, Belle and Sif were led over to a rest area situated by the elevator entrance. After setting down the box Welf had carried from the store earlier, the two sat down at a bench while Sif took her usual place of resting her head on Belle's lap. You two seem very close, Welf couldn't help but comment, gazing at the pair. "Sif's a lot nicer than people think," Bell said as he stroked the wolf's head. "So, Mr. Krauzo, what can I help you with?" "Well, first, can you stop it with the Mr. thing? I'm not that much older than you. I'm not particularly fond of my family name either, so just call me Welf." "Okay, Welf," Bell easily said, deciding not to question why the redhead didn't like his family name. Everyone's got a history they didn't want to tell others after all. "That's better," Welf smiled, happy with Bell's cooperation. "So, Bell, is it true that you bought one of my products before?" "Yes. It was a simple steel sword much like the one I bought today, and it held up quite nicely until I broke it on the 24th floor. And by broke, Bell actually meant he strapped bombs to it before throwing it at a group of man-eating flower monsters, but the redhead didn't need to know about that." "Dang, the 24th floor? The farthest I've gone to is the 11th floor, Welf said before crossing his arms with a smirk. "But the fact you made it that far with my product, I knew I could make some good stuff." "Do you not have confidence in your own smithing skills?" Bell asked. "Far from it," Welf responded back immediately. "I may be a low-level smith belonging to Hephaestus Familia, but I'm confident that the pieces I forge are all high quality. Take a look here." Reaching into the box, Welf pulled out the chest plate that was a part of the set sitting inside and handed it to Bell. Inspecting it, the chest piece was made of white steel material with a red scar engraving carved on the left side of it. Testing its weight, Bell found it to be quite light, yet it was sturdy enough that he guessed that it would be able to withstand attacks from monsters from the 2-10th floors easily. "It's good," Bell said, tossing the chest piece back into the box. "This would be perfect for adventurers still starting out, which I'm guessing was your aim when forging this." "A rookie's gotta support their fellow rookies," Welf said with a smirk. "Finally, someone who acknowledges the true value of my work." "And yet," Bell said, sensing a but coming from the smith. "And yet my products never sell. Whatever's sold gets returned almost immediately." "Really? Why is that?" "I don't know. I just can't figure it out. I've shown what my Pionkichi set can do, but the guys at the store always throw them in the back. It's infuriating." "My condolences," Bell said, finding it surprising that the blacksmith was having trouble selling his products considering their quality. "Why is that?" "For what it's worth, I probably would have brought your armor too if I didn't already." Bell gestured to his current form in order to finish his sentence, which Welf understood easily. "Don't mention it. Though I gotta say that armor is something else. As a smith, I am both jealous and in awe of its craftsmanship. I think some of the stuff my seniors make wouldn't be able to hold a candle to it." "Who made it?" "This armor was a gift. All I know is that it originated from a place called Astera." "Astera, can't say I've heard of it." "I didn't expect you to," Bell said, his sad smile hidden under his helmet. "Though why tell me all of this?" "Oh, right. Got a bit sidetracked," Welf cleared his voice before standing up, looking over the night. "Bell, this is the second time you've bought my work. That makes you my customer, my client. Am I wrong?" Bell shook his head, giving Welf to go ahead to continue. "I'll be blunt, I don't want to part with you, Bell. Truth is, low-level smiths like me have to fight over clients, and we sometimes go as far as to steal them from others. Once one of us gets famous, everyone and their mothers will keep coming, asking for weapons and armor. The same can't be said for the anonymous. We fight tooth and nail to talk with adventurers, get their advice, and sell our work. With me so far." Bell gave Welf a nod, following everything the smith was telling him. Basically, what Bell was being told was that smiths like Welf struggled to find loyal customers. It was one of the basic parts of the business world. A business can only last so long due to people known as regulars. And should an adventurer become famous, the maker of the weapons he or she uses would become well known as well, even if the smith happened to live in obscurity. In a way, adventures were like walking advertisements for blacksmiths. It's valuable. When people request an underling's work, it means they've acknowledged them. That's the sort of thing that makes us happy. You're my first, so I don't want to let you get away, I can't let that happen." Despite his rather coarse choice of words, Welf spoke to Bell with a genuine smile on his face. He was speaking truthfully with the undead. Welf Krauzo was a good man and a good smith, was what Bell decided at that moment. Why is it that the people I can fully trust end up being smiths? Bell thought, briefly thinking back to the 4 blacksmiths of Lordran he had the pleasure of working with. Their personalities vary, but the undead could always count on them to give him what he paid and worked for. So then, you want me to continue buying from you? Bell asked. Well, something like that, but I'm looking to get something a bit more permanent, Welf said as his smile turned into a shrewd grin. Bell Cranel, would you sign a direct contract with me? A direct contract? Bell tilts his head to show his confusion with Sif mimicking him. It's a contract that binds individual smiths and adventurers together in a mutually beneficial relationship, Welf explained. You know how you always cash in item drops to the guild, right? Well, instead of cashing them in for money, you can bring those items back for smiths who can turn them into weapons and armor which you can get for a reduced price. It's mutually beneficial for both sides, wouldn't you say? You had me at reduced price, Bell said as his eyes glinted under his helmet. Well, if that got your attention, then get a load of this icing on the cake. Weapons made for a specific person tend to have stronger characteristics than those made for general sale. Really? Bell asked, perking up at that info. It sounded a lot like whenever he asked and needed one of the 4 smiths to enchant and reinforce a weapon for him. Yep, though that only holds true for blacksmiths with the blacksmith skill. The what skill? Bell couldn't help but ask. The blacksmith skill. It enables a user to add special abilities to their creations. All the top smiths in this city have that skill and it's practically required for members of a smithing familia to get it as soon as possible. Why does a blacksmith need a skill in order to better improve their craft? Bell asked. The blacksmiths he knew certainly had no trouble enchanting his equipment, using not the aid of a special skill but rather the experience they've gained throughout their undead lives. Then again, one was a giant while another was a walking skeleton with a beard made of chains, so they were far from normal. You know, I said the same thing when I was younger, but you can't argue with the results, Welf said, shrugging his shoulders. Even without the skill, I still promise to provide you with quality stuff. Besides. Sitting back down, Welf suddenly wraps his arm around Bell's neck, getting a growl from Sif who thought the redhead was up to something. Bell quickly pacified the wolf by placing his hand over her mouth, indirectly telling her to calm down. If Welf had been intimidated by the hostile wolf, he hid it well, with the only clear sign being a drop of sweat pouring down his head. Nevertheless, the redhead continued as he directed Bell's head over in the direction of the other shops here where a couple of humans and demi-humans were subtly glancing over at them. Have a look over there. See those guys staring right at us? You mean those guys that have been looking our way for the past couple of minutes? So you noticed them already? Good eye. See, those guys are just like me. They want to sign a contract with you. Their gazes do have a certain amount of greed to them. Right? Now while smiths would normally target level 2s considering the difference in class, you, my friend, stand out just enough with that armor of yours that the more desperate ones are aiming for you. That's why I want to be your go-to guy for smithing. If I just sit back and twiddle my thumbs, some other smith is gonna nab you and I'll lose my first customer. So I have to pull out all the stops to get you first. I'll have you know that this armor isn't for show, Bell said. The armor he wore with pride was less a gift and more of a reward he earned. It was a constant reminder of what he learned during his 1-year service as one of Alvina's forest hunters. Any smith worth their salt can see that, Welf said as he unwrapped his arms from Bell and looked at him seriously. On a more personal note, your level or armor doesn't really matter to me, believe it or not. I was growing restless thinking if my stuff was ever gonna sell until you showed up. You, Bell, after looking at various other options, decided to pick my work. Just that knowledge alone, it's like this awesome feeling inside of me keeps piling up, you know what I mean? I think I do, a little, Bell said, thinking back to all the times he would bring back embers to any of the 4 smiths and watched as their faces glowed at the sight of them, excited at the prospect of forging better weapons. If this was anything like that, then... All right, then. I'll sign a direct contract with you, Welf, Bell said, offering a hand to the redhead whose eyes brightened at it. But I expect nothing but the best from you. As if I can give you anything but my best. Welf said as he practically slapped Bell's hand when grabbing it. Glad to be working with you, Bell. We'll worry about the official contract later. For now. Standing up while still gripping Bell's hand, Welf shouts out over to his fellow fledgling smiths, suck it, chumps. tch. Obviously pissed off by what Welf had said, the other smiths could do nothing but leave with drooping shoulders. Belle couldn't help but laugh at this humorous sight. Sorry about that, Welf apologized, looking sheepish as he finally released Belle's hand. It's fine. I've got nothing against a man celebrating a well-earned victory, Belle said, thinking back to his own, less than well-behaved moments of victory. Praise the Sun Mother. Shut up, Belle quieted the voice in his head before it could finish. Thanks, Welf said, but he still looked somewhat sheepish, scratching the back of his head shyly. But I need to apologize again because I need to ask a favor from you. A favor? Belle repeated with a tilt of his head. Of course, I'm not expecting you to help me for nothing. I'll make any and all equipment you need for free. Hi! Belle exclaimed in surprise at this sudden offer. Just what did the smith need from him that he would be willing to go so far? Don't be so surprised. It's common sense that adventurers want something from smiths, right? Well, yes, but to give it away for free, that's... Belle couldn't help but be skeptical. Even with his long relationship with the four smiths of Lordran, he still had to pay them for their services as it was only right. All right, I'll just come out and say it, let me join your party. Come again. Let me explain, Welf said, quickly doing just that. It has to do with the blacksmith skill I talked about. While I don't doubt my own work, I will admit that weapons and armors made by smiths who have the skill outshine anything I can produce right now. Like I said earlier, members of a smithing familia are practically required to have it if they want to get their name out there. I've been doing all I can, but there's only so much I can do alone. You need more experience, Belle said, figuring out what Welf wanted from him. Knowing that he had ventured quite deep into the dungeon, the smith wanted to tag along with him in order to obtain more Exilius so as to level up and obtain the blacksmith skill. I know it sounds like I'm trying to mooch off you, it's why I'm saying I'll make anything you need for free. But the sooner I can get the skill, the sooner I can make better stuff which I can make for you. We'll both benefit from each other, in the long run. So, what do you say? Can I join you? Belle looked at Welf real closely, trying to see if he could spot any lies the redhead may be hiding behind his eyes. But the smith's shy demeanor, as well as honest eyes, hid nothing from the undead, showing that the fledgling smith was speaking honestly with him. You wouldn't happen to have any throwing knives, would you? Belle asked after a minute of silence. Welf blinked in confusion until he realized the hidden meaning behind Belle's words. So, you'll let me join your party? If the skill you're after is as good as you say it is, then you're right in saying that this will benefit the both of us, Belle said before offering Welf his hand for the second time today. So yes, you are welcome to party with me, Welf Krazo. Yes. Welf cheered, grabbing and shaking Belle's hand vigorously. You have no idea how thankful I am right now. You're a lifesaver, Belle. Releasing Belle's hand, Welf grabbed his stuff and moved to leave. I've got a couple of knives that I'll think you'll like. I'll meet you at the dungeon. Actually, Belle spoke up, stopping Welf from leaving, who looked at the knight in confusion. Now that you're a part of my party, there's something you should know. Welf, this is Lily, my supporter. Lily, this is Welf, a blacksmith from the Hephaestus familia. He'll be joining our party temporarily. Standing by the west entrance, Lily blinked in slight confusion as she stared at the person Belle had just introduced. Confusion soon turned into suspicion as the Palam's hard stare made Welf noticeably uncomfortable. Yo, Welf greeted the Palam, trying to look as friendly as possible. A thing to note was that the smith was now equipped with a pair of gloves and a large, single-edged greatsword that hung from a strap on his back. Despite the redhead's friendly greeting, Lily did not drop her look as she turned to glare over at Belle. Master Belle, what do you mean this man is going to be joining us? Like I just said, Welf here is a smith, and as of today, I've signed a direct contract with him, making him my personal smith, Belle explained. However, Welf is still a fledgling and thus doesn't have the blacksmith skill, so he asked if he could join our party until he leveled up, which I agreed to. Pardon the intrusion, Welf said, bowing a little. So he's just mooching off of us. Guy. Welf flinched at that, looking as if he had just taken a knife to the chest, which wasn't that far-fetched given the sharpness of Lily's words. Basically. And if Lily's words weren't enough, Belle pretty much finished Welf off due to the fact that he could say nothing back. Geez, harsh much? I already agreed to give you free stuff, Welf said, looking ready to collapse even though they haven't even left yet. And I greatly appreciate your offerings, Bell said, patting the belt of throwing knives he had obtained from Welf prior to arriving here. Lily never took Master Bell to be the type that's easily bribed, Lily said, looking at the armored adventurer in disappointment. Now, it's not like that. As I said, Welf is my personal blacksmith, which means that the sooner he gets what he wants, the sooner he can provide us with better equipment for our future endeavors. It's a win-win for everyone. Lily still doesn't trust him. Lily exclaimed. Lily wishes you would have consulted her about this before making a decision. Lily is a member of this party too. I'm sorry, Lily, but I wouldn't have made my decision if I thought it would be a problem. Even still, Master Bell should have talked with Lily about this. A key component of partying is communication. If Master Bell doesn't communicate with Lily, then she will be in trouble with Lady Hestia again. Hey, Welf, who had remained silent as the two talked, decided to finally jump in. I know I'm new to this party, but isn't Bell here the leader? At the end of the day, doesn't he get the final word? Besides, I promise not to be too much of a hindrance, small fry. Hi. Lily, whose opinion of Welf was already poor, reacted angrily to the rude nickname. Lily is not small fry. Lily's name is Lilyruka Arde. Oh ho! Feisty, aren't we? Welf said, smiling in amusement at the Palom before he offered a hand for a handshake. Pleasure to meet ya, Lily. The name's Welf Krazo. Don't try to act so friendly with. Lily went to yell at Welf only to suddenly stop when she finally registered the redhead's family name. Wait, did you say Krazo? Hi. Bell lets out a noise, confused by Lily's reaction. Krazo? As in, the cursed house of magic swordsmiths? The noble family of smiths that fell into ruin. Magic swordsmiths? The noble family of smiths that fell into ruin? Not understanding either of those, Bell turned to Welf, whose family name was involved in this, for answers. The smith now had a sour look on him and there was a twitch in his eye. It was obvious to Bell that Welf knew what Lily was talking about and that it was a sensitive topic to him. An uncomfortable silence soon descended upon the group, with the only one unaffected being Sif, who stood to the side yawning. It was clear to see she would be of no help to Bell concerning this predicament. Well, this is awkward. Yeah, no shit, Bell thought as he looked between Lily and Welf. Seeing as neither of them was going to speak up, Bell decided to do it. Lily, what's this about the Krazos? Do you not know about them, Master Bell? Lily asked, looking at the undead in disbelief, who shook his head. Long ago, the Krazo family was granted noble status by a king for the magic swords they forged. It's said that the only thing they made was magic swords. From what Lily's heard, they made tens of thousands of them. Tens of thousands? Bell repeated in surprise. Were they really that big a deal? Krazo magic swords are in a league of their own compared to regular magic swords. Some claim that they have the power to burn the sea. What? Impossible. No weapon is that powerful, Bell said in complete disbelief. Throughout his journey through Lordran, the undead had come upon and collected a wide variety of powerful weapons, one of them being the Moonlight Greatsword, which had the ability to unleash a blast of moonlight energy when channeling magic through it. A powerful weapon for sure, but nothing so grand as to say burning the sea itself. Of course, he never really bothered to test the limits, let alone use the sword, considering where he got it from. It's just something Lily's heard. Even Lily has her doubts about how powerful these legendary swords possibly were. You mentioned that the family fell into ruin. What happened? Apparently, they fell out of favor with the king and lost their noble status as a result. It all went downhill from there, Lily said while glancing nervously at Welf, who had remained silent all this time. Welf, is this true? Bell asked the redhead, seeing as he supposedly came from a former noble house. Welf doesn't answer right away, instead scratching the back of his head while looking awkward. After a few more seconds, he lowers his hand and looks at Bell with a forced smile. Hey, it's not important right now, is it? We're supposed to be adventuring right now, right? Right, Bell said, clearly seeing that Welf did not want to talk about his family history. You're right. We're here to work, not talk about the history of a family who fell out of favor with royalty. Master Bell, you're not going to question him further? Lily asked, who now seemed to have new caution towards the red-headed smith. Welf's family history isn't ours to pry, Belle said. After all, everyone's got something they don't want to talk about with others, Lily. Lily promptly closed her mouth after that, seeing just what the armored adventurer meant when saying those words. Thanks, Welf said, looking thankful at Belle before thumbing over to Babel Tower in the distance. But if we're working, shouldn't we be over at the dungeon? Why are we all gathered here at the West Gate? Master Bell hasn't told you yet. Lily said, getting a confused look from the smith before the Palom gestured to the knight next to them. Unfortunately, Mr. Krauzo, we won't be going into the dungeon for a while because Master Bell here has been banned from it for a week. Hi. Welf let out a loud yell as he looked at Bell in disbelief. Banned? You, an adventurer, got banned from the dungeon. It's true, Bell nodded, confirming what Lily had just said. How? Remember when I mentioned that I went down to the 24th floor? Welf nodded his head, prompting Bell to continue. Well, I did so without informing my guild advisor. I went to cash in the items I obtained down there, and when she questioned me about them, I was more or less forced to tell her what happened, which resulted in her forbidding me from exploring the dungeon for a week as punishment. Bell had fought and triumphed over the scariest and most vile of demons Lordran had to offer, but the face Ina had made when he had told her about his escapade down at the 24th floor, well, it wasn't the scariest thing he's ever faced. That honor went to the Father of the Abyss. Honestly, the half-elf's angry face had been quite cute, though the heat that spewed from the guild advisor almost made him think she would combust right then and there. The scolding that came afterward, in comparison, was rather unpleasant. He would rather face Manus again for the 47th time in a row than face the half-elf's anger again. Or not. It was debatable, really. I don't think it's that debatable considering how many times you got thrashed. Shut up, Bell thought, silencing the inner voice before turning to Welf. I'm sorry for not telling you about this sooner, Bell said, bowing apologetically to the blacksmith. Hey, it's fine, Welf said, motioning for Bell to lift his head up. I expected to be in it for the long haul when I asked to join this party, but that begs the question, what do we do for work? Well. Oi. A voice suddenly spoke up before Bell could explain. Turning their heads almost in sync, the group saw Sam the merchant waving towards them as he walked on over. To answer your question, Mr. Krauzo, there's our work, Lily said as Bell went to meet the merchant halfway with the others closely following. Good to see you again, Sam, Bell said as he and the merchant shook hands. Right back at ya, Bell, Sam said, smiling. It's always good to see you still offering your services to merchants like me even when you adventurers got that dungeon of yours. The pay doesn't concern me all that much. There's nothing wrong with offering a helping hand from time to time. Well, bless your soul nonetheless. Oh wait, you're already blessed. Ah ha ha ha. They seem to be good friends, Welf commented as the undead continued to converse with the merchant. What's the story? Master Bell met Mr. Sam when he took a quest to be his bodyguard. Since then, Master Bell has taken similar cases and met with merchants like Mr. Sam on multiple occasions. The result is as you can see. A pleasure to see you too, Miss Lily, Sam greeted the Palom before turning to Welf. So, who's your new friend? This is Welf from the Hephaestus Familia, Bell introduced the blacksmith. Due to personal reasons, he'll be a part of my party for a temporary amount of time. You'll be seeing him for a while. It's nice to meet you, sir, Welf greeted the merchant, extending out a hand that Sam took and shook. The pleasure's mine, young man. A friend of Bell's a friend of mine. I certainly ain't complaining about an extra pair of hands. So, what's on the agenda today, Sam? Bell asked, getting to business. Just the usual fare, Sam said as the group headed over to Sam's cart. A bunch of other merchants were also there, either talking amongst one another or loading their respective carts with supplies and wares. There sure are a lot of people, Welf commented, taking a peek at some of the products the merchants were loading. He spotted trinkets that he guessed were aimed toward kids based on their design and what appeared to be books and silverware. There's more than usual here, Lily said, looking around at how busy everyone was. Is something going on? Bell asked, turning to Sam for answers. You remember the mother and daughter you helped a few days back? Well, their village is having a festival soon. The men here and I are planning on attending to sell our wares. A festival? For what? Last Bell checked harvest wasn't until a couple of seasons from now. Supposedly they're celebrating the anniversary of when their village was first built. Seems like a tradition thing, Sam explained with a small shrug. He certainly wasn't complaining about the details. I see, Bell said as he looked around at the men hard at work. I assume it'll be a while until we can depart. It won't take more than an hour until we're ready to set off. Sam waved his hands to say it wasn't going to be a problem. You can wait over there if you like. Or you could lend us a hand, I'll even throw in a few more coins. I'll take that offer, Bell said, walking off to help the others. I'll join too. Better than sitting around on my butt all morning, Welf said, following after the armored adventurer. Then Miss Sif and Lily will wait over there, Lily said, deciding for both herself and Sif to just sit and wait out the time. Then, let's get to work, Sam clapped his hands as the three went to help the others while Lily and Sif walked off to not get in the way. Keep an eye on Sif, Lily, Belle called out to the Palom who simply waved her hand as the two left. Whether the undead was satisfied by the response was unclear due to his helmet as the armored adventurer got to work helping the other merchants load up their cargo. Hey, Belle. Good to see you. Yo Belle. Long time no see. Thanks for the other day, Belle. You saved my bacon. Think you can give me a hand over here, Mr. Knight? You coming along with us, Belle? Now I know we've got nothing to worry about. Someone's popular, carrying a box over, Welf commented as he threw a smile towards the armored adventurer who was being greeted left and right. I get around, was Belle's simple response as he grabbed the box from the redhead and handed it over to another merchant who thanked him. Clearly, Welf laughed as distant merchants and peddlers waved over toward Belle who waved back. Though, I guess that's to be expected from the famous frontier hero. The frontier what now? Belle turned to the smith, raising an unseen eyebrow at what Welf had just called him. What, you don't know? Belle shook his head. Some guys that frequent the pub I go to were talking about an adventurer who's been going around guarding merchants on the road and helping villages out in the outskirts against monsters. I've always wondered just what kind of guy would go around adventuring outside the city instead of the dungeon, but seeing how everyone here treats you, I don't think I have to wonder anymore. I was simply doing quests other adventurers ignored. It was a job and nothing more. I didn't do them to gain fame, Belle explained as the two walked off to grab more boxes. That doesn't downgrade the things you've done. They may seem small to others, but from what I've heard, you've been doing a lot of good, said Welf as he and the undead worked together to lift up a particularly large box and walked in sync over to one of the wagons nearby. It's not wrong to help others, Belle said after a small moment of silence. From behind his helmet, the undead threw a questioning stare at the redhead. Hey, I've got nothing against it, Welf grunted as he and Belle lifted the large box up to where another pair of men took it from them. It's just that adventurers aren't known for being as selfless as you. There aren't exactly a lot of people here trying to be a hero. I'm no hero, Belle's cold voice cut through the air like a sharp sword, interrupting Welf and stunning him due to how suddenly the knight's tone of voice changed. I'm no hero, never will be. With those words, Belle parted from the blacksmith as his steps had a noticeable stomp in them now. Left behind in awkward silence, Welf turned to the merchants with him for answers, but they shrugged their shoulders, just as confused as he was. Scratching the back of his neck, Welf looked back at the retreating adventurer who somehow seemed older despite his armored-covered figure. Guess I'm not the only one carrying some baggage. Later. You know, when I asked to join this party, hiking up a mountain was the last thing I was expecting to be doing on my first day, Welf commented as he trailed behind Belle, Sif, and Lily, taking up the position of the rear guard. Lily fought down the urge to make a comment as her feelings were similar to the red-headed blacksmith. Upon arriving at the village, the party had been busy helping the merchant groups unload their supplies and wares before going the extra mile and assisting them with setting up their booths when the village chief appeared and approached Belle. Apparently, for the past few days, there had been some commotion heard up in the mountains and it was worrying the villagers. Just yesterday they sent a small group to go up and investigate, but none had yet to return, which further intensified concerns. The chief was about to write up a report to the guild when Belle and the others arrived. After a couple of minutes of preparation, here they were now hiking up the Alv Mountains. So, any ideas as to what we'll encounter? Welf spoke up as the group jumped over a ledge. Or in Lily's case, she was picked up and thrown over the said ledge, much to the Palom's dissatisfaction. No clue, Belle bluntly said, sword and shield in hand as he surveyed their surroundings. Okay. Welf looked at Belle weirdly, which Lily guessed was probably due to how quiet the night was now. She couldn't blame him, as Belle's personality shift always caught her off guard too before she grew used to it. Just one of many things that made the armored adventurers so strange. What about you, Lily? Wanna take a guess as to what may be out here? Lily did her best to not react to the nickname Welf was addressing her by. Since this wouldn't be the last time she would be partying with the smith, the Palom could guess he wasn't going to drop it regardless of any protests she'd bring up. It was fine. Before Belle, Lily had been called worse with equally worse parties. Honestly, this was a step up from back then, so she really didn't mind it despite how she acted. The villagers didn't really give us a lot of info to work with, so Lily's got no clue either. The Palom adjusted her oversized backpack as she was mentally thankful for the Artel assist skill. If not, her back would be killing her right about now, if not outright dead. A small part of her wished she could ride on Sif since the wolf was just the right size, but one glance from it was all it took to shoot down the idea. So we're really going into this blind, Welf let out a sigh, displeased with how little they were working with. Lily could sympathize as she knew that information was key to survival. Knowing her own limits was how she was still alive now. But Lily wouldn't worry too much, we've got Miss Sif and Master Bell. You sure have a lot of faith in them, Welf commented. I guess that's to be expected from party members. It's not so much faith as it is assurance, Lily said as stared at the back of Sif and Bell. This party of theirs was only a few weeks old, and in that time the Palom had gotten a rough estimate of the two's strengths, or at least what they were willing to show. Always one with a sharp eye for detail, Lily could tell that both Bell and Sif had yet to show the full extent of their abilities. And honestly, that both amazed and scared her. Master Bell is one thing, but just what could Miss Sif be hiding? Lily thought to herself as she stared at the wolf who walked alongside her armored master diligently. Well, if he's strong enough to adventure down to the 24th floor, then I can see where that confidence is coming from, Welf said as he looked around to see if he could spot whatever it was they were trying to find. Speaking of which, hey, Bell. How's bout a bet? 50 coins, it's harpies that's got all the villagers spooked. Really? You're betting money? Lily looked at the smith as if he were younger than he actually was. What? It's boring just walking in silence. Plus, it's a good guess, Welf said as he gestured down to the path they were walking on. These paths are barely wide enough for us to walk on, and we have to be in a straight line for there to be enough room. If there's a group of monsters up here causing a ruckus, they'd have to have wings if they want to get anywhere around here. That was a good point, Lily thought. As the red-headed smith pointed out, the path they were taking was only wide enough for them to walk on normally without having to hug the wall next to them. But as the smith also pointed out, the party had to form a straight line, or else they'd risk one of them falling off the ledge to their right. And considering how far they'd hiked up, it was a long fall from here. Lily can see Mr. Welf's logic, Lily admitted, seeing how the blacksmith came to the conclusion that he did. Amongst the monsters that lived up on the surface, harpies were one of the few that were known to fly, and taking into account their surroundings, she couldn't see groups of goblins or kobolds being up here without a cave to hole up in. What about you, Belle? You also think it's harpies? Welf called out to the knight to get his response. Belle didn't answer back yet as he came to a stop before motioning the others to do the same. The reason for this was that the group had come upon a bridge that, judging from its appearance, was fairly old yet still appeared stable enough so long as no more than a few people crossed it. It's a bridge, Welf bluntly said, failing to see why Belle had stopped for this. Master Bell. Lily looked up at the knight who had yet to respond. Instead, he glanced down towards Sif, who read his silent message and began sniffing around. The wolf then went over to the edge and barked, gesturing for Belle to come over, which he did. Leaning out just enough so as to not fall, Belle finally spoke. Wyvern. Hi. My guess. 100 coins, Belle said as he leaned back and sheathed his sword. He made no movement to grab the claymore to hand it to Sif as usual, as it would be of little use considering their limited space and Sif's fighting style when using a weapon. Lily. Bow and arrows. Whoa, 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 hold it. Welf spoke up, waving his free hand as emphasis. A wyvern? That seems kind of far-fetched, don't you think? I mean, barring the one-eyed black dragon, no one's ever seen a dragon up on the surface, much less a wyvern. What makes you think it's a... Mr. Welf, Lily spoke up, interrupting the blacksmith as the Palom, noticeably a little paler than before, got his attention and pointed over the ledge. Raising an eyebrow in confusion, Welf leaned over and soon paled at what he saw. Located just right under them was a black burnt spot marking the cliff wall. I mean, that could be anything, Welf said, stuttering up an excuse that Bell didn't even bother responding to as he grabbed an arrow holster hanging from the side of Lily's bag and strapped them on so that they were hanging from the back of his waist. After making sure the holster was secured, he then reached in and took out the bow that used to belong to the other Late Eye Close member, not that Welf knew that of course. Can you even use that? Lily asked the undead, wondering if he could really use the bow. She had watched as Bell collected/looted many things since partying with him, but a part of her had to question if he could use any of them effectively. I have enough experience, was all Bell said as he tested the strength of the bowstring, seeing how far he can pull it back. Nodding in satisfaction, he then turned to the others. Start crossing the bridge. We're sitting ducks if we stay here. You really think it's a wyvern? Welf asked as worry grew in him. Knowing my luck, there's a good chance, Bell said as a small red light gleamed through the slit of his helmet. Now, move. Jumping in reaction to Bell's raised voice, Welf and Lily did as ordered and started crossing the bridge, which creaked under their combined weight. And as if somehow hearing the sound. Rawr! A cry akin to that of a lion echoed throughout the valley, sending chills through both Welf and Lily's spines, causing them to freeze up. That was a fatal mistake, as not a second later, a beam of fire shot out from their right, shooting towards them at speeds they could barely react to. They could practically feel the heat from where they were and would have been turned into charcoal had Bell and Sif not grabbed them and crossed the rest of the bridge with a strong leap. By some miracle, the flames missed the bridge, sparing it a fiery death. Skidding roughly on the ground, Bell was the first to get up and look towards their attacker. The others soon followed, and the eyes of both Welf and Lily nearly shot out of their sockets at what had appeared from a cave well hidden in the shadows. Wyverns were monsters that begin appearing in the middle floors of the dungeon. According to experienced adventurers, an average wyvern was said to measure 5 meters if one included the tail. But the creature before them was much bigger. Welf, the tallest of the group, was just barely as tall as its head and its 3 clawed feet. Speaking of the former, 6 sharp horns decorated its head, with one pair rising up from the top, another extending from the side, and the last extending just right under the second. Razor-sharp teeth protruded outside, with one tooth, in particular, giving the head an almost spear-like look. Its spikiness didn't stop at just its horns and teeth, as from its neck all the way down to its tail were rows and rows of spikes of varying sizes, making it look more like a porcupine than a dragon if it weren't for its massive wings extending out from the side. Adding in the almost blood-red coloring of its scales, and the large wyvern gave off a hellish appearance. I knew it was a wyvern, but I didn't think I would be a Hellkite wyvern. What are the odds? Bell thought to himself as he readied an arrow and aimed it at the incoming wyvern. Inwardly, he wondered if this one was related to the one he knew back in Lordran. He doubted it, but it wouldn't be the first time he was wrong about something. It's huge. Welf practically screamed as he stared fearfully at the larger-than-average wyvern, despite never having seen a normal one. But just by looking at the Hellkite wyvern, he could tell was bigger than 5 meters. Seeing Bell aiming at the winged drake, he couldn't help but ask, "Are we really fighting that thing?" "It's either it or us," Bell said before releasing the arrow. It shot through the air as intended and struck the wyvern right between the eyes. However, the wyvern barely seemed to notice the offending item even as it was lodged between its scales, and instead, it appeared the attack enraged it further. Lily thinks you just made it angrier," Lily said before her eyes widened as the Hellkite wyvern drew back its head. It's attacking AG. Move. Making a quick mental note to search and buy stronger arrows, Bell quickly grabbed Lily and began running. Luckily for them, the path seemed to get wider, allowing for space to move around and be less careful of. Sif followed suit by grabbing Welf, but due to their body and height difference. Gacht ve hasvdavstja. Nothing but garbled gibberish left Welf's mouth as Sif grabbed him by his boot and was effectively dragging him across the ground, choking on dirt and gravel along the while. It was nothing short of a miracle that the blacksmith had not accidentally let go of his weapon while being roughly dragged along. Any complaints the redhead may have had fell on deaf ears as the sound and heat of the wyvern's flames drowned out the noise. "Master Bell, what do we do?" Lily yelled over the roaring flames as the Hellkite Wyvern tried catching up to them. Bell didn't answer as he was forming up a plan in his head. The arrows had done less damage than he expected. They still worked as evidenced by the arrow still stuck on the red wyvern's head, but this just told him he had to find a better source of arrows in the future. Nevertheless, less damage or not, they still had their uses, so Bell placed the bow on his back, intending to use it later. Now then. What can I do? That was the big question. No, it was the only question that mattered. What could he do with what he had on hand right now? What could he do in order to kill the wyvern chasing them? What could he do to best profit from this? What could he do to survive this? These questions formed the basis of his strategies as he took in his surroundings, his companions, his weapons, and the enemy trying to kill them. As Bell was thinking, the flames chasing after them suddenly ceased before the shadow of the Hellkite Wyvern flew past them, taking to the air. With a flap of its mighty wings, it turned itself around and dove toward them, flames spewing from the corner of its mouth. It's coming back around. Lily pointed out, looking fearfully as the wyvern opened its mouth to breathe. There, with a sharp eye, Bell spotted a cave coming around the corner. Digging their feet to make a sudden stop, Bell and Sif then threw themselves into the cave, just barely dodging the wyvern's flames. Flames blocked the entrance for a second before the Hellkite finally stopped and roared as if angered that its prey had escaped it. Now with room to breathe, Bell and Sif released their respective luggage. Black. Finally released from his torture, Welf spat out the dirt in his mouth before glaring over at the wolf, who was unaffected by the blacksmith's anger. Here, Lily went over and handed the redhead a canteen of water, which he accepted graciously. As the smith was busy washing his mouth, Lily turned to Bell, who was by the entrance, peeking out as the sound of wings beating told everyone that the Hellkite had not given up on them yet. The cave then shook a little as dirt and rocks fell from right above the cave entrance. It's right above us. Master Bell, what do we do now? Master Bell. Welf. Yet. Spitting out some water, the blacksmith in question turned to the knight. What materials did you use to make this sword? Huh? Regular steel plus a couple of War Shadow's finger blades to give the blade increased sharpness. And the shield? Same thing, except I used pieces of a shell from a hard armored to give it increased toughness. I see. And you're asking me this why? Just wondering if you could make something if I cut off the wyvern's tail. Well, given how many spikes were on that thing, I could probably make a decent sword from it, Welf said, not noticing the horrifying look Lily was giving Bell until he realized just what the armored adventurer was asking. Wait, you're not thinking what I think you're thinking, are you? They couldn't see it, but from under his helmet, Bell was smirking. Sif. The wolf raised her head toward the undead, who drew his sword and handed it to her. I need you to do something for me. Looking at the sword for a second, Sif looked up at her master and looked through the slit to see into his eyes. A silent exchange between the two occurred before the loyal monster grabbed the sword and gripped it tightly in her mouth. The two then turned towards the exit with the clear intent to head out. I have a plan. Oh, this can't be good, Lily said, not liking where this was going. Welf shared her sentiment as the two wondered just what was Bell planning. Using the strength of its toed claws, the Hellkite Wyvern hung from the side of the cliff right up above the cave Bell's group was holed up in. It was by no means something one would call an intelligent creature, but it had just enough intelligence to know that the cave had no exit besides the one, and so, like a lion stalking its prey, the spike-covered wyvern positioned itself, waiting until one of the foolish mortals left. Being a creature of great power, the wyvern was prepared to wait until nightfall, when the mortals below would run out of food, if they had any. Again, despite these thoughts running through the wyvern's head, it was not an intelligent creature. After all, if it truly was. Fwoosh. Stab. It would have better positioned itself. Ray-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-or. Crying in pain and agony, blood spilled out as the wyvern found itself half-blind. On instinct, the spiked-covered winged beast tried to use its wings to claw out the arrow lodged in its left eye, but the action of doing so shifted his balance, causing it to lose its hold and fall down, just barely missing Bell, whose body was inches away from falling over the edge. Picking himself up, Bell motioned for the others to come out, and the party took off, running further up as there was now more than enough room to run side by side. Soon after, another roar echoed before the sound of flapping wings was heard, followed by the Hellkite Wyvern reappearing, now thoroughly pissed. The party kept on running, a bit faster than before, and the angry wyvern gave chase, its focus mostly on Belle now. With a mighty flap of its wings, the spike-covered wyvern flew past the party, overtaking them easily as it took to the skies above. With a few more flaps it turned around and dove down toward the group as smoke and embers sprue out from the corner of its mouth. "It's gonna stay behind me!" Practically roaring out the order, Belle pushed the others behind him before raising up his left arm that was holding the shield. "The shield won't hold up!" Welf cried out. He had made the thing for rookie adventurers tackling the upper floors, not to tank fire from a monster belonging to the middle floors and below. "I know." Belle knew full well the kite shield would not hold up against the wyvern's fire breath. That's not why he raised up his left arm. He raised it up because of what was tied to his arm. "I was wondering when you might return. It is a great relief to see you. Now, let us speak of miracles." As if responding to his thoughts, the ivory talisman gave off a soft glow that was almost unnoticeable. For a moment, a feeling of comfort washed over Belle, almost making him forget about his surroundings, but he remained focused. Soon, a nearly transparent glow wrapped around Belle's form just before the wyvern's flames washed over him. Lily and Welf both let out a cry of alarm before they saw the flames coming toward them. Welf ducked down and huddled up to Lily, who turned her back to the incoming flames, hoping that her backpack would make for an adequate makeshift shield. But to the surprise of both, the flames never reached them. Confused, they turned around and gasped at what they saw. It was Belle, whose entire form was wrapped in a transparent glow, acting like a second layer of armor. The shield in his arm, whose surface was slowly becoming red, could not fully block the flames due to its size, so the armored adventurer used it to cover mostly his face and upper body. The rest of him was used to shield the two behind him, looking no worse for wear despite the flames washing over him. "Master Belle!" Lily cried out, but the knight held out his free hand, telling her to stay back as the wyvern continued to try and melt him down. Its entire attention was on him. Good, Belle thought as he held his ground. He was no stranger to being burned alive, so the heat he was currently feeling was something he was accustomed to. Whether the wyvern could see his flames weren't doing much or not, it didn't care, as the group could not move an inch. They were trapped, it thought. However, that was its mistake. Had it not been so blinded by its rage for the armored adventurer, and had it been just a bit more intelligent, it would have noticed that the party was missing a member. A furry member that walked on 4 legs. "Woo-woo-woo-woo!" A cry echoed out before a shadow flew over the wyvern. It looked up with its good eye before it felt something land on its head, along with the sound of something crackling. And then... slice! One of its horns was sliced clean off. Before the wyvern had time to process what had just happened, more and more of the spikes covering its body were being sliced off at an alarming rate, followed by 1,000 cuts that drew blood. Now feeling thoroughly threatened, the wyvern stopped breathing fire and began thrashing around in an attempt to shake off whoever was attacking him. However, due to its size, the wyvern would bump against the mountainside multiple times and almost fell again when its foot nearly slipped over the edge in an attempt to turn. And because its focus was now on this new threat, it had in turn forgotten about Belle and the others, who were now able to regather their bearings. "Everyone okay?" Belle asked, turning to the others while dropping the magic barrier. "We should be asking you that." Welf yelled as he pointed down to Belle's lower half, since his shield only protected his upper half, leaving the former left to take the brunt of the wyvern's flames. "It's fine," assured Belle, and true to his word, while the shield only covered his upper body, leaving the lower half exposed to the wyvern's flames, his leggings were mostly fine, as the lower portion of the surcoat were slightly soaked and the portion of the chainmail that was exposed plus his greaves glowed red due to the heat, but Belle didn't seem to mind, much less notice it, as it died down soon enough. Titanite was truly a wonderful thing. If it didn't cost so much magic, I would have used Great Magic Barrier, Belle idly thought as he dusted off the soot on him before turning back to the wyvern still trying to shake off its attacker. By now, the only spike it remaining was on its tail. "I knew Miss Sif was fast, but this is amazing," Lily commented as the shadow tornadoing around the wyvern finally jumped off and landed, revealing to be the wolf herself, as Lily had said. Interestingly enough, the sword gripped in its mouth was noticeably crackling with lightning. This was the plan. Knowing that the wyvern was right above the cave they were hiding in, Belle would jump out and get its attention by sniping one of its eyes. Doing so would incite the wyvern's anger and give chase. But while the wyvern would chase Belle, Sif had been left behind in order to scale the mountain, using her natural speed and strength to climb up. From above, Sif would then wait until the wyvern had Belle and the others cornered, too focused on them to notice her until it was too late. Effectively, the plan was simple and Sif probably could have ended the wyvern by going for its head with its lightning-coated sword, but there was a reason why the wolf was simply despiking it and leaving minor cuts. From what I can remember and what Hestia told me, adventurers gain Excelia based on how powerful an enemy they face, the situation they're in, and how much they contributed to overcoming the situation. In that case, Welf, turning to the redhead in question, Belle looked as Welf held up his sword, looking nervous. Ready to become a dragon slayer? You're crazy, you know that. So I've been told. Not in the least bothered by Welf's comment, Belle placed his shield back and reached out, grabbing the large, single-edged blade with his left hand. Then, running his hand up the flat side, lightning that glowed like sunlight started coating the blade. But you shouldn't have too much trouble with this. I know I asked back in the cave, but I gotta ask again, how are you doing this? Welf asked while looking at his lightning-coated weapon in awe. Just consider it a small miracle. Remember, go for the tail first. Sif already did her part. I'm still gonna haunt you if I die from this, Welf said before he looked towards the wyvern glaring down at Sif who glared back. Taking a few quick breaths to both calm his nerves and pump himself up, the blacksmith steeled himself before charging forward. Resisting the urge to yell at the top of his lungs, Belle told him it would just alert the wyvern. He leaped up, used what little his blessing gave him to slam his foot against the mountainside to leap further up, and raised his sword above his head, eyes locked onto the spiked-covered tail below him. And slice. The sound of flesh being sliced followed by the crackling of electricity echoed softly before the pained cries of the wyvern echoed throughout the mountains. Welf landed safely on the ground before the wyvern's sliced-off tail fell right next to him. The blacksmith inside of him was already forming up ideas at the sight of his prize, but a prize was only a prize if one could take it home alive. Practically whipping its head around, the wyvern threw a heated glare down at Welf who held his sword over his shoulder and yelled, "Come on!" It roared back in response and turned its body around, slapping Welf away with its wings. Welf was fine for the most part, having used his large weapon to protect him from the backhand. But as Welf picked himself off the ground, the Hellkite pulled its head back to breathe fire, intending to turn the redhead into ashes. Unfortunately, it foolishly forgot about one thing. He wasn't alone. Fwoosh stab. Perhaps to give Welf one more advantage, Belle had shot another arrow at the Hellkite wyvern, hitting its other eye this time and effectively blinding it now. But this was not the end of the wyvern's pain. Slice crack. Whether it was due to her wielding the sword too hard or the spikes being harder than they looked, it was anyone's guess as Sif sliced at the wyvern's right leg, cutting the Achilles tendon. Sif had attempted to slice the wyvern's foot clean off, but the sword had broke midway, leaving a broken blade lodged in. The wyvern roared again as pain, anger, and confusion clouded its mind, causing it to thrash about in an attempt to crush the adventurers giving it so much trouble. But its fate was already sealed. Due to its right leg being impaired and the loss of its tail, the wyvern was unbalanced due to its sudden change of weight and gravity. It tripped over itself, causing its left leg to slip over the edge and fall. It tried to use its wings in an attempt to take flight, but Belle ran up and threw his grappling hook where it flew and wrapped around one of the wyvern's remaining horns. With a pull, Belle brought the wyvern back where its body crashed against the cliffside and its head landed on the path. "Welf, now!" Hearing his cue, Welf roared as he got up and ran to the wyvern's head, thrusting his sword and plunging it into its skull. The wyvern let out one last pain-filled cry before the lightning-coating Welf's blade surged into the Hellkite's brain and fried it, killing any remaining thoughts it had. Seconds later, the wyvern's cries died down until it finally went silent. Did we do it?" Welf asked, sweating from all the excitement and heat in the air. Belle didn't answer as he slowly reached for the claymore resting on his back. But just as he was about to grab the handle, the body of the wyvern began turning into ash followed by the sound of something akin to breaking glass echoing. Soon after, piles of ash were all that remained of the Hellkite wyvern along with a fairly big magic stone the size of Belle's forearm not including the hand. Lily. Tail's still here. Tying a strong knot, the palom secured the sliced appendage which still remained despite the rest of the wyvern being gone. "Just so you know, Lily is not carrying this back down." A cry from Sif told Belle that she would also not be carrying the limb back down. To answer your question, Welf, Belle went and picked up the magic stone before turning to the redhead. "Yes, we did do it. Good job. Woo. Dropping his sword to the ground, its lightning coating now gone, Welf punched the air and yelled at the top of his lungs. Someone's excited, Bell commented as he looked on in amusement. He did just kill a wyvern, one that's bigger than the ones found in the dungeon, Lily said as she and Sif walked up to the undead, watching the blacksmith bask in their victory. Should we stop him? No, let's let him have this. After all, he'll be in charge of making our new equipment, Bell said as he rolled up his rope and hook and handed them along with the magic stone to Lily, who put them away in her bag. Hopefully, this experience will be enough for him to level up. Considering how much you were in control of the situation, Lily's not so sure about that. But one can hope. After waiting for the blacksmith to calm down, the group made their way back down with their prizes in tow. To say that the village was shocked that there had been a wyvern practically neighboring them would be an understatement, but soon cheers followed as the party was treated as heroes for stopping what could have been a disaster had the Hellkite ever thought to come down from the mountain. The village chief asked them to stay for a party held in their honor, but they politely declined. The chief then tried to pay them more than what they originally discussed, but Bell convinced him that the previously agreed price was enough payment as the value of the wyvern tail outweighed anything the village could give them. And so, with grateful farewells, Bell and the party had Sam take them back to Orario, where Bell still had one thing he needed to do. Come in, sorry about the mess. Wasn't planning on having any visitors today. It's fine. This was last minute, after all, Bell said as he and Sif entered Welf's workshop as the former dragged the Hellkite tail behind him. The entire building was small, but stepping inside, all the essentials for a blacksmith were here, such as a smithing hammer and the all-important forge. Various tools, weapons, and armor were strewn about, and various eye-catching black stains gave the entire place a certain feeling that would make one think, this is a blacksmith's workshop all right. After returning to Orario and surprising the guards due to how large the tail was, Lily separated from the group to go cash in the magic stone with the promise to bring back everyone's share tomorrow. Letting the Palom handle that, the 2+ Wolf made their way to Welf's workshop as Bell needed a new sword after what had happened earlier. Sif looked apologetic, but Bell assured his companion that he wasn't angry. Along the way, the trio drew looks mostly due to the tail Bell was dragging behind them. Bell would admit that he drew some amusement from the people's surprised expressions, and judging from the smile on Welf's face, so did he. Where do you want me to put this? Bell asked, holding up the tail while Sif went about the place, looking at a row of swords leaning against the wall. Just put it in the corner over there, Welf instructed as he set his equipment aside, throwing most of it on a table while leaning his weapon against the wall. Nodding, Bell dropped the tail over at a random corner before grabbing the rest of it and bringing it in, ignoring the stares of other blacksmiths in their nearby workshops. It didn't take a genius to figure out that the northeastern area they were in was dedicated to craftsmen like Welf and his fellow blacksmiths. Here you go, Welf walked over to Bell and handed him a broadsword along with its scabbard. This is the best straight sword I got right now. Grabbing it, Bell drew the sword from its sheath, inspecting the quality of the blade as well as testing its weight. After giving it a few practice swings and hitting it against his gauntlet, he gave his verdict. It'll do for now. Sorry I ain't got anything better. The other one was my best work yet until, yeah no. Sorry. Don't be. I'm sure little Cage Tan died happy knowing it helped to defeat that huge-ass wyvern. You even went and brought back its tail for me. In my experience, dragon tails make for good swords. That so? I'll have to see it for myself once I get to experimenting. Still, I'd hate to have you leave with just that. Why don't ya take a look around? You can have whatever catches your eye. Taking Welf's offer, Bell gave the redhead's workshop a look around until he noticed Sif looking at something. Walking over to her, he found the wolf looking at a great sword leaning against the wall. Unlike the claymore on his back, the blade was a bit wider and thicker, which would no doubt mean that it was also heavier. A metal guard separated the blade from the two-handed sized handle. All in all, the shape alone reminded Bell of the great sword of. Thou art strong human, surely thine kind are more than pure dark. Sir Ardorius. A whine from Bell's side broke him out of his thoughts. Looking down, he found Sif looking up at him in worry. I'm fine. Just lost in thought, Bell knelt down and rubbed his companion's head in assurance before looking at the great sword. This sword, do you want it? Sif gave Bell a look that seemed to ask, are you sure? The knight gave a silent answer back and Sif looked back at the sword that had caught its interest. Turning back to Belle, the wolf gave a nod. I'll take this. For Sif, Belle told Welf as he went to grab it before checking with the redhead. I can have this, yes. That thing? Go ahead. It didn't sell so it got returned to me. It didn't? Why? The stores at the upper floors of Babel are mostly aimed towards rookie adventurers. The guy at the shop said only an idiot looking to die would think about carrying that around the dungeon. I see. He could see the logic in that. One needed the right amount of strength to use a weapon like this or else it would be nothing but a hindrance. It was the same for him once upon a time when he tried to wield the bigger weapons he found around Lordran. Testing the weight of the weapon, Belle then handed it over to Sif who grabbed it with her mouth. She moved her head around a little to get used to the sword's weight before striking a battle pose, looking ready to swing it. I'd appreciate it if you didn't swing that around my workshop, Welf interjected before Sif could move. Right, sorry, Belle apologized before taking back the sword with the silent promise that he would let Sif practice later when they got back home. You sure that's all you want? This is enough for now, Belle said as he carried the great sword over his shoulder. I'll leave you alone so you can get to working on the tail. You sure you don't want a magic sword instead? Belle stopped in his tracks just as he was about to step outside. You heard what Lily said about me, about my family. You don't seem like the type to forget about stuff like that. Yeah, sure you don't want one? A Krazo magic sword. Turning around, Belle looked at the face Welf was giving him. He was smirking at him but his eyes were analyzing him, testing him for something. The undead didn't know what so he answered honestly. No. Welf's smirk dropped as he looked at Belle in surprise. It's obvious to see that you've got something against magic swords, probably due to your family name. I don't know why nor do I care. I signed a contract with you, Welf, because I'm only interested in your skills as a blacksmith. As per the contract, I have brought you materials to use and craft with. Now it's time you held up your part, to provide me tools and equipment that my party and I can use in order to explore the dungeon better. And if you ever need a magic sword? Welf asked, letting the question hang a little. Then I shall simply ask. But if you are not offering them to me then I'll get them someplace else, Belle answered, bluntly saying that in the case that he may need a magic sword, he did not care whether he got it from a Krazo or from a pawn shop. Welf, as we are not close enough to be called friends yet, merely business partners, whatever your feelings regarding magic swords are, I will not pry. All I ask is that you give me the best your skills can offer, and in return, I will provide for you to the best of my abilities. That's how this contract works, does it not? Welf didn't say anything in response, too stunned by Belle's words. But it was clear to the undead that his words did reach him and that was all he needed. Depending on how long this party of ours lasts, maybe we can go out for a drink sometime. And if we ever grow close enough that you feel safe to share your history, I will lend you my ear. Until then, good day. With his piece said, Belle motioned for Sif to follow and the two left the smith's workshop. Already the sun was starting to set, coloring the sky in an orange hue. Perhaps I should have dinner at the hostess. Say hi to Seer and tell her about today's experience. It was a long walk from here to the church and the pub was along the way, so he might as well. Belle. The undead heard his name loud and clear yet he kept walking. There was no need to stop given how loud the blacksmith was being. Drop by tomorrow morning. I promise you, I'll give you the best blades you'll see yet. Belle's only response was to hold up his left hand and make a fist. Welf had no idea what that meant yet he smiled, all the same, watching as the knight and his companion vanished over the horizon. What a strange guy! In all of Welf's life, he had never met a stranger adventurer than the knight. And yet, after today's experience, the Krazo blacksmith was confident to say that, even if he didn't know what he looked like. Jackpot, Welf smiled down at the wyvern tail before him. He made the right decision in forming a direct contract with Belle Cranel. Grace 15, Training, Development. Stab. Plunging his sword into the flesh of his enemy, the orc roared in pain as its blood spilled to the ground. Its cries only got louder when he violently removed his weapon from the monster, causing it to fall to its knees before finishing it off by decapitating its head. Only a small magic stone fell to the ground in a puff of black smoke and ash. In all, it had taken Belle a single second to finish off the monster. Absent-mindedly picking up the pebble-sized magic stone, Bel's attention was more focused on his new weapon, having been testing it to get a feel for it. Well, it's no drake sword, that's for sure. Brandishing the weapon in an attempt to get rid of the blood, the sword in Bel's hand did not lose its blood-red color. This was most obvious because of what the weapon had been made from. So, what do ya think? Turning to his right, Bel found Welf and Lily standing to the side with the latter having seemingly just finished harvesting the dead orcs around them of their magic stones. In response to the blacksmith's question, Bel looked back down at his new weapon, closely examining it under the firelight. Everything about the weapon was blue dread, having been made with whatever parts Welf had used from the Hellkite wyvern's tail. He had called it a sword earlier, but that was merely due to the shape, as the base was more like a thick broadsword rather than a standard one. The thing that made the weapon unique was the rows of spikes, or teeth as Welf had called them, lining and replacing one side of the weapon's blade edges while leaving the other a normal blade. In short, Bel was essentially holding a saw blade. I don't think this will do well against armored opponents, Bel said after some thought. He wasn't a stranger to using unfit weapons against certain enemies, but the chosen undead had always been able to make it work, after a few deaths, of course. Well, I did design Ryutan to fight monsters since most of them aren't known to be walking around in armor, Welf responded, explaining the weapon's primary focus. That girl's designed to do one thing, rip and tear. In that case, it's very effective, Bel said, having already figured out the purpose of the spikes acting as this weapon's edges. Rending flesh would be easy, and with how they were positioned, it made it easy for the sword to plunge itself into its wielder's enemies. Taking it out of them, though, would be a more difficult challenge unless one had the right poise and power. To sum it up, tearing the saw blade out from the flesh of enemies would hurt a lot. It's kinda like a straight sword version of the bloodlust. Yeah, wait, the blood what? Bel mentally nodded only to blink in confusion at what the voice in his head was talking about. Lily thought we agreed to call it the Drake saw blade. Lily exclaimed, finding Welf's naming of Bel's weapon slightly embarrassing. I know, Welf waved off the Palam's complaints before saying, but Bel didn't seem to mind the name. That's because Master Bel is weird in general, no offense, Lily said before quickly apologizing to the armored adventurer. Bel just shrugged in response, having nothing to say regarding Lily's comment. He didn't care what kind of name Welf gave his creations, he was still going to use them anyway. So, we ready to leave? Welf asked, pulling out a pocket watch from his obi and looking at the time. It's getting pretty late. As soon as Sif comes back, Bel said just before the sound of something being dragged across the ground was heard. Turning, everyone was greeted with the sight of the wolf as mentioned earlier herself, dragging over a dead infant dragon by its tail while stained with blood. Such a sight didn't worry Bel in the slightest, he could easily tell none of it belonged to Sif. All done on your end? Dropping her prey, Sif nodded her head while looking up at Bel expectantly. Knowing what she wanted, the armored adventurer reached down and patted the wolf's head. Good job. You have got to stop spoiling her, Lily said, shaking her head as she began cutting open the unofficial monster wrecks of the upper middle floors. I don't spoil her, Bel argued as he stopped petting Sif. Bel, I've been in this party for a week, and even I can see you spoil Sif rotten, Welf said, throwing in his comment. Do I? Yes, both party members answered instantly, causing Bel to think. I guess I do feed her snacks often. Perhaps I should hold back a little from now on. A shocked expression appeared on Sif's face before the wolf glared over at the ones who had led her master to this line of thinking. I think Sif's angry with us, Welf pointed out, sweating nervously at having possibly pissed off the wolf that was stronger than him. Miss Sif won't try anything so long as Master Bel is around, Lily assured the smith before glancing back at Sif who was still glaring at them. Probably. That does not fill me with confidence, Welf said, his inner worries increasing. Anyway. Lily spoke up loudly in an attempt to get Bel out of his thoughts and possibly protect her should Sif try anything. Lily believes we should be done for today. Did you get everything? Bel asked, checking to see if Lily picked up everything despite well knowing by now how attentive the Palam was. Given his experience, it never hurt to double-check everything. Yep, Lily said while twirling her new knife in hand. Thanks to Mr. Krazo's knife, the speed of Lily's work has increased a good 20%. You're welcome, by the way, Welf said, smirking. Yeah. Still, gotta say, kinda disappointed that nothing really big happened considering this is your first day of being back in the dungeon, Welf said as he hefted his sword over his back, letting his strap carry it for him. We ran into an infant dragon, Lily said while pointing over to the disintegrating corpse of said monster. It honestly scared her a little how desensitized she was becoming at the sight of monsters that would usually be a major problem for people of her level. Well, yeah, that surprised me, but after that time in the mountain with that giant wyvern, I've kinda been expecting things to get wild whenever Belle's involved. Instead, all we've been doing this past week is escort missions and taking care of goblin-invested caves. What's wrong with aiding those that need help? Belle asked. Nothing. It's just, I don't know. Welf scratched the back of his head, trying to put his thoughts into words. I guess after that first day, I'm just a little disappointed that the days that followed were pretty normal. Isn't that good? Belle asked, tilting his head a little at the redhead. Adventurers we may be, but that doesn't mean every day has to be filled with life-threatening conflicts. I've personally enjoyed how calm the past week has been. My banishment turned out to be not so bad. I'm still surprised you went through with such a punishment, Welf said, bringing up the reason why Belle had been away from the dungeon. I don't think the guild has the actual power to ban adventurers from exploring the dungeon. It was mostly self-imposed, Belle confessed as the group began walking toward the entrance that would take them up. I went down further than what was expected of me and worried my advisor. I thought taking such a punishment would have set her mind at ease. Well, Lily is just glad to get back to regular work finally, Lily said, adjusting her backpack a little. Lily was getting tired of exploring all those caves for a week straight. Yeah, no kidding, Welf said, thinking back to the past week. I'm all up for helping those that can't properly defend themselves, but seriously, why were there so many goblins? Even if it's nothing compared to down here, you'd think we'd run into a variety of different monsters with how much we traveled around outside. Who knows, Belle said, shrugging his shoulders as he and Sif were the last to step out. But if it helps people sleep better at night, then I'll continue to lend them my aid, no matter if it is against goblins or wyverns. Speaking of monsters, we should pick up the pace and report back so we can collect our reward, Lily said, reminding everyone that their day wasn't over until they got their pay from the guild. Sounds good to me, Welf said, adjusting his sword as they walked. I'd like to get back to my workshop and prepare for tomorrow. There's also a few ideas I want to try out with the leftover materials I still have. You have leftovers? Belle asked, surprised that Welf had leftover materials from the wyvern's tail. Don't weapons made from dragon tails use up the whole thing usually? It's a big tail, was Welf's response. Lily just wants her money before taking a bath. A whimper-like cry from Sif told Belle that she shared the same thoughts as Lily in wanting to wash up. And so the party of four ventured back to the surface, having completed their venture to the 12th floor with no problems arising, conversing with one another while discussing plans for tomorrow such as to go further down and get Welf leveled up as quickly as possible. None of them could have predicted the surprise that would greet them up above. Guild. Night had long since descended by the time they exited Babel Tower. At this current time, Belle's party wasn't the only one wrapping up their activities within the dungeon as the group soon found themselves amongst a crowd within the guild building. Leaving Lily and Welf to take care of the exchange of their loot, Belle with Sif made their way over to Ina to make his report. Belle assumed he would have to wait in line since he wasn't the only adventurer who had Ina as an advisor, but to his confusion, he found a small crowd instead, making a semicircle and surrounding the area where the half-elf was stationed. Is something wrong? Belle asked a random adventurer, wondering if something had happened to his acquaintance. He didn't think the half-elf and him were close enough to be called friends yet, so that sounded right. It's the Sword Princess. The adventurer answered, not even glancing over at Belle as his and everyone else's attention was focused forward. Miss Ace. Raising an eyebrow under his helmet, Belle looked over the crowd, which wasn't easy to do since a few people were taller than him. After finding a good opening, Belle found that indeed, standing in front of Ina's desk was the Sword Princess herself, Ace Wallenstein. Oh. There he is. Spotting Belle amongst the crowd, an easy task to do considering his appearance, Ina perked up and waved her hand towards him. Belle. Come over here. Raising an eyebrow again and tilting his head, Belle pushed his way through the crowd who immediately moved to make him a path once they caught sight of Sif by his side. Miss Ina, Belle greeted his guild advisor once he made it over to her. Welcome back, Belle, Ina responded, glad to see that her charge had once again returned from the dungeon safely. Someone here would like to speak with you. I'm sure you're familiar with Miss Wallenstein. We've met a couple of times, Belle said before turning his attention to the blonde swordswoman. Miss Ace. Belle, Ace nodded back at the armored adventurer. Returning from the dungeon. Yes. You. Same. I see. You wished to speak with me. Belle spoke up, breaking the brief silence between them. Ah. As if now remembering why she was here, Ace snapped out of her stupor and nodded her head. Do you have a moment to spare? I do, Belle said before glancing over at the crowd still surrounding them. Do you wish to speak here or in private? Glancing at the crowd, Ace's response was immediate. In private, please. Of course. Miss Ina. Please wait a moment. I'll have a room prepared in a second. The half-elf took her leave and both stoic adventurers were left to their lonesome. One would expect acquaintances to converse with one another while they waited, but for Belle and Ace, they just stood next to each other in complete silence, neither one of them attempting to strike up a conversation. Not even the wolf made a sound as she silently sat beside Belle, unmoving like a statue. Awkward. Was the one joining thought shared amongst everyone staring at the two. It had taken no less than a minute to prepare a private room for both Belle and Ace. After asking Ina to inform his party members about his whereabouts and asking Lily to take Sif back home so she could rest, the two adventurers entered the room prepared for them. After setting down their respective equipment, the two sat at the table in the middle of the room and faced one another. Are you not going to take that off? Ace asked, pointing to her head as she eyed Belle's helmet. Thinking about it now, she's never seen Belle without his helmet on. And now Mini Ace is trying to take it off. I feel safer with it on, Belle said, completely unaware of the imaginary Ace trying to jump and take his helmet. I see, was Ace's response as she pulled back the internalized personalization of her desires. So, what did you wish to see me for? Belle asked, getting down to why Ace wished to speak with him. The sword princess didn't answer right away, fidgeting in her seat as her mind tried to come up with the right words to express her thoughts. She had been seeking him out for the past week, but now that she was here with him, she was finding it hard to speak. Take your time. Hi. Ace blinked, having almost missed what the knight just said. If it's hard to talk about, then take your time. Until you're ready to talk, I can wait. That's right, Ace thought to herself, remembering exactly who she was talking to. Despite everything that happened on the 24th floor, this was still the same person who she first met stumbling over an elevator. They weren't friends, but they were far from being strangers to each other. A week from now, my familia will be going on an expedition to the 59th floor. Belle silently nodded, prompting the blonde to continue uninterrupted. Officially, we're doing our jobs as adventurers. But the real reason is to investigate for any evilous activities. You mean the people from the 24th floor? That's right. Okay, why tell me this? Do you wish to employ my skills? No. Ace exclaimed, only to blush in embarrassment when she realized just how quickly she answered. I mean, no. It'll be dangerous and, I don't want to involve others in personal matters. I understand, Belle said, nodding. Is that all you wanted to say? Actually. At this did Ace grow nervous once again, even poking her fingers together cutely. The reason I wanted to talk to you, was because I wanted to ask something. Raising an unseen eyebrow at the swordswoman's nervousness, Belle asked, what is it? Taking a moment to calm herself, Ace spoke. Could you perhaps, train me? Belle blinked a few times at that. Pardon? Back in the pantry, on the 24th floor, I watched the way you fought. And I could tell, your speed, power, defense, it was all greater than mine. And you also seemed accustomed to fighting, implying a good amount of experience. Not only that, but you were the one who ended up saving all of us from the mass villas. Only because Chester interrupted the casting of your friend, Belle said, briefly wondering if that elf was all right. True. But that doesn't change what I saw, Ace said, thinking back to the storm of fire Belle had conjured up. To this day, she still wondered how the armored adventurer could summon forth such magical might without uttering a single word to chant. As I'm sure you know already, I'm currently LV6. Yes, I saw it on the news board, Belle said, having caught a glance of the news weeks ago and how much a fuss people were making it out to be. I've struggled to get this far. But even with my rank up, there was little I could do in that situation. And whatever could be waiting down on the 59th floor will possibly be even more dangerous. I need to get stronger. Strong enough so that I don't lose anyone. That's why. Placing her hands on her lap, Ace gazed right into the slit of Belle's helmet, hoping to make eye contact, and bowed her head. Please, train me. Whether Belle was surprised by Ace's actions or not, there was no way of telling. Crossing his arms, the undead sank into thought, deciding what he should do about the swordswoman's request. During his time in Lordran, the former chosen undead had been taught by a plethora of people, some more odd than others, but never before had he been approached by anyone asking to learn from him. Not only that, but there was a reason why Ace was nicknamed the Sword Princess, having seen her skills down in the pantry. Was there even anything he could teach Ace, should he accept, that she didn't already know? He had always been the learner, never the master. You should accept her request. Why? Because you of all people should know the feeling of being powerless to save someone. A memory popped into Belle's head. A horrid memory. One Belle sometimes wished he could forget. Him on the ground, bleeding, and unable to do anything but watch as a man he gave the benefit of the doubt strike down a defenseless cripple who raised not even an ounce of resistance. The experience had taught Belle to never be so trusting of people ever again. And while he was able to fix the damage in the end, he'd rather such a thing had never happened in the first place. Yes, Belle did know what it felt like to be too powerless to save anyone. He knew all too well. And so, he made his decision. All right. The next day. Standing on the Great Wall of Orario, the only thing separating the entire city from the outside world, Ace Wallenstein gazed down upon the former, idly wondering who else could be up at this hour like her and who could still be tucked away in their beds locked in blissful dreams. From behind her slowly rose the sun, and accompanying it were the slightly chilly morning winds that blew her golden locks held down only by her headpiece. A yawn escaped from the Sword Princess's mouth. She was no stranger to waking up at this hour, but that didn't mean she was a morning person. If not for her need to train and get stronger, she probably would still be in bed. Strong as she is, she was still mortal and her body cried out for rest when it wanted. Despite that, Ace kept her eyes open and she tightly gripped the handle of her trusted sword, desperate, out of both anxiety and excitement. I'm really doing this, Ace thought to herself, waiting patiently for her temporary master to arrive. Belle Cranel had agreed to help train her for the upcoming expedition. After working out a time and meeting point, the two ended business with the promise to meet up today. Now, here she was, fully dressed in her gear and ready to face whatever the night could throw at her. As an adventurer, a part of her couldn't help but feel excited, wondering just what she could learn. At the same time, another part of her felt guilty. After all, she had basically asked Belle to reveal the secret behind his immense strength to her. Strength that had no doubt taken a long time to accumulate. That's not to mention, rather than seeking help from someone in her own familia, she was relying on someone from an entirely different familia. She wondered if Riveria and the others would be angry with her if they found out what she was doing. She shivered at the thought. I'm asking so much from him, and yet he's never asked anything in return. Ace knew full well how selfish she was being. Despite the reason why she was doing this, that didn't change the fact that Belle was helping her without asking for any compensation. Ace hadn't even realized it until she went to bed last night and the thought had made it difficult to sleep. All right, I'll reward him once training is finished, Ace thought to herself, even going as far as to pump her fists. While money was a little tight right now due to the upcoming expedition, Ace was still a high-class adventurer and thus should be able to get just about anything Belle might need. She would just have to ask him once he arrived. Clack clack clack. Speak of the devil. There were those familiar-sounding clack sounds coming from the stairs down below. Ace wasn't a stranger to the sound, having heard it plenty of times when armor pieces clicked against one another whenever its wearer moved. And yet, after having met Belle, his knightly figure would always be the first thing that popped into her head whenever she heard those rhythmic sounds. Why? Thoughts for a later. Right now, she needed to greet the armored adventurer and thank him again for agreeing to meet up at such early hours. Belle. As Ace predicted, the clacking sound did indeed come from Belle, once again fully garbed in his grimy, yet still impressive-looking armor. He didn't seem to have his usual canine companion with him this time, having probably left her behind so she could still sleep. She had gone to casually greet him when her voice got caught in her throat. "Why? Good morning, Miss Ace," Belle greeted the shocked sword princess before gesturing to the person next to him. "I happened to run into a friend of yours, said she was looking for you." Because standing right next to Belle was one of the few people Ace could entrust her back to and call a friend. "Miss Ace? What are you doing here?" It was her elf mage junior, Leffy Yavirides. "Ah! I forgot to tell him I wanted this to be private," so screamed the mini Ace that was running around the real Ace in a panic. A while ago, when Leffy Ya found herself waking up earlier than expected, her first thought was to train to make up for the time her throat had been busy recovering. And seeing as Ace tended to train during this hour, she thought it would be the perfect excuse perfectly reasonable to train with her. She wasn't hoping she could have some alone time with just her idol. Nope, no siree. However, after getting dressed and gathering her usual equipment, she went outside to find nobody there. Confused, she looked around and happened to spot Ace from the corner of her eye leaping over the walls that surrounded their home base. Wondering just where the blonde swordswoman could be going at this hour, she followed as closely as possible, but due to Ace's superior speed, plus the level gap between them, she had quickly lost sight of her. Oh, where could she have gone? Perhaps this way. Clack clack clack. Is that the sound of armor? Leffy Ya thought to herself just as she turned a corner and... Smack! Ow! The elven mage found herself falling on her butt and holding her forehead in pain. Ugh, did I run into a steel wall or something? I'm sorry. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine, Leffy Ya said, speaking politely as was natural to her. Forgive me, I should have looked deep. The elf couldn't hold herself back from screaming even if she wanted to, for standing right over her was that mysterious knight from the 24th floor pantry, the one who had displayed monstrous magic that still confused her mind to this day. What is he doing here? Leffy Ya thought to herself, confused as to why the knight was up at this hour. Raising an eyebrow under his helmet, Belle took a moment to recognize the elf before asking, "Hey, aren't you a friend of Miss Ace?" "Why yes." Leffy Ya answered, though her response came up more like a question rather than an answer. But her mind was still too much in a panic to correct herself as she finally got up to her feet, dusted herself off, and tried to sneak past the knight. "As a matter of fact, I was just looking for her now. So if you'll excuse me, I can take you to her." "Pardon?" Just as Leffy Ya was about to run past the knight, she froze in place once she heard those words echo out of that helmet. "I was just on my way to go meet up with her right now. If it's an emergency, then I can show you the way." Leffy Ya blinked at the knight a few times, confused as to how he knew where her idol was, why he was meeting up with her, and surprised at the fact that he was going to show her the way to her with no charge. She was so surprised that she forgot her initial fear of him when she accepted his offer and found herself following him. After walking half an hour in silence, the two found themselves at the northern west section of the wall that both protected and separated Orario from the outside. "Miss Ace? What are you doing here?" So asked Leffy Ya once she and Belle climbed up the stairs to find the sword princess herself waiting for them. Panic filled the eyes of the usually stoic swordswoman. She had not expected to meet someone she knew up here, let alone someone from her familia. She was also confused as to why Belle and Leffy Ya were together and how they had come to meet before panic set back in at the fact that someone she knew had found her out in what was supposed to be a secret, private meeting with Belle. While Mini Ace continued flipping out in a panic, the real Ace nervously said, Leffy Ya, good morning." "Good morning to you too, Miss Ace," Leffy Ya returned the greeting, but her questioning look did not disappear. "You still haven't answered my question." Damn it. Ace had hoped that a small distraction would have helped her evade questioning, but she guessed not. Was confessing why she was here all she could do? It was looking to be that way. Ace sent a subtle glance towards Belle, hoping he could help, but all the armored adventurer did was tilt his head in confusion when he caught her glance. Looks like he wouldn't be of much help. Well, she can't blame him for putting her on the spot like this. She hadn't told him that she had wanted these sessions of theirs to be private, having assumed he would. And so, with a reluctant heart, Ace confessed to Leffy Ya why she was here with Belle. One explanation later. So, in short, you're training together with this human until our expedition. Leffy Ya said, summarizing everything Ace had just explained to her, though there was no way of hiding Leffy Ya's questioning of Belle's race. Hearing and seeing things were two different subjects, and considering the elf had yet to see Belle out of his armor, she couldn't help but be skeptical about the knight's true appearance. As for both high-ranking adventurers, they chose to just ignore Leffy Ya's confusion as Ace was still focused on trying to keep Leffy Ya quiet while Belle simply didn't care. That's right, Ace nodded while still looking like a kid who had been caught with her hand in the cookie jar. Please, Leffy Ya, don't tell the others at home about this. As the two girls from the same familia conversed with one another, Belle stood to the side, head tilted in confusion as to why Ace was making such a fuss over this. Unbeknownst to him, the reason why Ace was making such a big fuss over him training her had to do with what was unofficially known as familia etiquette. As the gods and goddesses descended into the mortal realm, their standing was now based upon the state of their familia. In a world where the hard work of an adventurer was praised and rewarded, it was thus frowned upon if a familia sought the aid of another familia, especially if the latter was of a higher standing. Regardless if the representative gods and goddesses got along or not, from the public eye, it could only be viewed as one familia trying to leech off the privilege of another familia. It was because of views like these that alliances between familia were so rare and why they never lasted long. It was also because of this that marriages involving people from two different families came with big risks, as debates would arise concerning any offspring that were sired between the couple and which familia they should go to once they grew up. As a result, it was always better in terms of status that familias should always keep to themselves outside of doing business. However, being a newbie adventurer before he died and was turned into an undead, and losing most of his memories upon his return, Belle lacked that common knowledge shared amongst all adventurers and thus could only stare in confusion as the children of Loki continued to converse, unaware that Ace seeking his help, someone whose status was publicly lower than hers, could potentially hurt the Loki familia's reputation. Had Lily been there with him, she would have explained everything to him, but as of this hour, the young Palom was tucked away in her bed, locked away within her dreams for another few hours until further notice. Well, Leffy Ya made sure to look away from Ace, feeling that the expression her idol was making would affect her final decision. Had this been the other way around, Leffy Ya would probably have objected to this setup, but the fact was that Ace, a high-ranking adventurer from the high-ranking lowly familia, had gone and reached out to Belle, a member of a familia Leffy Ya had little to no information about. The only thing she did know, after a bit of research, was that the Hestia familia was still a fairly new familia that was just barely getting its footing in Orario, meaning they were the total opposite of the Loki familia in terms of status. Pushing aside her jealousy of having these two alone together, there was still Leffy Ya's mixed feelings regarding Belle, who she was still admittedly scared of. Nothing but an intimidating stranger to the elf, Leffy Ya wasn't sure if she could even trust the knight to give Ace what she wanted, let alone leave the two alone safely. So with that in mind, one session, Leffy Ya spoke, holding up a finger to the sword princess. I wish to watch one session between the two of you. If what I see is up to standards, then I will not breathe a word to the captain or anyone, Miss Ace. Leffy Ya's impression of Belle was more negative than positive. But she also remembered that the armored adventurer had been the one who had saved her and the remainder of the Hermes party back down in the pantry when she had been sabotaged by Chester. The fact that her idol had gone out of her way to reach out to Belle showed her that the swordswoman at least trusted the armored adventurer, and thus, the elf mage decided to give Belle the benefit of the doubt and see just what the sword princess saw in this mysterious man. Thank you, Leffy Ya, Ace said, happy that she at least got the elf's cooperation, for now. With that out of the way, the blonde stepped away and turned towards the waiting Belle. Sorry for the wait, Belle. I'm ready to begin. Of course. Seeing that Ace was finally ready to begin, Belle stepped up and positioned himself so that he and Ace were at least a yard away from each other. Are they going to spar? Leffy Ya thought as she moved to the side and out of the way. With the way the two adventurers were positioned, it looked like a duel would break out between them. However. Okay, what should we do? Hi. Oh, Leffy Ya thought to herself, seeing things already looking bad once Belle had gone and asked that question. Ace herself did not attempt to hide her confusion as she stared dumbly at the knight, having not expected to be asked such a question. You see, I've been under the tutelage of many teachers before, but I've never once instructed anyone seeking to learn anything from me. So I'm a bit out of my depth here. His 1 year as a forest hunter had ultimately taught him everything he needed to know to survive the harsh lands of Lordran. Everything from how to properly wield swords, spears, and arrows, to devising plans, analyzing his foes, and using whatever underhanded tricks he had to use to come out on top. He had learned the hard way that refined steel and great magical might could only take a person so far in the land abandoned by gods. And on the topic of teachers, Bell thought back to the plethora of trainers that taught him everything he knew in terms of magic. In terms of pyromancy, he had learned everything he knew from 2 trusted mentors, his dear friend Laurentius of the Great Swamp, and his cynical yet kind teacher Clina of Izalith. I could be considered a third since his knowledge of toxic pyromancy came from him, but considering how little that knowledge was in comparison to everything else he learned, Bell couldn't bring himself to see his fellow Chaos Servant as another teacher. Everything else, Bell had picked up during his journey. In terms of sorcery, he had 3 teachers in total. His teachings under the suspicious yet kind Griggs of Vinheim and the friendly if slightly reclusive Big Hat Logan technically made him an unofficial student of the Vinheim Dragon School if one thought about it, considering his 2 mentors' affiliation with the institution. And the illusion magic he learned from the beautiful dusk of Oalisal helped Bell during his journey's late parts. The rest of his knowledge he tended to avoid using given their dark origins. Speaking of which, I really need to get around to finding a decent catalyst, Bell thought to himself, having been avoiding it due to not needing it and was thus in no rush. Despite the versatility of sorcery, Bell had always favored using pyromancy due to the nature of his journey. Depending on his setup, having that simple free hand available made some fights feel easier to Bell since he could quickly switch between throwing fire and reaching for an item as opposed to having to put away his catalyst first before he could reach into his bag. That and there was no chance he would accidentally drop it considering his pyromancy flame dwelled within him. And miracle usage was an easy fix simply by just tying his chosen talisman around his arm. But Bell would be a fool to simply ignore the aid sorcery would give him, especially considering how much he had gone and learned. There was also the fact that monsters would only grow stronger the deeper he delved into the dungeon. As personal experience would tell him, it was better to have more options on hand should the need arise. As for the last of his magical skills, miracles, Bell's proficiency in it was, compared to his pyromancy and sorceries, lacking. The former chosen undead felt that was only natural considering the ever-so-kind Rhea of Thoralland had been his primary mentor regarding the art. Despite how determined she was to teach him what she knew and how devoted he was to learning, Bell always felt that there are other forms of miracles that Rhea was unable to teach him given her limited knowledge and way of life. She was only one person, after all. And while he did obtain the technique of throwing lightning from his friend, Solaire, obtaining the skill seemed to be more of a result of joining the covenant than learning it straight from his sun-loving friend. Add in the fact that pyromancy was very battle-oriented and the versatility of sorcery, and miracles ended up as Bell's least used form of magic. There was also the problem concerning his faith. So, pulling himself out from his thoughts lest he get further lost in them, Bell asked Ace, seeing as you're the one who asked me to help train you, is there anything specific you wanted to learn? Ace didn't answer Bell simply because she didn't have an answer to give. Having been the one to make the request, she had expected the knight to have come up with some sort of regime for her much like how members of her familia all had their own different training regimes. The fact that Bell came here with nothing for her had caught her completely off guard, and she wasn't the only one who felt this way. Is this guy serious? Lefia thought as she looked at the armored adventurer in disbelief. Ace Wallenstein, the famed sword princess, her idol and the role model to many young adventurers like herself had personally come to this mysterious knight for help, and he had nothing for her? Was this truly the same person who had turned the entire 24th floor pantry into a sea of lava? After finally shaking off her shock, Ace nervously spoke up, wondering what she and Bell could do before saying the first thing that came to mind. We could spar one another. Bringing his hand to the chin of his helmet, Bell thought about the idea for a bit before nodding his head. Yes, I think that would be for the best. I can't exactly teach you magic due to my inexperience, and I doubt there's little I can do to help with your sword skills. Perhaps sparring is the only thing we can do. Unfortunately, I didn't bring any wooden swords with me. That's okay, Ace said as she drew out her sword and handed it over to Lefia who walked in hope, the weapon away. She then grabbed her sheath and held it up as a makeshift sword. We can just do this. I suppose we can do that, Bell said as he reached into one of his pouches and pulled out a roll of bandages. Unrolling it, he then used it to tightly tie his sword to its sheath. They say in stories that swordsmen can understand each other after locking blades, Bell said before he grabbed his shield and held it up in front of him along with his now sealed sword. Perhaps the same can happen to us considering there's still so little we know of each other. I'd like that, Ace admitted, briefly eyeing the knight's new armaments while completely missing Lefia's shocked reaction to her words. A part of Ace honestly did want to know more about her temporary teacher given that their interactions so far have been small. She hoped that by the time the expedition came, Ace could walk away knowing a bit more about who the man Bell Cranel was. The first move is yours, Miss Ace. With just that simple permission to start, Ace had already covered the distance between them in a second. Moving faster than the wind itself, the blonde swordswoman thrust her makeshift weapon at Bell's shield, hoping to overpower and break through his defenses. Clang! That did not happen. Ace's blow landed, but the armored adventurer had not moved even a centimeter. Before Ace could pull back for another attack, Bell's shield arm was already moving, bashing away the sheath and effectively parrying the sword princess's attack. With her guard now wide open, Bell stabbed his sealed sword at her stomach, successfully landing his attack as Ace skidded back while holding her stomach. Come now, Miss Ace. I know you can move faster than that, Bell said while lifting his sealed sword. Had this been a real fight with swords, I would have stabbed you through the gut just then. Given your current level, you'd survive such a wound, but that would leave you on the back foot, allowing me to finish you off soon after. And you know that. Ace didn't say a word in response. Instead, she recovered her stance and moved back to where she began. Indeed, what Bell had said was correct. It's not that she was holding back, but Bell was correct in that she could go faster. But that was with the aid of her wind and she tended to avoid using it when facing opponents that weren't monsters. But it's also true that had this been a real fight with swords, she definitely would be on the back foot if the earlier attack had been fatal. Strong as she was, such a wound would have debilitated her greatly, leaving her at the mercy of the armored adventurer. I was right, Ace thought to herself as she faced down Bell once again. I was right to have him train me. So, trying to brute force her way through Bell's defense wasn't going to work, not that she expected it to. Strong as she was, she always preferred to rely on her speed over her physical strength, to rush her opponent down while giving them little time to counter. So with that in mind, let's see if I can outpace him. With that thought, Ace blitzed toward Bell, moving faster than before. This was the upper limit of her speed without the aid of magic. To even the LV3 Lefia, it seemed like Ace had teleported right in front of the knight, weapon pulled back to attack his head. Bell raised his shield to defend himself, but no attack came as Ace had disappeared once again, reappearing to his left while crouching down. With her feint successful, Ace thrust her sheath straight at Bell's unprotected side. Clang! Unfortunately, the attack was blocked by Bell's whose shield arm moved faster than Ace's strike. Undeterred, Ace pulled back, appearing back at her starting position before she shot toward Bell a third time, swinging her sheath with the speed and force of a cannonball. Clang! For the third time today, Ace's blow was blocked by Bell's shield. However, this time, the knight found himself skidding back just a few centimeters. Seeing this, Ace pressed on, swinging and thrusting her sheath at a rapid pace while moving so fast that it seemed like there were three of her, covering Bell's right, left, and center. Go Miss Ace! From the side, Lefia cheered on for her idol, believing that the blonde had the armored adventurer cornered. While she appreciated the support from her friend, Ace ultimately ignored it as she focused her entire attention on trying to overpower her opponent. Every 5 strikes from her moved the knight back a bit further. To anyone else, it seemed as if Ace had the advantage. The sword princess herself would have to disagree. He's not fighting back, Ace thought to herself as she briefly tried to sweep Bell's feet to knock him off balance, only for the knight to jump over her attempt. Failing that, Ace went back to raining down her barrage of blows onto Bell and his shield which was starting to form a few small dents. Normally, seeing this would have raised Ace's confidence in victory, yet her instincts were yelling at her to stay cautious. She's good, Bell noted in his head as he continued to defend against Ace's onslaught of attacks. Despite Ace's incredible speed, the former chosen undead's eyes had no trouble following her movements and for the past few minutes, he had been analyzing Ace's moves to see if there was anything he could point out to her. While it may have seemed like she was just widely swinging at him, that wasn't the case at all, as every attack was thrown with trained and practiced precision, striking at where she thought his guard was weakest. It was obvious to the undead that the blonde swordswoman had been trained well and was using everything at her disposal, her strengths, her positioning, and her surroundings, to the best of her ability. However, she's fast, but I fought faster. Ace swung, but to her surprise, she found herself hitting nothing but air. The sound of metal clacking alerted her and she glanced down to see Bell next to her, having rolled under her attack. Rolling to his feet, Bell finally swung his sealed sword and struck the back of Ace's knee, forcing the swordswoman to bend down. In the split second Ace was trying to recover from her sudden loss of balance, Bell was already moving, spinning around with his boots skidding across the stone pavement. Before Ace could even blink, her enter vision was filled with the brown color of Bell's sheathed sword before. Bam! The world around Ace spun, causing her vision to swim as her entire body twirled 2 times in the air. A second later, her body met the ground, skidding across it as her armor scraped against the stone. Whether it was on purpose or simply by coincidence, Ace's body found itself right back where she started. "Miss Ace!" Lefia cried out in worry as she ran over to her friend. "Are you all right?" I am fine." Ace insisted, yet as she picked herself up, she quickly held her head as her vision was still swimming. "It was just one blow, yet my brain is this rattled," Ace thought to herself, surprised at how much damage she had taken. "Are you okay?" Seeing the blonde still down, Belle walked over to check up on her. "I need a minute," Ace replied, closing her eyes to prevent herself from growing nauseous. "Ah! Miss Ace, you're bleeding!" Lefia cried out in a panic. "Hey!" Looking at the elf in confusion, Ace blinked when she felt something wet on her face. Bringing a hand up to check, the blonde found blood running down her nose. "Guess I hit you harder than I thought." "Sorry," Belle said, apologizing as he knelt beside her. "It's okay," Ace said, pinching her nose as she focused on breathing through her mouth. As an adventurer, she was no stranger to bleeding, having suffered many wounds during her time as one. Something like this was hardly worth panicking over, a sentiment Lefia seemed to disagree with as she frantically searched herself for a handkerchief only to remember she had left her bag back at the base. Glow. Just as Ace was about to tell Lefia to calm down, the glow of the sun washed over them, causing them to both freeze despite the warmth they felt. The celestial sphere itself was still in the middle of rising, and yet the glow was coming from right next to them, thus why they froze. Unfreezing themselves, both ladies turned and found the source to be none other than Belle, whose left hand was glowing softly like the distant sun, bathing them in a comfortable warmth that blew away the morning chill around them. Seconds later, Belle's hand stopped glowing and he then pulled out a clean handkerchief from one of his satchels. "Move your hand," Belle instructed Ace, to which the blonde quietly obeyed, allowing the armored adventurer to cover her nose with the cloth. Blow. Like a child following their parents' instruction, Ace blew her nose. After that, Belle wiped the blonde's face until no more blood was on it. Satisfied, Belle folded and put away the handkerchief before helping Ace up to her feet. "How do you feel?" Blinking dumbly for a moment, Ace soon registered what Belle had asked her before she lightly touched her face. She blinked in surprise. "The pain's gone," Ace said, her voice quiet with amazement as she tapped the inside of her nose to find dried specks of blood. The bleeding stopped. Even the earlier wound to her stomach had vanished. "Good. It worked." Smiling under his helmet, Belle reached down and picked up Ace's sheath before handing it to her. "Shall we continue training then?" "Healing magic." Before Ace could respond and take her sheath back, Lefia spoke up, getting the two to look at the elf whose eyes were staring at Belle wide with disbelief. "That just now, that was healing magic." "Yes, it was," Belle said, confirming that what he did earlier was healing magic. You can use healing magic?" "Yes," Belle replied, confused as to why the elf was looking at him like that. "Is that a problem?" "And no," Lefia exclaimed, waving her hands in front of her in a panic. "I was just surprised. Adventurers who can use healing magic are rare, so I was caught off guard. I meant no disrespect. Healing magic is rare," Belle said, raising an unseen eyebrow at that info. "How rare?" "Well, the number of healers currently in Orario can be counted on both hands," Lefia answered, mentally checking to remember any known adventurers that could heal, with the most famous one, Ermid Tzanare, popping into her head first. "I see," Belle said, looking down at his left hand as he processed how little healers there were in the entire city. In all honesty, he found himself a bit surprised by that. While it wasn't like Lordran was teeming with healers like Rhea, that wasn't to say healing magic itself was a rarity, as the former chosen undead had fought off his fair share of invaders that were capable of using healing miracles. Perhaps it was the fact that, unlike that abandoned kingdom, Orario was filled to the brim with life, physically and metaphorically speaking. To hear that there were so few people who could heal wounds without the aid of potions was, well, it wasn't concerning, but it was still surprising to hear all the same. Breaking out of his thoughts, Belle blinked to find the elf nervously playing with the edge of her skirt. "If you don't mind me asking, the way you cast magic, how do you do that?" "You mean how I don't chant?" Belle said, pinpointing what Lefia was asking while being reminded of when Lily asked him this same question. "Yes. I've studied magic for quite a while, so I know that even the simplest spells must be spoken to evoke them. Yet I've never heard of or seen a way to cast magic without uttering a single word until you. Honestly, it still boggles me thinking about it." "Just how do you?" Lefia, Ace suddenly spoke up, interrupting the elf's questioning as she gave her junior a look that told her to stop, which Lefia instantly got. "Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be prying so much into personal secrets. My curiosity got the best of me," Lefia apologized, bowing her head to Belle. "It's fine. You were just curious," Belle said, not bothered by the elf's questioning of his abilities. He couldn't blame her for being curious, considering his way of magic seemed different from the commonly known methods here. He wondered why the people here needed to chant to cast magic. It sounded like a waste of time enemies could use to kill you. "Shall we continue?" Ace asked, eager to get back to sparring with the knight. "Yes, let's," Belle said as he put his shield back onto his back. "You're not using your shield anymore?" Ace asked, raising an eyebrow at that. "If we continue like this, I fear you'll break it," Belle bluntly told the blonde swordswoman before he gripped his sheathed weapon with both hands. "Plus, I don't need it anymore." "Hi." Lefia reacted for herself and Ace, picking up the unspoken boast that Belle no longer needed to defend against Ace attacks. While the sword princess blinked curiously, the elven mage looked offended by the armored adventurer's arrogance. He saw firsthand how fast Ace was, yet he claimed he no longer needed to bring up his defenses against one of Orario's most famous adventurers. As for Ace, she wasn't the least bit offended, quite the opposite. Having caught glimpses of Belle's fight with Chester, the sword princess wondered what his thoughts were that he confidently felt he no longer needed his shield. "Well, one way to find out," Ace thought as she raised her sheath. "If you don't mind, I'll be attacking first, Miss Ace," Belle said, declaring his intention to go on the offensive. The blonde swordswoman responded with a simple nod while unconsciously tightening her grip on her sheath. Perhaps it was her instincts telling her something, but the sight of Belle two-handing his weapon somehow made him seem more dangerous. Those instincts couldn't be any more right. Stomp! Stomping his foot into the ground, Belle moved and covered the distance between him and Ace in under a second, completely catching both her and Lefia off guard. Body moving faster than her mind, Ace lifted her sheath and blocked a swing aimed at her midsection. But even with that successful block, the blonde swordswoman found herself being knocked back by the force of Belle's attack. She flew right past the still-stunned Lefia, who didn't even realize her idol had been sent flying until Belle shot past her, chasing after the flying sword princess. Flipping over to allow her feet to touch the ground again, Ace looked up as she skidded back and found Belle upon her, sword raised to bring down on her head. Quickly kicking her feet, Ace shot to the side and just barely dodged the blow which, thanks to Belle's strength, broke through the stone pavement. Skidding to a stop, Ace shot herself at the knight and thrust her sheath straight at his head, only for him to dodge it simply by moving his head back. Before the blonde swordswoman could even think to move back, Ace momentarily froze when she caught Belle's hand touching her stomach. Just as Ace was thinking what Belle was going to do, and before Lefia could raise a cry of indignation against Belle touching Ace inappropriately. Ring boom! What sounded like a small bell ringing and an explosion co-occurring rang out through the air as Ace once again found herself flying. Stunned by the sudden blow, Ace could not react in time as Belle jumped after her and swung his sealed weapon, sending her crashing down into the ground where her impact left cracks. Just as she was about to pick herself up, Belle showed he wasn't finished just yet as he jumped and performed a somersault over Ace, using the momentum to bring down his sword upon the downed swordswoman once he completed the flip. A dust cloud was kicked up as Bel's attack struck, causing more cracks and a small crater to form. Jumping up again, Bel performed a second somersault, intending to execute the previous attack again, only this time the somersault slam was met with resistance. Fierce winds blew as Bel was knocked back. Skidding to a stop and recovering quickly, Bel looked up to find Ace back up on her feet surrounded by winds that were tinted green with magic, blowing away the rest of the dust. Tempest, Ace muttered as the winds surrounding her seemed to blow even fiercer than before. She's using her magic. Lefia exclaimed, surprised that her idol was getting overly serious in this spar. Knowing that Ace tended to avoid using her wind against non-monster opponents, the mage stood there confused until she and Bel saw it. A trail of blood flowed down from Ace's head, revealing a cut had formed. Taking a moment to wipe the blood off over her right eye, Ace stared over at Bel, who seemed to grow cautious at the sight of her signature wind. The blonde did not attack right away, rather she placed her free hand over her stomach where the battle cloth was slightly covered in soot and ripped, exposing bits of her skin that were slightly reddened. That attack! Ace thought as she narrowed her eyes at the armored adventurer. That sound, the sound of a bell, it's almost like... Suddenly, Ace found herself in the past, 7 years ago. With her level half her current one, she and others stood upon a field of destruction facing off against, as Gareth himself had said, a monster of calamitous talent. Said monster was a woman in her mid-20s whose silver hair and dark dress swayed in response to the chaos and magic surrounding her. Despite both her eyes being closed, it was obvious that she was looking down at them. And with one raised hand. Gong! With the sound of a loud church bell, Ace was snapped back into reality just in time to see Bel charging towards her. Cursing herself for getting lost in thought, she raised her guard and the winds blew to protect her. Rather than meeting an armor of wind, it was as if Bel had crashed into a wall of wind, preventing his weapon from reaching Ace, who struck back with a slash, knocking the knight away from her. By the time Bel stopped skidding back, Ace was already on him, moving faster than ever before, and aimed a thrust toward his right shoulder. With the aid of the wind, it was like a javelin was being thrown at the armored adventurer. But even with Ace increased speed, Bel was still able to keep track of her and moved his body to the left, barely dodging the stab that threatened to take his right arm. He then moved to grab the sheath with his free hand, but Ace's wind was still very much active and the armored adventurer was blown back just as his free hand was about to grab the sheath. Skidding back, Bel hummed to himself as he shook his left hand, analyzing the way the wind moved around Ace, who was already moving for another attack. A literal trail was left behind the sword princess, showing off just how sharp her wind was as it sliced through the stone floor as if it were butter. It's like I'm facing a storm of blades rather than simple air, Bel thought to himself as he rolled out of the way of Ace's charge. Even when the swordswoman stopped and chased after him, Bel continued to roll out of the way, dodging danger every time. It was almost comical to Lefia the spectator as she watched the storm that was Ace's chase after the steel ball Bel had transformed into. I can't keep this up forever, Bel thought to himself as he finally came to a stop. Rolling around like this was doing nothing good for his stamina. But amongst all the dodging and rolling, the former chosen undead thought up a new plan of action. If she's going as far as to use magic, I should respond in kind. With that thought in mind, Bel stood up and faced Ace. He stopped dodging, Ace thought, having stopped to take a breather. Once again, her instincts were screaming at her to attack as the way Bel stood told the blonde he had a plan in mind. She didn't know what that was, but her instincts had never failed her before, so she followed them, intending to strike faster than Bel could act. And to do that, she needed to amp up her speed. Practically shooting herself toward the armored adventurer, Ace pulled her sheath back for another thrust while her mouth opened to speak. Tem. SHH. A glow of pale purple light erupted from Bel's form as he raised a finger and shushed. And with that single action, all sound in the area ceased. The sound of crying birds and Ace rushing winds disappeared, which soon ceased as the swordswoman failed to finish her chant. In fact, to Ace's shock, she could not speak at all anymore. What? What did he? In Ace's confusion, she had completely forgotten that she was still rocketing toward Bel until it was too late. Moving his body out of the way, Bel grabbed Ace by her face just as she was about to shoot right past him, causing the rest of her body to whip out due to the sudden stop. Still shocked by the sudden silence of everything around them, Ace could do nothing as Bel slammed her head down to the ground, cracks forming from the force of said slam. Leffy Ya cried out, or she would have if she had a voice. Her hands shot up to her throat and only now did she realize the sudden silence in the area. What did he do? Leffy Ya thought, eyes shooting toward Belle as she thought back to the pale purple light that came from him. Was that magic? Did he cast a curse? Mind swimming in a vortex of confusion, Leffy Ya could only watch as Belle released his hold on Ace's face only to bring down his gauntlet-covered fist on it quickly. And with 2 more hard steel punches, Ace's body went limp as she fell unconscious, knocked out with another bloody nose. Guess it's my win, Belle declared, his voice coming back as did the sounds of the area. Leffy Ya blinked in surprise moment Belle's words reached her ears, along with the returning cries of birds and the rushing winds. Ah! My voice is back. Jumping at the fact that her voice had returned, she had almost forgotten about her idol until Belle started casting soothing sunlight to heal Ace again. Ah! Miss Ace. She's all right. Just unconscious, Belle assured the elf as he stopped casting and pulled out his water skin which he uncorked, and proceeded to dump its contents over Ace's face. Hey! Leffy Ya cried out in indignation before Ace woke back up with a gargled start. Good morning, again, Belle said in a slightly teasing tone as he closed his water skin and handed the blonde a new handkerchief. How long was I out? Ace asked while using the accepted cloth to wipe her face clean of both the water and blood covering her face. Just a few minutes, Belle informed as Leffy Ya walked over to them. Miss Ace, are you okay? Leffy Ya asked, worried since Belle's punches looked anything but soft. I'm fine, Ace replied as she got up, massaging her nose both to ease any lingering pain and to make sure it was still intact. She then went over and picked up her discarded sheath before turning to face Belle. Another round. You're going to continue? Leffy Ya exclaimed. While before she had been confident in her senior, now she was hesitant after seeing everything Belle did. I did promise her an hour of my time, Belle said. Unfortunately, we're going to have to end early for today. Huh? Why? Ace asked, blinking in confusion. To answer the swordswoman's question, Ace simply held up his sheathed sword, displaying the wrecked state the scabbard was in as a result of facing Ace Wind. Sorry. Seeing what she had unknowingly caused, Ace awkwardly apologized. It's okay. I can just buy a new one, Belle said, shrugging. Plus, I think it's best if we switched training locations. Before Ace could question that suggestion, she saw Belle turn his head and followed his gaze. The blonde could feel herself sweat as she gazed upon the trails, cracks, and craters left behind from their spar. Yeah, probably, Ace said, agreeing with the knight. How about the dungeon? Belle suggested after some thinking. Considering its nature and build, I think it's a good enough place for you to cut loose like today. Sure, we can do that, Ace nodded before turning to her elven friend. If that's all right with you, Leffy Ya. Hi. Leffy Ya blinked in surprise when she suddenly found herself the center of attention. Well? Belle asked. It wasn't much, but what did you think of our training session? What did she think? What was there to say? So much had happened at such a fast pace that the elf was left more confused than anything. The only thing she did know was that Belle was the superior fighter between the two. Not only had he kept up with Ace, with and without the aid of her wind, but he had barely taken any damage from the entire spar while Ace had been knocked out bleeding. That's not even getting into the fact of Belle's confusing fighting style. One moment he's fighting like how one would think a knight would fight, the next he's moving like a beast gone wild. But most importantly, there was that spell he performed near the end of it. To be honest, Leffy Ya had gotten chills from how all the sound in the area had been silenced. And that just made the mystery of who Belle Cranel was all the more imposing. So with all that in mind, Leffy Ya's decision should have been obvious. After seeing all the damage Ace had suffered in this supposed simple spar, she should have said no. But just as she was about to reply, the young elf made the mistake of looking at her idol's eyes at that moment. Like kids at a candy shop, they were positively sparkling. Under the gaze filled with hope, Leffy Ya could not bring herself to say no. However, her jealousy over these two being alone together for the next week held Leffy Ya back from saying yes. And so, a middle ground was reached, sort of. I still haven't seen enough, Leffy Ya said, struggling to get those words out while trying to pry her eyes away from Ace's bright expression. Since you're ending things early, that means, it means I haven't seen enough to pass judgment yet. Yet. Cupping his chin, Bell hummed to himself as he thought over Lefia's reasoning. I guess that makes sense. Does that mean you'll be coming with us into the dungeon? Why yes. Lefia replied awkwardly. Since I'm still unsure if it's okay for Miss Ace to train with you, I'll continue to tag along so I can give you my final assessment. Okay, Bell said, shrugging his shoulders as Lefia breathed a sigh of relief. Growl. Suddenly, a gurgle-like sound came from Ace's stomach, surprising everyone there. Looks like someone's hungry, Belle commented as the sword princess blushed while holding her stomach. Did you not eat before coming here? I was too excited for today that I forgot, Ace said as she turned away in embarrassment. Growl. Just then, a second, slightly louder gurgle occurred, this time coming from Lefia who quickly held her stomach and blushed in mortification. Ha 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 ha. Bell couldn't stop himself from laughing, which only made the girls with him blush harder. Well, I suppose now is a good time for breakfast. Can't start the day on an empty stomach. How does Jagamericun sound to you girls? Fried food. Lefia raised an unsure eyebrow at that suggestion, though Ace seemed to have a different opinion. Jagamericun. Ace's eyes lit up with excitement as the thought of her favorite food almost made her stomach growl again. Seeing the look on Ace's face, Bell smiled under his helmet and motioned the girls to follow him. Follow me. My goddess works at a Jagamericun stand, so perhaps we can get some for a reduced price. Quickly grabbing her desperate from Lefia, Ace followed after Bell like a kid following their parent. Seeing that a decision had already been made, Lefia sighed to herself before following after the two. Something tells me this week's going to be filled with surprises, Lefia thought to herself as she stared at the back of Bell's head, not liking how close he and Ace were walking together. The elf had no way of knowing just how right her thoughts were. The dungeon was massive. This simple fact was known to everyone, adventurer or not, and this fact was only made more apparent the more floors one descended. As such, when a party ventures deep into the dungeon, it is important to know of or find a resting place to set up camp, as not even high-ranking familiars like Loki and Freya could just rush their way down to the lower floors. For reasons like these, the town of Rivera was constructed on the 18th floor, so adventurers had a place to stop and rest before going deeper. As the rookies above awoke for the day and gathered to face the upper floors of the dungeon, adventurers staying in Rivera woke up and got ready to dive deep into the dungeon. Preparations were made, all different from party to party, but once everything was prepared and ready, these brave people were off to earn fame and glory for themselves and their familia. Stab. Too bad today was the day that they would meet death. What the hell is that thing? Who the fuck cares? Just run. And run they did. Leaving behind the bodies of their comrades, the last two survivors ran for their lives while the monster finished off the remaining parties that were either too brave to run or just simply weren't fast enough. The monster in question took the form of a hulking black knight, wearing a helmet and everything, and wielding a round great shield in its left hand while the right held an ultra-great sword. Looking closely, weird indents could be seen on the Black Knight's armor, from its chest plate to even its gauntlets. These indents took on the faces of people, all frozen while screaming, making it appear as if something within the Black Knight was trying to forcibly escape. Not only that, but this strange black fog spewed from the open mouths of these indents, surrounding the armored figure and making it appear all the more imposing. With its sword glowing a strange, bluish color, the monster threw the body currently skewered onto its blade away before it turned its sights toward the direction the survivors had fled to. With an ominous red glow coming from under the monster's helmet, it proceeded to float and pursue its prey. Days later, once news reached the guild above, this armored monster received a name to be called by the Pursuer.